entire Pacific theater as their theater. As Admiral King pointed out over and over again, he's like, you've got the European theater, go have your army run over there. The operation, especially concerned with the Japanese airfield force seaplanes that has been built on the island of Shiraz that he wants to go back right away. Take that. And his problem is the army was arguing over whether or not the decision to make whether he would control people who did that. The way the lockdown described intensifying problems, and we should point out there is a joint chiefs of staff with all of the heads of the military who are supposed to work together for the president, just like there is now in the U.S. military chain of command. But in mid-1942, this entity had only existed for a matter of months. It was very recent in the market. At one point, I was being Frank Roosevelt was asked by the press a question about it, and he just sort of shook his shoulders and said, yes, it's a foggiest idea. Like they're working it out. And when you see the actual history, it really feels like it's much more of a question of two men hashing it out. The head of the Army, George Marshall, and the head of the Navy, Ernest King. And each one of them has their subsidiary entities in that location, right in that zone of control, in that theater. For King and the Navy, it's Admiral Nimitz. For Marshall and the Army, it's our friend Admiral Arthur. As in the book Guadalcanal, author Richard Frank writes, quote, on June 26th, Marshall presented a case for endowing command of the offensive in MacArthur. Acknowledging that simple lines drawn on the map earlier that year were not absolutely controlling, Marshall argued that MacArthur's position and knowledge would enable him best to coordinate Allied efforts. He replied in writing the same day. He began by pointing out that in Europe, where the major forces engaged with the ground groups, King had acceded to Army command. In phrases, Frank writes, that became progressively less tactful, King stated that naval and amphibious forces predominated in the Pacific, and command should therefore be Navy. In fact, he asserted, the operation, quote, could not be conducted any other way, end quote, Frank continues. In a further slap at the Army and MacArthur, King promised to proceed, quote, even if no support of the Army forces in the Southwest Pacific is made available, end quote. Underlining his threat, Frank writes, King directed units on June 27th to prepare for operations on the premise that only Navy and Marine units could be available. Marshall restrained himself from a reply in time to this provocative missive. Not so MacArthur, who threw one of his more remarkable tantrums of the war. I remember reading one description of MacArthur that said at times he could be positively Shakespearean. This is the way Donald H. Spencer in Against the Sun describes this moment of disagreement between the two dealers. Quote, the argument over command rocked the Joint Chiefs of Staff for almost a week. At one point, King warned Marshall that he would direct units to go ahead with the operation, quote, even if no support of Army forces in the Southwest Pacific is made available, end quote. While MacArthur, Specter writes, declared that the Navy's occupancy was part of a long-time plot to bring about, quote, and MacArthur talking, the complete absorption of the national defense function by the Navy, the Army being relegated to merely base, training, garrison, and supply purposes, end quote. He claims to have been party information back in the Hoover administration that he gleaned info, secret info on the fact that there was this plot to usurp the Army, and this is part of another brick in an intolerable wall. It's a little creepy at this level, isn't it? And yet, it's written so many militaries. Looks like the Japanese, kind of, but other militaries do this too. The solution turns out to be the same sort of thing you see in the other military. The same kind of liaisons and haggling you see from the Japanese, trying to keep their army and navy in sync to see on the American side now. George Marshall ever demands he comes up with a plan to give both his little starlets their song and the musical and an equal number of lives. Everybody gets a piece of the action. A moment in the sun in a multi-phase plan that puts each side in charge in a second. At first, we're going to have the first stage, and that'll be in the Navy stage, and then we'll get to run back. Then there'll be a second stage, this will be Army stage, and then you start doing one, get to run back. And you all play nicely together. It's not your turn. The first stage is going to involve that operation that Admiral King wants to do and wants to do ASAP. He's going to send landing forces and naval assets to take over islands in the Solomons. Tulagi had always been on the list, but in July, early July, the Japanese land on the island of Guadalcanal, right by Tulagi, and start building an air base in TRILLIONAIRE. And this takes an already impatient Admiral King, worried about his golden opportunity here after Midway closing, and like the fire under the rear end of a person who needs no fire lit under his rear end. He's pushing everyone else. We have to invade now. He wants to invade the Solomon Islands in like 3 weeks. And everything's charged this time off. They're doing maintenance, doing crazy outside and picks up right after the MacArthur team, their crisis in command, writes, quote, having won the administrative battle for now, she announced an accelerated timetable for the operation. Once the Japanese airfield on Guadalcanal became operational, it would give them air superiority over the invasion beaches. To ensure that did not happen, she set a target of August 1st, 1942, only 3 weeks away from the invasion. It was stunningly ambitious, and in the eyes of many, unrealistic. All the components of a complex amphibious assault, a landing force, the ships to carry them, other ships to escort them, plus the fuel, supplies, and the ammunition to sustain them, had to be found, gathered, organized, and delivered in a shockingly short time. This, he writes, would be daunting under any circumstances, but especially so in mid-1942, due to the acute shortage of transport. Though the assault was endowed with the code name Operation Watchtower, colloquially it came to be called Operation Shoestring. End quote. This is an understandable, though, military trade-off that is encountered all the time, and there's no always right answer. It kind of depends on conditions, and reasonable and even unreasonable military minds that differ. This is a question if we were attacking now before we were ready, maybe even in a halfway, but catch the enemy off guard. The Japanese were not expecting any counterattack until at least January 1943. That's 6 months from now. It would catch the enemy off guard. Or you wait and delay it several months, get your ducks in a row, rehearse your string, stockpile supplies, get all the different commanders on the same page with the same plan, at 0 hour, coordinated at just the right time, and you will go, like it's June 6, 1944, and you're landing on the beaches in Normandy. That does sound organized, doesn't it? The problem is the delay gives your enemy time to organize as well. And the likelihood is that by then you'll have operational airfields all in that area, potentially hundreds of warplanes in the sky between ships and carriers and transport ships. It's a trade-off. But by the time there's something that's going to involve trade-offs, the smart thing to do is then to ask some follow-up questions, isn't it? What sort of trade-offs are we talking about here? What sort of disadvantages are my men, if I'm the Marine Corps commander, going to have to face as part of these trade-offs? And the Marines going to the South Solomon Islands, they're nothing with that. Little aerial photos, little pieces of the field, but I mean, these dangerous people who lived there a decade ago, and so we come from people about the layout of the land from memory, and there are many famous stories. One of my favorites involves the so-called grassy knoll, or the hill off the beach, because that's what they've been told. Well, there's a slight hill right off the beach, and then the Marines land, eventually they look and they see what appears to be an extinct volcano in the distance. That's the maps they have at all. I can't imagine any of the U.S. forces of any size at all going anywhere in the world today without tons of photos, satellite images, and maps of all kinds. Imagine going in your blind. That's a hell of a trade-off if you're a Marine. they are interesting to tell. I could just say that growing up, and I've said this many times, I feel like in this program, but this show is one where I grew up in the themes of this era, and the era was so powerful that the themes were too. There was a romancing quality to the Marines when I was growing up still. It was a very John Wayne. I mean, when you saw it portrayed in the movies, the Marines had a certain swagger and cachet. And as Army guys never tired of saying, the best PR, management firm in the American military, Army guys are clearly saying that they could be involved in heavy-duty combat somewhere, and if you think you've never noticed that the Marines get on a boat to go from one place to another, and they were in the Army. And we should point out in the middle, sometimes in the future, the Army will actually carry the lion's share of the weight of fighting in this theater eventually. But it's generally the Marines who land on the beach. It's not always, but generally. And Guadalcanal, the first time you look at the subsidiary islands, it's places like TRILLIONAIRE, there's another one called another one called Tanambogo, I believe, and they're all part of the Philippine island chain. Guadalcanal being the fifth one in that movie. Guadalcanal, 85 miles long, 30 miles wide. My stepfather and my father both do remember. My stepfather was there in the second combat, but I'm sure he was going to. So we were basically a Navy family. My brother was in the Navy in the Second World War. My uncle came in the Marine Corps aviator. He was a Marine Corps pilot. So he didn't have to go doing any of those horrible things that my stepfather and father continually warned me about. They used different terms. My dad was a lot more cool about it, just vague about it. But my stepfather said, don't ever find yourself in the Marines. Because they're crazy. The suicide squad. And remember, the Navy guys are the ones who had to take the Marines to the dumping off point on the island and let them off, and then hightail it back to the ship while the Marines have to keep going into the teeth of the defenses, right? And my stepfather said, don't ever find yourself in the Marines. So you'd be dropped off a half mile from the shore, get deep in water, on a coral reef, and have to wade in on the machine gun fire. So don't ever get into a situation where you put yourself into that. You're too smart for that, which is a very big thing. I've been tons of smart movies over my lifetime, and my uncle King was brilliant. When he worked for Donald Douglas after his time out of the service. I think it's just a difference of opinion. My stepfather's attitude is, we want you coming home after a war, and if you're a Marine, your chances of that are lower because they're going to be right there in the middle of it. Some people showing up precisely that reason, though. They're a really interesting breed. They're much romanticized when I was a kid, of course, but some of this based on the truth. I really like the way although Richard D. Frank describes the Marines and this mix that you get during this period between the old timer who was there long before this war was on the horizon for Pearl Harbor, and then this huge flood of people that come after Pearl Harbor. These guys, leave the basic training early sometimes because they're so needed, and these are people who were told, join us if you want to be the first in line action, come to Christian combat with the Japanese, and these are the people who said, yeah, sign me up for that, that sounds good, I don't want to wait around. Cool, like, he doesn't want to go right away, and that about Pearl Harbor. And then they join up with people who are the opposite, sometimes of these green, young, go-getters, let's go get those guys. They're much more like these cynical old-timers who are just dead. You're about to response to the 6-part series. Second, you have not heard the earlier 6 segments, please check those out. Probably not going to hear them before, but this is not going to care about that sort of stuff in each case. Well, I checked it. You're like, I think it's part 6 of the light. Somebody does 1941, a date which will live in infamy. are knowledgeable about the Second World War, and many people are. It's one of those subjects that fascinates the world, and understandably so. People who are aficionados of the Second World War knows that the rhythm of the Second World War reminds you of an opera or a musical theater production where the end is going to be like the end of the world, or Ragnarok, or a Gotterdammerung, and the whole last year of the war is lifting yourself up like a roller coaster going uphill, waiting for that giant hit, where you're building up to that horrific ending. The last year of the Second World War is the worst year of the Second World War. And the kind of numbers that demonstrate that are, for example, casualties, killings. Look at the German death, for example, in January 1945. That's a month headline. The Germans will have more than 400,000 of their soldiers, maybe closer to 450,000 of their soldiers die in that month alone. For comparison purposes, that is more military deaths than the United States suffered, all branches of service, all cause of mortality for the whole war. So Ferguson says the German military loses more soldiers in the last year of the war than the entire rest of the war put together. And some of the latest estimates of casualty numbers suggest the Germans are losing, on average, 10,000 soldiers per day in 1945. So from January 1st to 1918, the war ended in 10,000 a day on average. That is almost twice as many people as the United States lost at the Battle of Antietam, which many military historians consider to be the worst day in U.S. military history, and the Germans were getting it day after day after day. If you think to yourself, and if this would be totally understandable, who cares? Like, the Germans are reaping what they sowed. That would be fine, except it's hard to reach the Germans. In his book, How Wars End, author Gideon Rose says that every month in 1945, between 100,000 and 250,000 non-combatants in Asia were dying again every month due to the actions of Japanese forces. These are data points, but you have to add all the other data points up too. See, the conveyor belt of death, the factory assembly line of human destruction that's going on in 1945, well, really the last year of the war. I mean, you don't have to really imagine too much to just know that the Holocaust is going on during this time period in Europe, and people are dying in those camps every day. So every day the war continues. That tally goes up reliably. I'm reminded of a song by the rock band the MC5 from the late 1960s and 1970s. They wrote a song it's about the Vietnam War, and it's entitled Human Being Lawnmower. And to use imagery as horrific as it is, works better for the Second World War, especially the end of the Second World War, than it does for Vietnam. A lawnmower that cuts human beings instead of blades of grass, or an assembly line that's reliably heading towards a furnace, or a chopping machine with people on it. And the lead singer would say the words the human being lawnmower, he would emphasize what was going on by then saying chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. That's what's going on in the last year of the war. So why is the last year of the war still going on? Peter Ferguson, in his book, The War of the Worlds, quotes an aide to U.S. General Omar Bradley, who was fighting the Third Reich in Europe. And the aide made this statement, Ferguson says, in 1944, and the statement was, quote, if we were fighting reasonable people, they would have surrendered long ago, end quote. We're not fighting reasonable people, clearly. We're fighting a fanatical regime in the Third Reich, which is committed to going down with the ship and taking the entire country down with them. And the Japanese, we've already pointed out, to outside observers who are not Japanese, it always looks fanatical. Hitler and his cohorts know that they're not surviving the post-war period regardless. They're all going to hang at the end of the rope. So maybe that influences their decision to take everything down with them. The propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels famously said, if we have to leave, we'll close the door behind us with a slam that all the world will see on. Maybe that all the German civilians need to go with them. And in the Japanese situation, their military is planning for a last-ditch stand on the home island. If it comes to that, the army thinks they can put 2.5 million Japanese soldiers into Japan's built-up cities, and then add to those numbers with a ton of civilians, and as we said in the last segment, training with bamboo spears by this time and make life impossible for an invading army. What's the goal? What's the end game? Well, both the Germans and the Japanese are hoping to inflict a last big blow against their enemies that causes their enemies to rethink the peace terms. Because as even a cursory understanding of the Second World War makes clear, the peace terms are unconditional surrender. The reason we know that is the Allies made an attempt to broadcast it, make it known to everybody. The terms are you give up and then we decide what we're going to do to you. Now this is controversial. After all, if the terms of surrender are going to be that harsh, the Axis powers are going to fight longer than they otherwise might, which means that the enemy lawnmower's conveyor belt of destruction continues longer. The Holocaust goes on longer. Innocent civilians die in more days. I mean, it's controversial. But there's an attitude, if you look at the sources, that you need an unconditional surrender if you're going to finally end this recurring problem. For the Germans especially, are seen as a recurring problem. My stepfather, who was half German by ancestry, and look at the German history over the past 100 years, right? The Franco-Prussian War, the First World War, the Second World War. That is 3 generations of German youth going off to fighting wars that destabilized the international system. Franklin Roosevelt thought it was crushing or Junker militarism that was at fault, and that countries needed to have finally this tendency rooted out of them. That a free hand would be necessary. We couldn't have some sort of deal, like the deal that ended the First World War. We needed the ability to remake these societies to finally end the repeat offender status of some of these places, right? It would upset the peace of the world. So for many people, it was the entire sacrifice of all 3 of those wars, but especially the Second World War, would be in vain if it didn't end the right way. It's a quote from Assistant U.S. Secretary of State Breckinridge Long that's used in giving Rose's report. He says, quote, "We are fighting this war because we did not have an unconditional surrender at the end of the last one." End quote. It's controversial, though, and people like Winston Churchill sometimes seem to very in his views of his fun, and whether or not he is for it or open to some sort of traditional peace in his book, sort of series, The Second World War, which cannot be taken as gospel truth in the Renaissance. He's bolstering his own post-war image, but he knows that unconditional surrender is controversial, so he tries to defend it. And he says that they tried to sit down and come up with conditional terms, right? There's not going to be unconditional. What should the surrender terms be? And he wrote, quote, "They look so terrible when set forth on paper, and so far exceeded what was in fact done, that their publication would only have stimulated German resistance. They had in fact only to be written out to be withdrawn." End quote. We should also recall that there were political reasons in the Allied alliance for doing this too. The Soviets were very suspicious that the Western Allies had cut separate deal with Germany, and sort of leave them in the lurch. An announced public pledge for unconditional surrender helped bind all the Allies together in that united cause. Right? No one could make a separate peace. But the war would go on longer. And once Japan and Germany were hoping for some sort of last-ditch punch in the nose that would wake the Allies up to the fact that the war could continue for years if we didn't come up with a better peace. I mean, that's really something like the Battle of the Bulge, the Second Battle of the Ardennes in 1944. That could be the only reason to do that. Because there was no war-winning element to that. The whole thing was to do such damage and maybe have a whole bunch of Allied troops sort of surrounded and in danger so you could maybe bargain with them. And in Japan, they were continuing to look for the last great battle that would help wake the Allies up to the idea that unconditional surrender was a bridge too far. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Saipan in July 1944. Well, the Navy, the Japanese Navy, had thought that the war had been decided. Some of the naval experts after the Battle of Guadalcanal, and most of the rest, at least after the Battle of Midway. And the Japanese War Journal of Imperial Headquarters quoted in Richard B. Frank's book, Downfall. They were very open, and this is official, that the war was over in terms of who was going to win. And it said, quote, "We can no longer direct the war with any hope of success. The only course left is for Japan's 100 million people to sacrifice their lives by charging the enemy to make them lose the will to fight." End quote. That is an amazing statement. We'll sacrifice all the people in this country to get a better deal than unconditional surrender. And what was it the Japanese really were holding out for? The emperor. They were worried that an unconditional surrender might mean that the emperor and the entire imperial system would be tossed out. This was something they could not live with. What's more, the idea that the emperor might be treated as a war criminal and might be hung or something after the war was intolerable to a ton of Japanese people, including a ton of civilians. And remember that a decent number of Japanese folks who consider this person a living god. His voice has never even been heard by the public. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that makes this an almost superhuman feature. And the idea that the country might have to lose, there really was 180 people in Japan. It's more like 70 or 75 million. But I mean, that you might have to sacrifice that to keep one guy on the throne? Wow. That's, well, if we were fighting reasonable people, we would have been over already. This is not reasonable. I read a couple of different takes on this that suggest that there's a lot more than the emperor. This is the imperial system, which includes a lot of what we call the oligarchy or the old guard. There's a lot of people who have a stake in the imperial system, and they would all be thrown to the wolves if this went away. But it would seem to be the kind of thing where you're going to keep the human being lawnmower operating at breakneck speed to keep a single guy from the gallows after the war, maybe. The problem Japan has is different than Germany. One of the things we said at the end of the last segment was the famous plot against Adolf Hitler on July 20th, Operation Valkyrie, where a bomb exploded in the meeting room, attempting to take Hitler out. Well, that's an attempt to get rid of the fanatic chief, right? I mean, as I said, we were fighting reasonable people in war over long ago, but in Germany, you got rid of an unreasonable person at the top to have a chance to do that. Japan's government's very different. It's hard to put your finger on who's in charge. And we dealt with this extensively in the first segment of the program, pointing out that Japan's system was one that outsiders certainly, but even insiders sometimes could have a tough time figuring where the buck stops. Author T.W. Toll had written the line is just, I think, sort of perfect summation of that, when he said, quote, "Same institutional defects that had produced Japan's irrational decision to launch the war in 1941 now prevented a rational decision to end it." End quote. And F.C.S. Hayne, in his book, The Wars for Asia, 1911-1945, that said that Japan's government has been called a government by acquiescence for its system of irresponsibility. Well, he said, quote, "Because if everyone is responsible for policy, then policy formation becomes anonymous, so that no one is actually held accountable. The primary value emphasized in decision-making was a consensus reached through informal procedures," end quote. A consensus that required the most die-hard fanatical elements of the military to be on board, and at least the army was not. This, by the way, is why everybody spent so much time talking about the 19th century development of the Japanese constitutional system design and everything. To get into the Second World War, because the Second World War is when major things happen, you just go, it's almost like a tragic moment in Greece to me. It was built into the Japanese system a long time ago, and it only comes out in the system under massive stress, like, from World War. But the fact that the Army and Navy, for example, have an outside control on influence tends to bend decision-making in a more hard-line sort of way. And people who want to talk about things actually put their own lives into do so. So in both Germany and Japan, as the war starts to grind into the last year, anybody who tries to bring up the idea of peace or who suggests that the war may be lost are in Germany, Last year, there were between 10 and 20,000 people already were hung, executed in some other way, soldiers and civilians alike, on charges of what was called 50-7. In Japan, very few countries were doing this, and the military was watching the people and had jailed some people for high levels of misconduct. And Saburo Yanaga, who took the Pacific War, talked about how careful it was translated. He said that the government had to do if there was assassination or a coup, that's the point being that even bringing up what might be a rational question, like didn't you have to have Armageddon, that's the way this whole thing has to go, they get you charged with remaining with the state, and you play some journey, they get you hung. So rationality is just ensure it's fine, it's actively punished by death. Both the average Japanese person who may or may not have wanted to die in the emperor, are they looking forward to actually picking up arms with their women and children and fighting alongside the Japanese army in the built-up areas of Japan, house-to-house, hand-to-hand combat against the Allied forces? They're getting a lot of regular Japanese soldiers. They are once again, we say, well, then they shouldn't start the war, they shouldn't mistreated all the population has dealt with so much, which is a fair point. But let's remember that the Japanese are going to die because they're going to have to be weeded out of all these buildings. Somebody's going to have to be weeding out. And this is what my stepfather was referring to when he was talking about how it was a kind of double-edged sword reading newspapers about how well the war was going. Because my stepdad got into the Second World War at the real tail end, so had been in the 1946 continuation of the war. That's when the war was affected. So like a lot of people by the end of the war, he was kind of trying to time it out in his head. I think it would be over before I'm on the frontline area. Frontline areas is right off the coast of Japan. And you think every time maybe another victory, another island taking another closer hop to Japan, it's more of the shrinking of the black radius of Japan supernova. It's the same as saying we're one step closer to the final battle for Japan's home island, the Ragnarok, right? And you think to yourself, everybody already knows how diehard the Japanese were on all these islands. We've already had to take them. They don't care about as much as the home island, but they still have to go to the other. Nobody's looking forward to that. I just keep thinking about how unnerving the previous to it all would be. If I were a nearly fighting-age young man in the United States in, say, April from May 1945, and I'm reading about the Battle of Berlin, right, the last assault the Red Army launches on Hitler's capital city with Hitler in it. That's the last big battle, right to the end, right to the Ragnarok in Berlin. If I'm reading about that, something that turns into arguably the worst urban combat in human history, the Red Army loses more than 80,000 men in 16 days. The Germans lose more than 20,000 civilians. Hitler kills himself in the bunker with the Soviet troops yards away. It more last week with the Soviet soldiers broken down the bunker doors and stabbed Hitler with a bayonet. And Hitler is not perceived as any more fanatical than Japanese leadership, and maybe your average Japanese loyal soldier is wife, a child, who knows. But for somebody like Bruce Tree reading the paper, this really looks like a horrible preview of what the Tokyo situation is going to look like in a few months when we get to that. And yet the alternative to Ragnarok is to let the human being lawnmower continue to rack up obscene monthly death totals until it stops. There are no good choices on that. The choices are where people like yours truly are individual and just you can't help but look at the choices and become fascinated with. I mean, it's not always for a person who's in the war and chess and all that stuff to think about this in terms of the geostrategic hardware. And the dangers of when you're looking at it now. You have no idea all the little influences and roadblocks and inhibitors and pressures and everything else that is working on the historical figure. I always have this image of coming back in a time machine and hearing someone like your truth say, well, here's what you should have done, and having them say, oh yeah, sure, you don't think I would have done that if I could, but I couldn't because of all these things that remind me of the history of the acting on me. But when that hasn't been said, it's still hard for me to not look at this sometimes like a card game. In 1944, what's fascinating is that year is that the Germans and the Japanese only have a few meaningful cards left to play. A limited amount of Harvard and stockpiled strength. A little bit of rocket fuel, if you will, that they kept aside for just this time. So what do you do with it? What do you use it for? What is a worthy goal to use some of your last remaining strength for if winning the war probably isn't on the table? I never like to say it's never on the table because war is full of weirdness to the degree that you can't ever say that. Somebody's always pulling victory out of jaws. But basically, there are no war-winning cards left to play, and there's no obvious war-winning cards left to play, so how do you play what cards you still have left? That's fascinating. The Germans offensive in late 1944, the one in the second Ardennes, as it's called, the talked about with the ball. That's an example. I think they're fighting over the last card. I've got the stockpile of stuff. Let's use it here. What are we trying to do? Historians and armchair generals ever since have been critiquing that decision. There were a lot of people, even at the time, that maybe would have liked to have seen all of that stockpile strength used against the Red Army instead, to maybe forestall what happened in Berlin long enough to let the Allies get there first. The Western Allies would better get to as well. Regardless, hindsight's 2020. Right. The Japanese cards that they have played, they're playing early on in 1944. They launched an offensive in the Burma India theater March 1944, and then a month later they launched the largest offensive of the war on their part. I think they read the largest offensive in Imperial Japanese Army history with the Ichigo campaign in China. Even the Kofi campaign actually got briefly in the last segment. But the Ichigo campaign was the kind that you look back and you don't even know how the Japanese did it. And we mentioned a long time ago, to me the Japanese was one of the people on the planet that punch above their weight class because they are able to pull off stuff where you would look at their population numbers and their geographical questions and history and things that they're just not going to be by the nation anyway. And I sometimes wonder, looking at their history, if maybe this is happening. We've talked about the limitations of their somewhat dysfunctional, subpar, usually in terms of outcomes, government design. We've talked about the problems that we have with the organization of the military and how there's issues with level officers able to exert an undue amount of control and influence over military policy. These are all things that put the Japanese in very tough situations, and time and again, somehow, despite all of the impediments in the odds against them, the Japanese people managed to pull the fat out of the fire more times than not. In some way, they could be reaching the offensive the Japanese stockpiled ammunition for 2 years. Aviation airfield for 8 months. And then there's this multi-stage offensive that will go from April 1944 to at least December 1944. I believe there's still significant fighting going on in January 1945. With 500,000 Japanese troops, more than 15,000 vehicles, more than 100,000 animals, launched this assault on China that was ferocious. And, we should point out that nowhere in the Pacific was anybody facing armies like 500,000 Japanese soldiers. These are land war in Asia sized armies. And the big battles in the Pacific later on are going to be fractions of this number. The only exception I can think of is the Philippines campaign, which is still to come, but even then, the Japanese are more on the defensive there, whereas in China, on the Ichigo offensive, it is a massive, many-month-long assault. But when you're fighting Chinese armies, which are traditionally very large, and in this campaign, the Japanese are often outnumbered and fighting multiple Chinese armies, lots of troops, very lots of troops. irony of the whole thing is that the Japanese, in large part, succeed in many ways in this offensive. If you were judging this offensive outside of the context of the war, you go, wow, they pulled off a lot of things here. Almost knocked the nationalists out of the war. Didn't take the American air bases they wanted eliminated. Didn't connect these territories they wanted connected. But if somebody didn't go in there and put it out, so what? So you get this giant amount of remaining rocket fuel stored up and saved that you somehow, and you did it in a way that will slow the Allied advance across the Pacific Islands and toward the Japanese homeland at all. Right? Was that a wasted car? You actually achieved a lot of what you wanted to achieve. It actually worked out pretty well, judging by, a non-contextual sort of standard, but in a contextual sort of standard, you can do anything to slow down the losing of the war. Needless to say, it keeps the human being lawnmower working overtime, and 750,000 Chinese soldiers may have been killed. Like 100,000 Japanese is a death toll. Sometimes the numbers are hard to trust and differ source to source. The methodology is different. But there may have been 200,000 Chinese civilian deaths due to this offensive. In the same way that there are critics of Hitler's decision to use some of his last precious rocket fuel against the Western Allies instead of against the Soviets, saying that it was essentially a boon for communism and trapped more of Central Europe behind the Iron Curtain. A similar charge is sometimes made against the Japanese for the Ichigo campaign. For example, Japanese military destroyed Haraki Ketchi, the battle for China proclaims the Ichigo campaign has been a disaster for both the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese. He says the only winners were the communists because they sat back and watched their two worst enemies, the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese, kill each other off. The nationalist and communist Chinese, of course, have been fighting a civil war when the Japanese invasion of China sort of temporarily put a damper on that, but it will spring into new life after the Japanese are defeated. And because perhaps of the damage that was done to the nationalists will lose that civil war. Well, of course, we have a communist China today, so there are some historians who suggest that the Japanese helped give us a communist China. It's interesting and fascinating to contemplate, isn't it? In 1944, Japan was probably the most anti-communist country in the world. It's a historical irony to it. We talk about not getting what you wish for. I happen to find much more intrigue in the Japanese offensive in Burma, the one that kicks off a month before Ichigo. It was supposed to act sort of in tandem with it. To me, it's much more interesting because there's a wild card element involved. And if you're where the Japanese are at this time in the war, wild cards look good. How about playing a Joker card in a campaign, right? You introduce a little chaos somewhere where it might do some good for your war effort. In the war, what can you do? The Japanese effectively Central Burma is known as the Yugo campaign. The Japanese, in Anglo-American histories, it's often referred to as the invasion of India in 1944. Now, most military history accounts of the Yugo campaign state the sort of goals that also don't really do a whole lot to keep Japan from losing the war. Doesn't even really do much to slow it down. I mean, I love the Encyclopedia of Military History by R. Ernest Dupuy and Trevor Dupuy. They describe the Japanese goals this way. By the way, Kawabe and Mutaguchi are two Japanese generals. Kawabe had directed Mutaguchi to prepare for an offensive across the mountains in eastern India with 3 of his divisions, which, with attached units, totaled nearly 100,000 veteran combat troops. The objective was twofold, they write. First, to seize the Imphal Kohima plain of Manipur, the logical assembly area and base for any Allied invasion of central Burma from India. Second, to cut the railroad line into Assam, which passed through Manipur and which carried almost all the supplies into China. So this doesn't sound a whole lot different than the Ichigo campaign. This is sort of sound military objectives that won't keep you from losing the war. objective. Sometimes they'll have a whole paragraph outlining the seizing of the railheads and all these military things, and then add like a couple of words or a single sentence at the end of the paragraph and say something to the effect of, oh yeah, and maybe prompt some sort of a rebellion in India. That little secondary consideration is the most interesting part of this plan to me, and the most scary to a dedicated imperialist like Winston Churchill. In his book, series of books, The History of the Second World War, written not that long after the Second World War, and sometimes you can see it as almost a window into the psychology of Winston Churchill. Churchill doesn't talk at all about seizing the rail hazards. He lays out what the head of the greatest colonial power in human history, his word is. He puts it this way. He says, quote, they, being the Japanese, proposed to invade eastern India and raise the flag of rebellion against the British. End quote. Raise the flag of rebellion against the British. What would that even mean? Well, first we have to recall the global situation in 1944. A ton of the world are colonial possessions during this time period. And you go look at the map. And a lot of the places that aren't colonial possessions are de facto ones, where they're sort of under the control of other people. I mean, but almost all of Africa is colonized during this period. Most of the places that the Japanese took over after the Pearl Harbor attack, they didn't take from the indigenous peoples. They conquered those places from the colonial countries that had taken them over a long time ago. I mean, the Japanese threw out the Dutch, who were controlling places like Java and Sumatra. They threw out the French, who were in Indochina, right? Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam today. They threw the British out of Burma. And now the British were in India. And what the Japanese did in cloud seeded the revolution there. We started the cloud seeding revolution. But if you look at the histories of the late 1940s after the Second World War, the 1950s, the 1960s, really into the 1970s, there are so many wars and struggles and political problems that one could broadly classify as the unraveling of colonialism. The Vietnam War is as a result of the unraveling of colonialism. And so many of these places that will fall into these categories in the decades after the Second World War have the seeds and the nucleus of those things in existence already. I remember a history professor pointing out that one of the key amplifiers and accelerators of this process was that the Japanese didn't just throw out these colonial powers that took over these countries from them. They threw them out quickly and at the same time. So instead of the Dutch having to win the Indies, and then 10 years later the French having to win Indochina, and then 10 years after that the British having to win India, the Japanese threw them all out in a matter of months and kept them out of those territories for years. And so when those countries evicted the Japanese and regrouped their colonial possessions, those colonial possessions had not had their colonial masters there for some time. It's tough to put those genes back in the bottle, especially in those areas weren't too happy with the colonial masters already. India was a perfect example of that. By 1944, there are some seriously angry Indians, and they're angry at the British. Recall our conversation earlier on, when we talked about how the Indians, who already were for years before this time, advocating for independence from Britain, how they even found themselves in the Second World War. It was a slap in the face. The British Viceroy just said, we're in. Didn't ask Indian leadership or the top people in India at all. In 1942, when talks broke down on Indian independence, Mahatma Gandhi, called Mahatma Gandhi, the great soul, he started to quit India campaign. He says they're not going to cooperate with the war effort. For his troubles, he was thrown into jail along with most of the leadership of his political party. There will be something like 100,000 Indians thrown into prison during this time period. There will be riots, rebellions, protests, and some of these protests troops will open fire, and hundreds, if not thousands, those numbers are debatable, will be killed. There is a famine in Bengal in 1943, which we also mentioned, which will stretch into 1944, which it's a very controversial issue. It's often blamed on war-related things, and a guy who gets the lion's share of the blame on the part of some people, at least in churches, it's called genocidal by some Indians today. But millions will die in this. It contributes to the news. Brigadier Peter Young, who wrote a book in the 1970s called The Dictionary of Battles, claims that it was taking 100,000 British and Indian soldiers to keep the lid on unrest in this country. So this is even before the Japanese make their moves here. Worth pointing out that India is not the kind of place, no country is, especially not India. It is of like mind about anything. It is an enormous country and potentially the most diverse country I've ever seen top to bottom side to side. And it was even bigger in this period than it is now because its territories included the modern states of Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. Some of these people support the British. There are princely groups, for example, that have an arrangement with the colonial powers. The Muslims and the Hindus have different opinions on things. As mentioned earlier, there's 2.5 million Indian soldiers fighting for the Allies. But there's also Indian soldiers fighting with the Japanese against the Allies. It's a much smaller number. But in this campaign, this invasion of India in 1944, we're going to play an important role. They're led by a charismatic Indian figure named Subhash Chandra Bose. And, if you wanted to make a really poor analogy, I apologize for this, but Gandhi and Martin Luther King have some similarities. Because Martin Luther King modeled some of his tactics like Gandhi's nonviolent approach. So if you want to equate those two, then Subhash Chandra Bose is more like an unreformed version of Malcolm X. His attitude is much more of, by any means necessary. Similar to Gandhi eschewed violence to get the British out of India, Bose embraces it. And he's leading a bunch of Indian troops. I think the Indian army fighting the Japanese is like 16,000 to 17,000 people. I think it's either 7,000 or 8,000 in this assault on India. A lot of these Indians were POWs, and they were offered a chance. And when Singapore fell, a lot of them fell in the Japanese hands. They were offered this chance to be in horrific POW conditions or join this army. And a lot of them, I'm surprised they did. But Bose is involved in trying to tell the Japanese commander, listen, you just keep the British military forces here, and I will go into India with these Indians will carry Indian flags of independence, and we'll raise India to rebellion. What would happen if that actually occurred? I mean, I can't think of any card the Japanese could play at this point in the war that would create more, pardon the Star Wars reference, but more of a disturbance in the Allied force than prompting a rebellion in India. Now, because India is not of one mind, I don't think we've ever seen anything like India just flip to the Axis powers. But you can easily see India descend into chaos, because you'll see it after the Second World War, during the chaos involving independence. And India is one of those countries that 5 minutes after it descends into chaos, you had a humanitarian catastrophe on your hands. If it's taken 100,000 British and Indian troops to keep India then left under control, without any of that, what's it going to take if India goes sideways on the Allies? What's more, if you really want to start talking about fascinating what-ifs or counterfactuals, why would this stop at India? Those of you who remember the Arab Spring not that long ago will recall how amazing it is to see how quickly an idea and move, if you will, spread. We once described ideas like an intellectual contagion, and there were many people who said that the Arab Spring was only made possible because of modern-day communications. But that happened many times in the past. Those of you who look at the famous year of 1848, the so-called Year of Revolutions, and how many revolutions sprung up in so many different countries at once. And what if the Japanese could cloud seed the revolution here on the part of a bunch of these colonially oppressed, what a good way to put it, subject people? It's a Joker card, right? To introduce a little chaos into the equation and see what happens. And let's recall that the Japanese propaganda has been laying the groundwork for this for years. That's why we brought it up much earlier in this conversation. I think maybe the very first segment when we talked about Pan-Asianism, which is an intellectual doctrine with a long history, and many countries have their own version of it. But the Japanese believed it that injected it into their concept of economic theory, the famous East Asia called prosperity sphere. They were consistently saying things like their troops were pushing from Asia for the Asiatics. We had quoted again in the first show, I think, that Japanese soldier who said that he was fired up by his teacher back in, I think it was their version of high school. He was talking about the white man, what he was doing in Asia to Asians. And that same teacher talked about black folks in the United States, Native Americans in the United States, and the Japanese soldier said he was fired up to free all these people. In 1943, the Japanese had the big show of giving independence to a bunch of these countries, like Burma, for example, and really see them. It's a great propaganda tool. And back in 1941, to name just one example, the Japanese foreign minister said, quote, Japan is determined to shatter the white man's mastery over all the Orient. End quote. If you are a British man in London reading the London Times in the morning, or a Frenchman in Paris reading the equivalent, that sends a chill up your spine. But if you're a Vietnamese person in French Indochina, or a Burmese person in Burma, or an Indian person in India, and many of those people, if you look at the rules sometimes, not all places are the same, but they're living under rules that make them seem like second-class citizens. Some of the rules I've seen remind one of the Jim Crow South or apartheid South Africa. But the Japanese driving out your colonial rulers from far away from your homeland might look a lot more like liberation than conquest. The Japanese have only been able to walk a little bit better and live up to their hype a little bit. Who knows what they might accomplish? But as we said over and over, and I don't know if that's because the entire thing is nothing, this is what I've been growing up, but there's nothing but a fickle of Japanese global imperialism the whole time, or whether it was a case of the Japanese right hand not knowing or caring what the Japanese left hand was doing. Oftentimes the military people seem a lot more dismissive of this idea of danger for the Asiatics, and the Japanese are the tip of the spear for Asian independence than Japanese intellectuals, citizens, or soldiers do. The cause was done, or if you think about it, though. I mean, many of the people fighting on the good guy side and the bad guy side in a whole lot of wars think they're fighting for good reasons. I'll never forget the Nazi daggers emblazoned with the phrase, God is with us. Bottom line, though, is that even though something like that is a huge long shot, the Japanese might be trying to cloud seed the revolution here, and that's a fascinating concept when you're down to your last few cards. Indian insiders on the British, we have a circumstance where the great supply center for the entire Asia war from the British Empire would be unusable or cut off. According to Brigadier Peter Young in his book, A Dictionary of Battles, it's already happening with sabotage and everything else. Now, as a guy who rather swings at offensive at this point in the war, if I'm the one playing the Japanese geostrategic card hand, or throw a Hail Mary pass, or put all of my chips on one last roll of the die, or one spin of the roulette wheel, this idea feels to me a lot more than it used to. The problem, of course, is the way it's carried out. The Japanese do something that, once again, I try to figure out in American equivalent. If an American army went into battle without enough supply, and the plan was to take a chance on them starving to death, I wonder how the American people would react to that. And never enough, because the Japanese are going to do this multiple times in Burma. There's a diversion in the fact that they launched before the U.S. campaign in a place called Aragon, and the Japanese plan on not providing enough supplies for their troops. I guess that's a good way to get away from the supply problem, right? Just not supply enough, but the country is difficult to supply regularly. The Japanese will do the same thing in the Burma campaign, where they send their troops to attack Impal and Kohima are the places, and they need to give something like 20 or 21 days worth of supplies. The goal, they say, is to take what you need to live, the bullets you need to fight, the food you need to eat, The medical supplies you need to take care of your wounded from the enemy after you defeat them. Which of course leads to the very interesting question, what happens if you don't? Or what happens if you don't defeat them in time to have what you need before the supplies run out? Well, it's a catastrophe, right? And while General ootd is issuing press releases saying that this giant offensive is going to change the whole complexion of the war, real rah-rah stuff, some of his divisional commanders clearly see what's about to happen here. When he spoke to Argito's War, Francis Pike talked about one of the Lieutenant General, I believe the pronunciation is correct, Sato. And Sato's troops are going to have to cross the Chili River, which is sort of like the dividing line, in order to make these attacks. And Pike writes, Lieutenant General Kataku Sato, commanding the 31st Infantry Division, had to transport his troops 1,000 miles before the offensive was launched. He was deeply pessimistic about the plans for the campaign, though he was partially mollified by promises of 250 tons of supplies before March 25th, and then 10 tons per week afterwards. None of these supplies actually arrived. Before leaving the Chinwin, Pike writes, Sato toasted his fellow officers with champagne, telling them, quote, I'll take the opportunity, gentlemen, of making something quite clear to you. Miracles apart, everyone is likely to lose his life in this operation. It isn't simply a question of the enemy's bullets. You must be prepared for death by starvation in the mountain fastnesses. End quote. Pike then says they were prophetic orders. End quote. Now, you don't see a lot of starvation. I mean, real, like, dying from hunger starvation amongst modern armies. But in fairness to the Japanese, part of the problem here is the terrain. These awful countries try to get supplies and troops through. So much of the Asia Pacific theater is, and we've used a line from several of my history books, sort of a fan amongst Japanese troops comparing the relative merits of places they might find themselves serving in life. One of them was that heaven was Java, hell was Burma, but no one returns alive from New Guinea. And we were trying to point out when we said that how terrible a place to fight New Guinea was, but Burma, if it's better, is only better by nth degree. It has the same combination of wonderful terrain types that make a place like New Guinea so difficult to fight in. Heavy jungle, really high mountains. Actually on the way to the Himalayan range, so you get these 7,000-foot mountains with heavy jungle. And the jungle is so heavy, the British commander makes a mistake in thinking that the Japanese won't be able to get large numbers of troops through it. He's wrong about that. But the Japanese won't be able to get lots of supplies through it, which contributes to the starvation problem. The other issue with terrain like this is it is absolutely made for disease. It is one of the wettest places in the world. Burma's wetter. Up to 5 inches of rain a day during the monsoon season, and the monsoon season lasts half the year. It pretty much shuts down military operations, which is part of the reason why we haven't seen as much action in Burma, although there's been skirmishing and some things going on. We really only have half a campaign season. But the disease is as bad as the worst places in the Asia Pacific theater. Start with malaria and work your way down to an exhausted list. The majority of casualties are caused by disease and not by enemy bullets. And sometimes some of these units reach disease casualty rates of like 600%. And 600% means that people are coming back from recuperation and getting it again. That new people are being brought in as replacements. If they're getting sick, it is completely muddy once the rain starts, and there's only a few good modern roads, and those places become the key points that are fought over. The army that the Japanese are fighting is one of the most diverse in the world, and I often try to imagine myself as a Japanese soldier during this time period from a small island nation. You find yourself in Burma, and in the north you're fighting Chinese troops and American troops, sometimes Chinese and American troops together. In this campaign, you're fighting the British Empire, whose armies are some of the most diverse ever fielded. So you have your troops from Great Britain, of course, your Englishmen, your Scotsmen, your Welshmen. I'm sure there are some Irish guys there, there always seem to be. But then you have a ton of Indians from all over India. You have the famous Gurkhas from Nepal who fight with the British. And then you have a bunch of people from sub-Saharan Africa and West Africa, the colonial regions are called. But those form a multitude of modern-day African countries. The poor Japanese person is getting like a visual representation through the diversity of the army that they're facing, of the depth of Allied power and resources right here. Here's the way Yasmin Khan described the kickoff of this campaign. The Japanese like to launch the project she runs wherever it starts this offensive. The Japanese implement the ambitious encouraging immediate territory. But by 1944, the Allies were fully prepared for it. In March 1944, the Japanese pushed into the northeast and advanced along the Imphal-Dimapur road in an attempt to cut Imphal supply. Oh, wow. Are you familiar with California or
Sharing 30 seconds. It's compatible. It's undeniable. It's incredible. We talked about this for 30 seconds recently. Four, 10. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, looking out. I tell you, that's free on the floor. Really? Shit. Yeah, that's 30 seconds.
lines, and it captured the strategically pivotal Kohima. The 14th Army, an eclectic collection of nearly 500,000 troops, including British infantrymen, Canadian and American pilots, the Assam Rifles, the King's African Rifles, and troops from the Gold Coast, had been trained, equipped, and honed into a modern fighting force by now. Among the infantry, morale was high. There was an effective organizational esprit de corps, and a powerful air support gave the Allies a distinct advantage. Nonetheless, the Japanese made a massive thrust, sending in 85,000 men, far more than had been expected, and for a time it was as if they might cut off and occupy northeast India at Kohima. But in stark contrast to 1942, she writes, the Japanese quickly became overstretched, and their supply lines were bogged down over hundreds of miles of difficult terrain, winding back into Southeast Asia. End quote. Basically what happens is the British are ready for this assault, but it just happens sooner than they thought it was going to happen, with greater strength than they expected, and more quickly than they accounted for. This puts them at a disadvantage initially. The Japanese are able to get around the flanks of a bunch of units. They cut one major force off that has to fight its way out, and then they basically surround their two areas that they were after. Windfall and Kohima. There's a mountainous village that's heavily jungled like 80 miles north of Windfall, and Windfall Plain is a large, relatively open area. The Japanese will basically put both of them under siege, and several times try to assault them and overrun them. Part of the reason for the heroism here is that not only are they cut off, but the British Imperial forces are vastly outnumbered. There's 15,000 to 20,000 Japanese attacking Kohima, for example, and something like 1,800 defenders at Kohima. This is actually funny. This is both a little-known affair, especially outside the British Empire and the Japanese homeland today. And yet, it was voted in 2013, I believe, Britain's greatest battle of the modern era, beating out such famous encounters as Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo and the British landings at Normandy on D-Day. And yet, the victory was won by an army that's known as the Forgotten Army. So does that tell you something? There's a couple of reasons that might explain this, starting with the terrain. Jungle and mountain terrain has a way of frustrating large forces being used, and in an earlier discussion when we were talking about the Guadalcanal and places like that, we quoted from Eric Berger's book, Touch with Fire, when he talks about how so much of the fighting evolved down to like squads and companies and patrols and things like that that are very different than what the large armies in North Africa or the Western Eastern Front in Europe and even they're dealing with. When you put Japan's last hit for victory invasion of India in 1944, Author Robert Lyons describes it this way, quote, when Field Marshal Sir Archibald Wavell, the Viceroy of India, visited headquarters 14th Army in August, August 1944, he was perplexed by the nature of the fighting, describing it in a letter to London as taking place strangely in what he called petty packing. He was right. The battle did not involve mass brigades and divisions, fighting in carefully choreographed coherence on a perhaps traditional model, if a normally chaotic battlefield could ever be described as thus, but was instead, Lyman writes, a confused and disparate section and platoon, sometimes company-level struggle.
This is a picture of a shadow of a woman and a child or a person and a child. And that shadow is a picture of somebody close.
And the swampy terrain around Bush's. None of the land battles were directly interconnected. The struggles for the north and northeast, the south and southeast, being conducted largely independent by both attacker and defender. Then I was waiting for my long to let it. This battle is a very strange for it, and a battle usually meant one really horrible day. The really terrible battles in human history up until the modern era are 2 or 3 days long. Now, we're not talking about sieges that can go on for months or even years, but a battle is generally something in a small enough area where you can get above the fray and the dust and the commotion and the chaos into a hill, maybe with a little spyglass. You can usually see the whole thing. Not here. Not in the 20th century. You're better off referring to these things to avoid confusion, and they often are referred to, instead of battles, as operations. Operations that are the sum total of thousands of potentially fatal tasks. So when you read the accounts of a veteran in these modern operations, their entire war experience.
Oh my God, this amazing, fundamental, incredible, nothing.
Maybe when they ran into a concealed gun in a hill a mile away from the road that they're on, shuts down road traffic until they can figure out a way to outflank the gun and take it out, right? That's one of those, thousands of little potentially fatal tasks that when you add them all together equals an operation, like the ball calling the campaign. But it sure makes it less dramatic in the big picture sense and much harder to follow. But in the small unit sense, it is as dramatic and horrifying as any encounter you find in war. Maybe worse. If you look at the big picture timeline, the first week of March, the Japanese crossed the river, it said they blow past the flanks of one major unit surrounded and has to fight its way out, then it advance on Senegal and Kokusa and managed to put those places under siege. This has been an earlier war. Those places would be cut off, and the British and Imperial troops in those places would begin to run out of ammunition. They wouldn't have any reinforcements. They would run out of medical supplies. They would run out of food, and that would be gone. The difference here, though, is, and this is what frustrates the Japanese, the Allies have the ability to supply the cut-off areas by air. This is huge, and it's a new development. Right? It's only really in the Second World War that the capability existed to even try this, and past attempts have been hit or miss, to say the least. I mean, when the German army was surrounded by the Soviets at Stalingrad, the Luftwaffe tries to fly in supplies, and they can't manage to provide anywhere near enough. We're in starving army, running out of ammunition, and have to surrender. But here, there are American air assets that have been flying supplies over what's called the hub, which are a bunch of mountain ranges in China. It's also called the Skyway to Hell. And the British are able to borrow some of these big, heavy supply planes to add to their Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, which they're using in mostly ground attack roles, to change the entire equation and begin to supply their cut-off troops with what they need to keep fighting. And recall, the Japanese have only a limited amount of this stuff themselves. They can't do the air supply thing. And they can't take the supplies of the people that they cut off and are fighting in Paul and Kohima. They're going to run out of supplies themselves. I like the way the British general in charge of this operation described it. By the way, Lieutenant General William Swift is a very fine general. He cops to his mistakes initially here, underestimating the Japanese speed and size and whether or not they can get through the jungle with their troops. But then explains really the entire battle in the terms that will decide it. He says, quote, as I struggled hard to redress my errors and to speed by rail and air these reinforcements, I knew that all depended on the steadfastness of the troops already leading the first impetus of attack. If they could hold until help arrived, all would be well. If not, it will be a disaster. End quote. So that's what has to happen. I mean, the air supply helps, but bottom line, it's a question of heroism. And I am not a glory guy when it comes to war. In the camp of William Tecumseh Sherman, the American general, who had said that war's glory is all nation. I don't think killing other people's glorious. But I think surviving against incredible odds, putting up with privation and hardship, doing unendurable for the sake of whatever is motivating you to do so can often be heroic. And it's a shame that things like the colonial overtones, or to the Japanese or the Germans, the evil cause in which you're fighting, that somehow or sometimes overshadows the heroism of the troops involved. Um, Rarely in combat accounts where the troops are talking about things like, a German soldier saying he's ready to fight and die for more land ground for Germany, right? Or an American who's fighting and dying world, or a Japanese soldier who's fighting and dying to conquer and control other Asian peoples, or even a British soldier from maybe or a place like that, ready to lay down his life so Britain can maintain its colonial dominance in a place like India. That's generally not what it's about. And bottom line, of course, it's about kill or be killed. But above that, maybe some accounts where soldiers are fighting for a comrade, or the esprit de corps of the group they belong to, or maybe just to not let down those other people that are depending on them. I mean, it's very baseline, and your moral and your horizon shrinks, and the lens you're using is very narrow, and so I don't like that idea. And this is the problem with me. I have a hard time sometimes trying to figure out how to portray this whole event because it's so overshadowed the colonial question. Were troops fighting with the British mercenaries fighting for the colonial master, or were they heroes fighting for post-war Indian independence? I mean, it's a complicated question. And as John Toll wrote in his book, The Rising Sun, this whole Burma campaign is an ideological and geographic nightmare, but that shouldn't overshadow what was done there by all the soldiers on all sides. And read some of the accounts. First of all, the Japanese threw themselves at the enemy wave after wave, sometimes suicidally. The British General Flynn was very critical of the throwing away of Japanese lives. He also had a true admiration for the Japanese having fighting people because well, let me just quote what's said in the reminder sheet last book for victory. Quote, with the difficulties posed by the climate, it is a stark reminder to any British Commonwealth troops who have not yet experienced the toughness of their adversaries of just how extraordinarily fit and physically hardy were the Japanese, how committed they were to achieving their objectives, how apparently unconcerned they were with regard to human comfort, and how determined they were to be with the Emperor through their officers demanded or die in the attempt. Repeated, fanatical, and suicidal attacks were thrown at the British, Indian, and Gurkha defenders, and counterattacks had to face the toughest defensive positions imaginable, prepared by men whom General Flynn was to describe as warrior ants. As the days went by, the battlefield became one large charnel house, littered with bodies and very,
Just Mike, are you thinking about relieving yourself and your people? Like, yeah, like, like you're gonna be thinking, oh, dude, that's so good. That's all my thing. Right. There's the fuck is this? Is this? Oh. Yo, dog. Dog. Yo, dog. Are you gonna milk yourself? Okay. Are we going milk? I mean, what up? 90, it's gotta be 95% of anything that is milk. But no, it's generally milk. Typically. Why you like milk so much? Those can't think of the word. It is to be. They want it like. Really? Yeah. What? This stuff, yeah. Lady, that's not good. What are you looking?
for faithful profit, all the while the real estate energy stands for. Did you know that? See, I was just sitting here writing my Gina told me that I might not make that for the book. So that's an abuse of power, so I said, that's really much down the structure. So we're doing all the habits. We're doing some poverty. Nothing to put all the great people that walk the door and go around there before. It's just basically a simple one, but I think it's the biggest challenge of all. And that comes from Matthew 18:22. So Jesus said, forgive up to 490 times. So you look at that passage, forgive, you're releasing your own burdens, you're giving more. That's right. I think it's challenging, don't you think, honey? I gotta ask you this, if you don't mind. What do you do for a living? What's your background? You always have interesting jobs and some interesting things. So I went on to Congo and I stayed with the tour and work. That's right. And I was the owner for 20 years and then I retired as a okay, that's good. But you have your highly educated in so many areas too. I love when you call and say thanks so much for that because everything else it's always difficult. This is just very positive and bright and not being out there for them too. If you go into the locations that you want to visit, there's all those tours. You're only going to constantly. People just sitting in front smiling away because learning the information that they went there to go for and without a doubt that's where you want to be. Learn and hopefully and teach them as you will. Let's go to walk our line number one type of area out of that's California Day. Yeah, it's California and yeah, correct. And what's that? What is that, northern or southern? I was just went here Palm Springs and from yeah, we do it on area. Oh, you got it great. We have a hotel, the View Hotel. It's both concentrated a lot of beautiful activities. Oh, I like this place that we have to but I was just here almost every night. There's a lot of those stuff. Really? Really? So what's going on in that area? Oh yeah, we have actually witnessed one which is called the Catskill of this UFO down on the Bachelor property. There we have all these 12 acres roughly, and one spot over the hotel, we have this big 20 vehicle spot, which will be started up the west coast for that. It's what's resort on time. What is it called? What's resort? It's resort. We're trying to do a golf activity. Like there's resorts, the golf spot experience. So it's typically we do after vertical farming, there's water in the air, power, that is good water generated. It's really good water. I have a good water generator. It's good water like all day long. You don't have to carry water from the water. And, the reason so much of this water is they want to get it in. They want to get water from the water. And so that's the moral activity. Because you don't want to stick in water plant. They're not asking to set it off ground after it's been on and more set it off this research. Not ground. And so that's a good water generator. It's called for that. Oh, and you also have one particular power. And we're talking about people, that are retired people that are in the doctors and taking care of us. And when we're young, and when we're old, and so our food sports, and you can tell us, if you just know, everybody has these strategies to stronger, and muscle health, and muscle physical, temptated with retired biology, still active, they're in 60s class. Well, yeah, okay. Well, resort? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so all that combined with what you're talking about, what we want to do, right? Yeah. Yeah. And don't forget that out. It's not cool. It's definitely, yeah.
know, down to have something similar at that time. Now, I can tell you that I'm one of those people that is totally experienced what you have experienced today. And you're actually too. This is why I was living in Florida in Long Beach off of Sarasota, and I was inside my place. It's a 12-mile island right on the west coast. Beautiful place. I wasn't very long and very quiet. It was I can't remember what time of year it was. I believe it was spring season, which is a little bit before Yankee, but if you know anything about Florida, you know it's going to be very, when it's up about 9 o'clock, blacker. It's dead day. And I was sitting in, I guess, just watching TV, and I'm hearing a funny go by. And the interesting thing about Lumber 2 is, and I think it's still this way, but if you go far enough to say, hey, because we have the international airport, it's just kind of across the bay there, and they say, hey, do not fly planes over our sea. And they have no goal, and they can realize to make that happen, to where the planes don't go over that sea, that island, longer. Nowadays, very nice to do very noisy because it's that close, right? So it's very nice to that's not the case. So I'm watching TV, and I hear this plane going over, and I'm thinking, what the heck is this? And after, because it was pretty loud, and I thought, I didn't want to do that. I never noticed that. And then I remember, wait a minute, they're not supposed to fly over. That was some sort of guideline rule or whatever you call that. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. We're not going to do nothing about it. And we did that. And I remember that plane, the thing on the thing I didn't know it. We were about, when you go to the yard, it was so loud that I couldn't even hear the TV that's about 60 listening. So I finally, because it was so long that that plane was hung out there and didn't fly over. I thought, there's something not right here. We go outside, and it's just, it's pretty normal in Florida, it's everywhere on TV, anytime. They're after the home. And it was just really cool with water outside. Just always good things. And I look up, and I didn't see the food. And the sound continued to sound like a big jet going over. You know that sound. And I've been hearing that sound, and it never ended. Exactly what you described, right? That's exactly what Barry described. That's exactly what I heard. It never went away. When I was outside, it was still happening. It was still a silent other than that sound, but it didn't go away. Throughout the rest of that meeting, I mean, I looked around and people like for us, anybody else was up, and it's not my surprise that everyone was there like I'm doing it there. But it's enjoyable, but it was in the next couple of days that I would go outside, because I thought that was going to be amazing. No one else said anything about it. Nobody said a word. No one mentioned it. It wasn't in the newspaper. It wasn't reported anywhere else. No one else brought anything else up like it. The next night, I heard what sounded like bulldozer moving dirt, huge bulldozers up in the sky. Like 3 or 4, and I'm thinking, I just, my impression was God is creating something new, just like bulldozers who were pushing dirt, and then you bring them along, you will be nothing to do to it. And then another class leader. Yeah, I've heard other people saying the same thing, and I found that interesting. And thank you so much for that phone call. Again, absolutely amazing. International line, let's talk to Carl. We're going to be Carl, Australia 1 and 2 from Canada. Hey, what's your name? Is it Carl? Hey, Carl. How are you? Yeah, so what's the economy? Hey, all the people with the show,
bury the dead. And you can even look, by the way, at the photographs, and as the battle goes on, the areas that are highly settled would go from, heavy, lush jungle where you can't see 5 feet in front of your face to terrain that looks like First World War battlefields, especially the ones that used to be forests, but have been shelled into wasteland. General Slim actually says that the battle for Kohima is the only one he'd seen in the Second World War that reminded him of the First World War. Hard to know which is different. Kohima, the British forces, the Imperial forces, were so badly outnumbered that they eventually get pushed onto one hill, something like 350 square meters, and they will be fighting over tennis court. And actually, it's called the tennis court, where the Japanese are on one side of the tennis court, fighting British Imperial forces on the other side of the tennis court, and they're throwing grenades at each other for days and days and days. That's not glorious, but it's heroic on both sides. When he spoke to Tito's War, author Francis Hyde tries to give a sense of what the fighting was like and writes, quote, most famously, there was a 5-day tussle across the tennis courts belonging to the deputy commissioner's bungalow. Soldiers dug in on either side had to live through torrential rain and eat, shit, and sleep in their trenches. The courts were covered in the bloated bodies of slain Japanese soldiers. Enormous black flies filled the air. The stench of death was gut-wrenching. Major John Nettlefield observed, quote, the place stank. The ground everywhere was plowed up with shell fire, and human remains lay rotting as the battle raged over them. Flies swarmed everywhere and multiplied with incredible speed. Men wretched as they dug in. End quote. I continues, quote. Hand grenades rather than tennis balls crisscrossed the court. The resilience of the defenders proved the morale that General Slim had instilled in his troops. In one notable engagement, John Harmon, son of the millionaire owner of Mundy Island, a lance corporal with the Queen's Royal West Kent Regiment, single-handedly charged the Japanese trench, killed its 5 occupants before being fatally shot returning to his own line. Dying in his company commander's arms, he gave his last words, I got the lot. It was worth it. End quote. But this is unsustainable for the Japanese because unlike their opponents, they are running out of supplies. And not just food, but ammunition, bullets, shells, medical stuff, everything. When you look at the numbers that the Japanese units were reduced to, I have a hard time finding similar numbers in any conflict anywhere because normally units break and run when they hit those kinds of numbers. There was one situation that I recall, one soldier says that the losses have been dreadful. The regiment had started out 3,800 strong and now just had a few hundred men left, and many of them invalids. General Sato asks his superior, General Noguchi, a man often referred to as a blockhead by some of his subordinates, permission to retreat. He's denied. He asks again, and he's denied. And then says, quote, this is shameful. Noguchi should apologize for his own failure to the dead soldiers and the Japanese people. End quote. General Noguchi's response is to sack General Sato and send a subordinate with a sword to him so he can kill himself, which Sato refuses to do. Noguchi will do the unthinkable here and sack 3 of his divisional generals, one for incompetence, one for ill health, and Sato for disobedience. Sato doesn't care. He orders his troops to retreat. Right around the same time that the monsoons open up. The Japanese on the defensive are just as difficult for the Allies to deal with as they are on the offensive. I mean, they have to be dug out position by position at huge cost to the Allied soldiers who have to do this. We took Japan last week for victory. Author Robert Lyman tries to give a sense of how hard it was to take the Japanese out of these defensive positions. He says that British imperial forces ate away slowly at the Japanese defenses has been quoted. Nowhere were such gains made, but by gradual perseverance and the application of focused firepower, the Japanese were destroyed, bunker by bunker, trench by trench. Rarely did the Japanese run or retreat, remaining to die where they fought. Lieutenant Lincoln Haggett of the Georgians considered the Japanese to be magnificent trench warriors. Quote, every army in the world talks about holding positions for the last man. Virtually no other army, including the Germans, ever did. But the Japs did. Their positions were well sighted, and they had a good eye for ground. They relied on rushing and shouting in the attack. We thought they were formidable fighting insects and savages. We took few prisoners, about 1 or 2 in the whole war. We wanted prisoners, but wounded men would have a primed grenade under them. So stretcher bearers were very careful. End quote. British General William concurs. He says, quoted quote, whatever his thoughts about the capabilities of Japanese commanders, Slim was profuse in his admiration for Japanese troops. There can be no question of the supreme courage and hardihood of the Japanese soldiers who made this effort. I know of no army that could have equaled them. Reading of the Japanese experiences in the retreat is horrifying. They literally are starving to death. When the skies open up and the rain starts, it turns into a weather version of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. The troops are committing suicide left and right. The Japanese refer to the road out as the road of human remains. It's often translated as the road of bones. There are stories of soldiers taking grenades, sometimes in pairs, and they will embrace their comrade and blow up a grenade between them. There are medical orderlies injecting wounded troops with something to kill them quickly. Eating grass, potatoes, snails, lizards, snakes, monkeys, anything they can get their hands on. It's one of the worst retreats I've ever read about. And when it's over, the Japanese between the fighting in Kohima and Impal was under siege by like 88 days before it was broken, and the diversionary attack in the Arakan area, about 65,000 Japanese died. Most of those fatalities occurred during the retreat and were caused by either suicide, disease, or starvation. The Allies suffered a fraction of the number of deaths, and according to author John Poland, quote, in all, 65,000 men died, more than 2.5 times the number lost on Guadalcanal, and about as many as fell on Leyte. Yamaguchi, his chief of staff, and senior staff officers were relieved of their posts, as was Kawabe and his chief of staff. The command shakeup and the destruction of the 15th Army, the Japanese 15th Army, infected every other unit in Burma, and by the end of the year, Japanese rule was at the point of collapse. This is one of the worst defeats in Japanese history. Some historical sources call it the worst defeat they ever suffered up till this time. And yet, interestingly enough, this is considered to be a souvenir in front of the war. It's not a decisive one, as he says, he didn't play a bunch of cards. What can this card do to force all Japanese to do? Which is coming at an increasingly rapid pace from another geographic direction entirely in the Pacific. And so this is the last one we were talking about that we left off from our second year in 1944. This has been long Saipan was taking American silence. The last Japanese snipers are coming out of the trees. American naval construction, which is the sea that they're out there building. The Japanese are all they know it. We realize round trip from America's land, super bomber, which is 29, never used against children, by the way. It looks like an early 1950s Cold War bomber, rather than the Second World War bomber. As soon as they get them to these islands and all of the necessary forfeitures, and there it is finished, the bombing starts. The Japanese do not have to imagine what it might be like to have this big bomb, or this real photographs of some people their access on right now. By 1945, at the end of the war, I believe the most real and large diagram is only Heidelberg. This is the big one that I recall Heidelberg. Special in that regard. You want to go see what Germany used to look like? Yeah, because the Heidelberg, unless you can see the recreation, they rebuilt some of it to look just like the war. They had a theater view, they used to little buildings and like a movie set. So what are they supposed to do? That generation in Germany create the conditions where the cultural, architectural heritage of the Germans, forever into the future, is gone. And nothing wants to suffer as a cultural monument, but we all suffer because it's gone. One generation to be could cost. It's the same thing Churchill was doing. You saw the vendors coming through, producing rumble and wonders. This was a breach too far in the war. If you look at how events unfolded, all pretty understandable. You can see how people got sucked into this idea. Anything's better than moving this war, and everything you have, and there are a lot of people arguing that this bombing stuff shortens wars. Lawnmowers at work at all times, every day, racking up the daily total. If you shut the war down months early, well, that may be a total. Go around the fiery furnace. Logic of things. The Japanese were reasonable people. They would surrender that. Many points in that people going, okay, now would be a really good time to spare your city, the cultural heritage of the Japanese people. All that in the future. That's what makes the Japanese so compelling. 500 years from now, the young people are reading the history and getting interested in something. Japan is going to be, I think, compelling the way those people drove the path willing to fight for their country, right? So a kind of a patriotic sort of a feeling taken to the extremes, they become poisonous. And we talked about this earlier in this book. It becomes patriotism. The Japanese are going to go to that we admire because it shows how far the human spirit can be pushed. It's interesting to see some far extremes. At the same time, they don't take that watch. It's often viewed in a way that doesn't have to happen. That's why it's kind of the common concept. They will make it beautiful in Japanese culture and talk about the falling charity law and all these sorts of things in order to put some sort of an artistic or spiritual coating on the idea of a young man or their life ahead of him to die on an airplane. Let's do what it is. Now I ship. Now I've read the letters from Kamikaze pilots. All sorts of different people read them. They're all sorts of different run a wicked fanatical robot when I was growing up. Not all. But there's a number of people out there who think this is what you should do to keep out of the country, right? The Japanese soldiers did it, or they strap themselves, put a lion on their back, and then run under an American or a British tank and blow themselves up. Most armies do that. Japanese are like pretty more so, right? The B-29 countdown, that's your gun. You want to use Mariana Island to follow the U.S. hand. The question of what to do next is paramount at this particular time, and the high command of the Allies disagrees over what they should do. And the main disagreement is within the United States. The Army and the Navy get different ideas on how the rest of the war should go. Both sides would like to sort of end up at least off the coast of Japan, the main destination. But the path to get there, well, the Navy has one idea under Admiral Ernest King, top customer, and the Army in this situation, that's a general, but the guy who's the opinion guy is in this situation, their old friend that was in the situation, the guy who comes to Hawaii in 1944 for a strategy conference on what to do next. And President Eleanor Roosevelt, which is huge, look at how big we sit. President Roosevelt was in 1944, not too much to say, he was dying. There are a bunch of reports that talk about how pretty much everyone who hadn't seen him for a while was shocked when they did. MacArthur wrote it after. And by the way, Roosevelt is running for office at this time for his fourth. No other president has ever been elected twice or running on it twice. Roosevelt is dying in his third election. I love the whole reality series moved in his past and accomplished itself against Roosevelt arrived, the Canadian Marines was everybody was already to the president. Everything prepared, everybody ready, and Douglas MacArthur is not there at the meeting with the president. He doesn't show up for 40 minutes. And I love the way George described the American warlord. President Roosevelt is on the USS Baltimore with the Navy guys, and he's been waiting for like 40 minutes. And that's good. 40 minutes after Baltimore's gangplank was lowered to the pier, the air was split by the shriek of a police siren. A motorcycle escort appeared, leading what Sam Rosenman remembered as, quote, the longest open car I've ever seen. In front was a chauffeur in khakis, and in the back, one lone figure. And, quote, George continued, quote, that figure wore a crushed general's hat and a brown leather jacket. Mr. Ketch had arrived. Mr. Ketch was the code name, or something like that for MacArthur's and their family. This was Mr. Ketch. Mr. Ketch had arrived. MacArthur's car drove to the gangplank to the wild applause of the crowd. He bounded up the ramp, stopping halfway to acknowledge another round of applause, then strode onto the cruiser's deck. He saluted the commander-in-chief before shaking Roosevelt's outstretched hand. Hello, Douglas, said Roosevelt. What are you doing with that leather jacket on? It's darn hot today. Well, I'm just landing from Australia, MacArthur said with a smile. It's pretty cold up there. Douglas MacArthur had actually had time to shave and get ready and the whole thing. He wore the leather jacket for effect. That's his branding, like the corncob pipe and the current caddy. And he's in Hawaii, and he shows up in the whole garb because he's in costume and uniform. It's interesting. See, and we've said this before, you have to acknowledge, I consider Douglas MacArthur's military talent. Sometimes he does extraordinary things, but he is an interesting guy. He talks about himself in the third person, as we said before. No one who talks about himself in the third person is your normal kind of customer. Make a broad brush statement about that. George likes spicy chicken. MacArthur's favorite pronoun is I. And it's the one he used when he was forced out of the Philippines by the Japanese way back in 1942. I shall return. It's one of the most famous phrases of all time. As he pointed out at the time, there were a bunch of stories that emperors were saying, like, the United States will return, but he made it personal. And because he made it personal, it's one of the things that goes into his argument, which is a strategy conference about what you have to make, is that you go ahead and go to the Trump. The whole reason why that should be the way sort of to Japan, take the Philippines, promise those people, and few of them using there, the Japanese have killed a lot of good reasons. But part of it was he made a promise, and it was wrapped up in his destiny somehow. He wanted to go to the Philippines, then go on to Okinawa, which is it's Japanese but not Japanese. That's what he thought. He was talking Okinawa. cross the water when you're there, and your supply hub's right off the shore. It's obviously there's nothing right off the shore from Japan. So if you take the Philippines and you decide that this is going to be your big supply hub, and you can gather troops together for the eventual invasion of Japan, it's still a long sea ride to Japan from there. The Navy, Ernest King, Admiral Ernest King was sent. He wanted to come himself, but the actual face-to-face meeting and strategy session between the guy like MacArthur and a guy like King. They talked about what they were like. There might have been too many sparks for Franklin Delano Roosevelt blowing up. So he sends a subordinate to Admiral Newman. Not having a spy, and you'll never represent things against you. He's not like that, MacArthur. But it is the same wasn't done. MacArthur prevails in the strategy session. The Navy wants to go take Formosa, which is modern day Taiwan. That is the main supply base that they can start the Japan attack from. MacArthur wins out, so he's a little on run on this field. But that doesn't stop the Navy thing, the island hopping that's been going on now for a long time. The Northern Alabama campaign just talked about this island hop. So that's going to continue through the Central Pacific too. So two routes of approach to Japan. The target can go up to the Philippines with that route. The U.S. fleet and the Marines and the others going to go to the Central Pacific. Next major stop on the list, Iwo Jima. But there's going to be a pretty big thing if the Navy wants to take care of first, or I actually read a lot about this. It's controversy how an island chain, the island chain that is the island of Peleliu, how that ends up on the to-do list eventually, because there's a lot of history that suggests it's supposed to be crossed off, and that it never should happen. What's interesting, and the reason it actually matters is because what will happen on Peleliu is not what is expected to happen on Peleliu, and when things go wrong, people ask questions for a long time afterwards. Like, we lose a lot of Marines. People start going, well, we get Christmas and military, and Peleliu is controversial. Peleliu is a little island, which is a little reef, basically, sort of off the coast of the Philippines away. And one of the arguments for why this is necessary is to keep these islands of improving air bases against the Philippines and not just the Philippines. Well, the standard is that they go in there, they'll take these islands in 2 days, maybe 4 days, should be a sharp little fight, a little like Tarawa, so it's going to be rough for a very short period of time, but it's really rough. And instead, the situation of Peleliu and the country that turns into, I think it's called the worst combat that the U.S. ever saw. I think it's on Google, but the invasion of Peleliu is something that reminds me of what the Japanese had wanted to do in terms of their grand strategy, taking all these islands and then forcing the Americans and the British and the Australians and the South Africans on to take them back at super high cost, because the Japanese were reinforcing places, that guns everywhere, steel doors, and everything like something like James Bond film. But they never really did that on the outer islands very much. On Peleliu, though, it's sort of, let's call it the model home for what the Japanese would have liked to have seen all these islands built up to the level of. You have metal doors that open up, and the gun pops up and fires and goes back inside, the metal doors close. I'm calling that James Bondish. That's the kind of stuff that really lands on Peleliu. That's the key, right? That's the fact that they're on an absolute coral atoll. It is not dirt. It is rock. Usually around 110 degrees or more in the daytime on a rock. This is one of those things that wish there was visual material, the same photographs, those kinds of things. But I read that as the military had told the media that this was going to be over 2 or 4 days, let's put a short flight. Most of them chose to go elsewhere. I just thought the very story of them sitting come up the continent, finding to come back to the Philippines, so I can go cover that. So you don't get Peleliu, because you didn't know Peleliu was going to be more Peleliu. One of the Marine Corps, the U.S. Marine Corps' toughest battles ever, relatively speaking, the Moon Beach of the U.S. Marines in the Second World War. It was one of those places of honor, so battle, but it wasn't supposed to be. There's lots of big towns. land off the coast of the Pacific. The first Marine regiment, the first Division, the 7th is there, the 11th is providing artillery support. And they're expecting the Japanese to do what the Japanese have done on the other islands, and the Americans are doing what they've done, just better, like hounding the beach with heavy-duty weapons from the cruisers offshore and the battleships offshore. And then the bombers get straight to the beach and bomb the heck out of everything. But the Japanese don't do what they've done. No bonsai charges on the beach to waste away their strength, none of that sort of stuff. They're going to oppose the American landing on the beach lightly, but then require the Americans to go and get them in their prepared position. What is one of the better fortresses you've ever seen, designed by Japanese engineers. More than 500 tunnels on the island, many of which have been used for mining purposes, so they're interconnected and they go to logical places and they're designed in a sort of strategic sense. There are going to be times on the island where the Americans can hear and know that the Japanese are under them, in the ground. By the way, the island, 10 miles wide, 6 square miles overall. The Americans had little information about the terrain on the coast, except some inadequate aerial photos. As a result, they failed to recognize its potential for defense. The northern peninsula of the small island was a series of jagged coral ridgelines, honeycombed with natural caves, which the Japanese had improved into almost impregnable fortresses. Blast walls of reinforced concrete or oil drums filled with coral protected the entrances to the caves, which often faced each other from the sheer walls of twisting gorges, and were thus mutually supported. In the larger cave fortresses, the Japanese had installed electric lighting, ventilating systems, stairs, telephones, and radio communications. One large cave was discovered, now he's quoting somebody, quote, to have 9 staggered levels, and so many entrances that it was all but impossible to count them. End quote. The Norwegians are going to land and assault right into the teeth of defenses that remind me of the kind of defenses that the British and the French soldiers sometimes had to assault head-on the Western Front in the First World War. Prepared German trenches that had the guns sighted and crossfire set up and barbed wire put up. I mean, this is not the sort of fight you want Marines in necessarily, because they're fast-moving, lightly armed and equipped people designed to get in quickly, bypass strong points. This is going to throw them right into the teeth of all this. This is where some of the criticism, by the way, of television comes in. And this is where the war memoirs take over. There are some fantastic accounts of Peleliu. The best, of course, is one of the best war memoirs of all time. It's called The Old Dream. That's Peleliu and Okinawa by G.K. Sledge. I don't think Sledge is writing now, but it was never intended to be. This was therapeutic to this Marine. He wrote it for himself. Some notes he took during the fighting for his family. He's one of the most attractive, maybe that's a better way to put it, sort of individuals you will ever live. He's dead now, but he became a biology professor after the war, soft-spoken Southern guy. You can't in your mind's eye picture the old man Eugene Sledge doing the things the young man, the young Marine Eugene Sledge had to do live through. But that's part of what his war memoirs are all about. That all these people were like him, and that the war made them do and live through the most outrageously extreme things. Sledge talks about the hit on the beach moment, which he says is like cinematic. The Amtrak is moving from the ship toward the shore, and one of the other soldiers pulls out some whiskey and says, "Well, this is it, boys." And then Sledge says, "Just like in the movies." Once they hit the beach, it's not like the movies at all. Sledge writes, quote, "Shells crashed all around, fragments tore and whirred, slapping on the sand and splashing into the water a few yards behind us. The Japanese were recovering from the shock of our pre-landing bombardment. Their the machine gun and rifle fire got thicker, snapping viciously overhead in increasing volume. Our Amtrak, spun around and headed back out as I reached the end of the beach and flattened on the deck. The world was a nightmare of flashes, violent explosions, and snapping bullets. Most of what I saw blurred. My mind was benumbed by the shock of it. I glanced back across the beach and saw a duck, with a rubber-tired amphibious truck, I think it's called, roll up on the sand at a point near where we had just landed. The instant the duck stopped, it was engulfed in a thick, dirty black smoke as a shell soared a direct hit on it. Bits of debris flew into the air. I watched with an odd, detached fascination, peculiar to men under fire, as a flat metal panel about 2 feet square spun high into the air and then splashed into shallow water like a big pancake. I didn't see any men get out of the duck. Up and down the beach and out on the reef, a number of Amtraks and ducks were burning. Japanese machine gun bursts made long splashes on the water as though playing with some giant whip. The geysers belched up relentlessly where the mortar and artillery shells. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a group of Marines leaving a smoking Amtrak on the reef. Some fell as bullets and frags splashed among them. Their buddies tried to help them as they struggled to reach deep water. I shuddered and choked. A wild, desperate feeling of anger, frustration, and pity gripped me. It was an emotion that always would torture my mind when I saw men trapped and was unable to do anything but watch as they were hit. My own plight forgotten momentarily, I felt sickened to the depths of my soul. I asked God, why? I turned my face away and wished that I were imagining it all. I had tasted the bitterest essence of war, the sight of helpless comrades being slaughtered, and it filled me with disgust. End quote. The Nazi Heritage Institute, the things that a father saw when he interviewed veterans throughout the book. He interviews Pellew veterans, including 19-year-old Marine Dan Lawler, who was also in the wave that attacked Pellew to the day. We hit the island, which was only 4 miles long by 2 miles wide. I was in the first assault wave. It was hell, and everyone was scared. It was an awful feeling. As we disembarked, I looked up and down the beaches, and all you could hear was screaming, and men were falling and dying. There was artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire constantly. We fought all day, and by we reached the airstrip about a half mile from the beach, we set up for the night along the side of the airstrip. The temperature was from 102 degrees at night to 120 degrees in the daytime. We went in with 2 canteens of water. That's a gallon of water. This island was 2 degrees off the equator. By noontime, we were out of water. End quote. Roselle also quotes another Marine from that day, John Murray. He says that the first thing he saw after he landed was a Japanese machine gunner chained to his machine gun, and he says they were not going to give up. In the last segment, he quoted a line from Paul Fussell's wonderful book on war called Wartime, and he had a whole chapter called The Real War Will Never Get Into the Books. It was based on a saying that soldiers had. And the problem with the real war getting into the books is that no country likes to show their own soldiers getting chewed up. I have a book called Life Goes to War, it's like World War II. Look at all the Life magazine photos, and you'll occasionally see dead Americans with tastefully shown. But they have no problem showing thousands and thousands of dead Japanese after a bombsight attack. But what hit me as a child when I was interested in war was the first real stuff that I ran into that didn't sanitize it from the American side. Let me go around playing Barney helmets, Barney clothes, and it looks all glorious. And then you run into some of the artwork of a guy like Life magazine, Tom Lee. He's a famous artist. He was in the second wave at Pellew. He landed about an hour after the first wave. And Lee had up until this time been doing the same sort of artwork that we could call today sort of propaganda artwork. But Pellew changed him. I have an account from Father James Jones, who was in the Pacific War. And he's talking about him as an artist. And he says this about Tom Lee, quote, Lee was one of the artists by Life magazine after their takeover of the defunct Army program. Various of his works appeared in the magazine, and up until the time he went into Telelu, most of them could be pretty well classified as excellently done, but high-grade propaganda. There was very little American blood, very little tension, very little horror. Mostly it was what could be called the Bravo America, and this is your boy type of war art. His almost photographic style easily lent itself to that type of work, as did the styles of Rockwell and others. But something apparently happened to Lee after going into Telelu, Jones writes. The pictures painted out of his Telelu experience show a new approach. There is a tension of terror in the bodies here, and the distorted facial expressions of the men under fire show it too. His propagandistic style has not changed. His subject matter certainly has. End quote. I ran into this kid seeing a couple of Lee's most famous pieces of work. One was called the 2,000-yard stare, where Lee had done a piece of art showing what soldiers look like after combat for a long time. Today you would recognize it as what was sometimes called combat neuroses. Tom Lee wrote about the painting that he did to the Marines with the so-called 2,000-yard stare and said, quote, he, meaning Marine, left the States 31 months ago. He was wounded in his first campaign. He had tropical diseases. He half sleeps at night and gouges Japs out of holes all day. 2/3 of his company has been killed or wounded. He will return to attack this morning. How much can a human being endure? End quote. They also painted a painting called The Price. This is a very controversial piece. When it was published by Life magazine, W. Toll says people complained he can't get a subscription because it showed a Marine suffering what a Marine really suffered. And he was accused of embellishing and over-dramatizing something which, if you think about it, sounds silly. He's over-dramatizing war, and he fought back saying every single painting he did showed what he saw, and the painting, The Price. I'm not the only guy, by the way. I was doing research on this and found that other people were similarly affected. You're not used to seeing your own side as war victims. When an artist paints it, and this showed a photo, almost photorealistic quality of a Marine who's been hit by mortar fire on the beach at Telelu, as Tom Lee watched, and his arm is destroyed, and half his face is gone. And Lee describes it this way, he said, quote, I fell flat on my face just as I heard the whoosh of a mortar that I knew was too close. A red flash stabbed at my eyeball. About 15 yards away on the upper edge of the beach, it smashed down 4 men from our boat. One figure seemed to fly to pieces. With terrible clarity, I saw the head and one leg sail into the air. I got up, ran a few steps, and fell into a small hole as another mortar burst through dirt on me. Lying there in terror, looking longingly up the slope for better cover, I saw a wounded man near me, staggering in the direction of the LVT, the landing vehicles. His face was half bloody pulp, and the mangled shreds of what was left of an arm hung down like a stick. As he bent over in his stumbling, shock-crazy walk, the half of his face that was still human had the most terrifying look of abject patience I've ever seen. He fell behind me in a red puddle on the white sand. But to me, this isn't gratuitous to say these things. This is what makes what these Marines did. And yes, let's be fair, what the Japanese resisting them also did, what is? It has some easy run and nobody gets hurt. Well, it's a different style of thing, isn't it? It isn't telling me that this is the kind of admiration and horror that it does, because that's not what happens. We may have to see things like this for experience, and then keep going. And as I said, I'm not a glory person. I don't think shooting and killing other people is glory. But there is something heroic about being able to keep going when assaulted by these sorts of sights, sounds, and possible damage to yourself. And I put, by the way, the heroism down to two separate categories. The heroism while these soldiers and Marines, and yes, Japanese soldiers too, while they're actually fighting and dying in combat, and then a different kind of heroism that comes with trying to reestablish some sort of a normal life and go home and have to live with all of this stuff in your memory banks from the decades that I mentioned earlier. I used to talk to American veterans of the Second World War, and specifically the ones that were the most difficult nuts to crack were those from the Pacific, and a bunch of them didn't talk at all. And then I was told that seeing the most combat, what they're trying to grapple with, and how could they ever explain it? The things in Sledge's book, there are three or four things that when you read them, you go, okay, this is something that's going to stay with you the rest of your life. I mean, all of it will be, but there are certain things you just go, holy cow. And Sledge said once, if you were 100 yards behind the front line, you didn't understand. You need to be a rear support person and still be great things during the Second World War, but it's different, and we said this in the last segment, the last part of the show, I'm sure, where it's different when you're in the Strider. And absolutely every single day are going from one position to another position to another position, leading out to killing people in this position. Like said, the worst experience he ever had in the Second World War was on television, trying to cross an open airfield, which a lot of the soldiers remembered, under artillery and mortar fire. He said, quote, to be shelled by massed artillery and mortars is absolutely terrifying, but to be shelled in the open is terror compounded beyond the belief of anyone who hasn't experienced it. The attack across Tel Aviv airfield was the worst combat experience I had during the entire war. It surpassed, by the intensity of the blast and shock of the bursting shells, all the subsequent horrifying ordeals on Tel Aviv and Okinawa. End quote. That sort of mirrors what ROTHSCHILD, this guy who was on the First World War, the Storm of Steel, had said about artillery. He said that being under artillery attack was like being tied to a stake, having somebody swinging at your head with a sledgehammer over and over again, and just missing by sure that the next shot of the sledgehammer was going to get you. Surviving that artillery barrage while you run and try to avoid it is the sort of thing that will be nightmares the rest of your life. But we have two other incidents in the book that fall, in my mind, under the category of this is not what you're ready for when you go to war. You're ready to take on the enemy and deal with, shooting at somebody or being shot at. But he talks about, for example, one incident where they're all on patrol at night on television, and it's dark, and they're trying to maintain quiet and one of their guys cracks up and starts raising and screaming and threatening the whole unit. And they don't know what to do. They're panicking. What do we do with this guy? He's our friend. He's our buddy. So first they try to give him morphine, then they try to knock him out with a punch to the jaw, and more morphine, and nothing is working. And eventually one of the officers or the sergeant says, using a trenching tool to knock him out, and they hit him in the head with basically a shovel. And instead of injuring him, he died. The person who hit him in the head with a shovel has to live with that the rest of his life. And it's one thing to say I killed the enemy and they're a bunch of fanatical robots and these terrible things to our troops, so I don't feel bad about it. It's another thing to get your own guy in the head with a trenching tool and kill him. But I tell the worst story than that later on when he's talking about, and this is like horror movie stuff, like Freddy Krueger, jump scare, horror stuff. But the Japanese at night, with their infiltration tactics, drove the Americans crazy. And over and over, you hear veterans saying, I hated the night. They would be a two-man foxhole, so one person could sleep while the other person watched and stayed on guard. But the problem is at night we felt every single sound with the Japanese, and they'd come close to the foxholes and scream at you to keep you on edge. But sometimes they do more than scream. They grab a couple of edged weapons and jump into some of these foxholes. And not only do the people in the foxholes who all of a sudden had Japanese in their foxholes with them have to deal with them, so that every American around that foxhole who could hear what was happening. I read this over and over. Different millions of different folks talking about the sound. What does it sound like when one guy is gouging out another guy's eyes and killing him by doing that? The Sledge says, quote, with a wild yell, the Japanese jumped into the hole with the two Marines. A frantic, desperate, hand-to-hand struggle ensued, accompanied by the most gruesome combination of curses, wild babbling, animalistic, guttural noises and grunts. Sounds of men hitting each other and thrashing around came from the foxhole. Okay, again, no, that's combat, right? We wake up, get some nightmares from that. But it's what happens next that gives the difference to the vibe to the whole thing. When Sledge says a man jumps out of the foxhole and starts running in the dark towards the other marine foxhole. So a marine stands up, uses his gun like it smacks the creature in the head, knocking him down. That figure stays around in the dark, groaning and crashing around until another marine goes up and shoots him in the head. In the morning, they find out that he wasn't a Japanese soldier that they shot in the head. He was one of their own. Like says, cool. A few hours later, as objects around me became faintly visible with the dawn, I noticed that the still form lying to my left didn't appear Japanese. It was either an enemy in marine dungarees or leggings, or it was a marine. I went over to find out which. Before I got to the prone body, its identity was obvious to me. My God, I said in horror. Several men looked at me and asked what was the matter. It's Bill, I said. And he then was asked by the officer, who shot him, did he get killed by one of the Jacks, he said? And he just like his nickname says, cool. They didn't answer. Just looked at him with a blank stare and felt sick. I looked at the man who had crawled past me to check on the groaning man in the dark. He had shot Bill through the temple, mistakenly assuming him to be Japanese. As the realization of his fatal mistake hit him, the man's face turned ashen. His jaw trembled and he cried. This is something above and beyond his respect. He was going to kill the enemy. And I understand so much better after reading Sledge's book why it's so hard, sometimes impossible to get these specific war records, especially in the Marines, to tell you much about their experience, because how could you have understood? What sort of context did you have to properly assess what this person was trying to make you understand? And Sledge addresses this too. He says, quote, to the non-combatants and those on the periphery of action, the war meant only boredom or occasional excitement. But to those who entered the meat grinder itself, the war was a netherworld of horror, from which escape seemed less and less likely as casualties mounted and the fighting dragged on and on. Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival in the abyss of Peleliu eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all. We existed in an environment totally incomprehensible to men behind the line. Service troops and civilians. Unquote. When you look at the casualties on Peleliu, it's like 3,000 Americans, roughly about 60 or 700 dead, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize the size of the island, right? Or Tarawa, the numbers of Tarawa and the Gilbert Island really don't seem like that much until you realize it's like 3 days of fighting for another little tiny spit of nothing land-wise. If you could divide the casualties by the square footage of the battlefield, you could see how particularly nasty specific battles were. And you don't even have to do that for the Japanese, because they lose between 11,000 to 13,000 men. Their commanding officer, of course, near the end of the campaign, burns the regimental colors, killed himself, and normally people who surrender are the normal, small handful, mostly Korean and Okinawan laborers. The last organized Japanese unit to surrender on Peleliu don't do so until 1947, 2 years after the war is over. Does that tell you how committed they were to resisting and how hard and opponent they were? The First Marine Division, especially the First Regiment, severely chewed up. The First Regiment, I believe, suffers twice as many casualties as is normally considered to be a unit that's just completely out of the nation. Would take them months to recover. Some of the worst, if not the worst, casualties that they suffer ever in the history. And Peleliu doesn't get nothing extra. It's not hard to see how an event like Peleliu, though, gets downplayed. After all, what country in the Second World War was not exercising exercising a high level of censorship when it comes to showing their public back home what the war was really like. And North Americans got those visual impressions of what the war looked like through newsreel footage and movie theaters, right? Often showing in between two halves of a double feature, right? You see your escapist entertainment, you buy your popcorn and your Coke, you sit down in the theater, and you're confronted with Peleliu. Sounds like a main character of a Marine somewhere in the Pacific that they just get occasional cards from. You wonder how Junior doing. And then you see the footage of Peleliu, or you're a 15 or 16-year-old American boy thinking, okay, in the next couple of years I'm going off to war, and then you show them like a 2 or 3 or 4 day battle. Estimations were what that looks like when it turns into a 73 or 74-day battle instead, with the highest casualty rate Marines have seen. I mean, that's the kind of thing that not only does the public not want to really see that, but the government doesn't even want to show it to us. What's more, we should point out that there's a giant historical movie that happened only about 700 miles away that overshadows this whole thing and overlaps the timeline. While Peleliu's being fought over, Douglas MacArthur is returning to the Philippines. And if you didn't know how big of an historical event this was, Douglas MacArthur's press relations people would see to it that you did. But Peleliu hardly knows that it's overshadowed by all of these big, exciting historical occasions that are much more positive and are much better in the movie theater and newsreel between the two halves of the double feature. I mean, how about submarine warfare and what that did to the Japanese? The non-sexy side of war, as you can call it, the logistics, the supply. And what's fascinating to me, not only are things like logistics of supply not all that interesting to people like yours truly, or people who are war games, the Second World War. I can honestly tell you, I've war games many times, Japanese naval combat. I have never once in my life war game a submarine trying to sink a merchant vessel while some escort ship tries to catch the submarine first. I mean, not only do I not do that, but the Japanese cadets at the Naval Academy don't want to do that. This is called the Japanese Navy in World War II. Anything like David C. Evans. And what it really is sort of a debriefing of the Japanese admirals after the war. And they all but say that. Nobody cared about this. They blamed it on the Japanese penchant for the offense. Like they want the colorful offense, they want the big decisive naval battles. Which, by the way, the Americans and the Japanese both subscribe to the Mayhem idea of the decisive naval battle. So neither one of those countries needs to really be excited about things like commerce ratings. The Japanese didn't put any effort into it at all. One admiral had said that if they had thought the United States would use their submarines the way the Germans were using U-boats in the Atlantic to go after merchant shipping, they might not have launched the war at all. That shows you how unprepared they were to deal with it. And as we had said earlier, one of the things about naval warfare is, in general, if you find out that you haven't built the right ships, that is a problem that takes at least a couple of years to solve. Like, when you find out, because of experience in the Second World War, that aircraft carriers are going to be the queen of the seas and not battleships, well, you don't magically have aircraft carriers. You've got to go and make some, and that takes years. So if you find out that you don't have enough escorts for your merchant ships, that's a problem you can't solve all that quickly. And it took the Japanese a while to realize it, because it took the Americans and the other allies a while to really make it dent in the enemy's commercial shipping. There's lots of reasons for this. And we mentioned one of them earlier in the series. We talked about the absolute terribleness of American torpedoes. And I read all kinds of things. What's called a scandal, a national disgrace. People should have gone to jail. I mean, the stories from the Japanese about ships coming back to the port with unexploded American torpedoes sticking out of the side of the merchant vessels. For all the American pilots who dropped their torpedoes right close by an enticing Japanese naval target, only to watch the torpedoes go right under it. Well, that will impact your submarine success rate until you fix that. But by mid-1944, the Americans had fixed that. And now you start to see the tonnage total of the Japanese merchant shipping skyrocket. And submarines will account for about 60% of the Japanese merchant ships that are sent to the bottom of the sea with aircraft allied aircraft of all kinds in all allied countries, accounting for most of the rest. So when you look at the numbers, you get an idea of how the impact is affecting the Japanese ability to defend. We've talked about the supply problem in Burma. How do the Japanese get supplies over those mountains, through those jungles, on those terrible roads? Well, the Pacific's even worse. The Japanese, at the time of the Pearl Harbor attacks, had about 6 million tons of merchant shipping. And no nation in the Second World War has enough. Merchant shipping is always in short supply. So everyone, including the United States, who build merchant ships faster than anyone ever thought possible. The Japanese would build another 2.5 million tons of merchant shipping during the war. But by December 1944, even with all that, they're down to 2,500,000 tons. And the Americans are sinking hundreds of thousands of tons a month. And the only way that that number will slow down and you'll start sinking less merchant shipping is because eventually they're so successful, they'll run out of time. Essentially, by late 1944, American submarines are doing to Japan what German U-boats were hoping to do to Britain, another island nation, back during the Battle of the Atlantic in 1942. Starve an island nation of the resources that it needs to continue to fight the war. But the German Navy's idea of bringing Britain to its knees in 1942 in the Battle of the Atlantic would have involved some sort of peace arrangement, right? What if you are dropped to your knees as a nation, but you still don't give up, right? Those reasonable people that would have surrendered long ago. What if you cripple them and they don't give in anyway? There's a fantastic anecdote that we told, by the way, is so good at finding historical anecdotes that helps dramatize both where the supply problem has the Japanese in terms of options by October 1944, but also the mood amongst the leadership and the decision makers. And I have to say that there's a little bit of a sickness I wish to finding this so interesting, but I've always been fascinated with that mood that you find. Well, we always think the extremes of the human experience, but think about the people Hitler's bunker, as the Battle of Berlin is already been up. So Hitler during the last month, and what it's like in that room, and all those people, psychological state, and that kind of crushing pressure. I'm fascinated by that. We have a similar dynamic going on in Japan at this time period. These anecdotes that you told brings you into a conflict between Army heads and Navy heads in Japan. And these guys are putting the finishing touches on their plan to respond to this great historical event we mentioned earlier that's going to overshadow television, right? The return of Douglas MacArthur to the Philippines. And the plan is the Americans are going to land October 20th on the Philippine island of Leyte, and it's going to be on, right? The Japanese know by that time that the Americans are going to land in the Philippines. They're probably on Leyte, and so they have a plan. It's ready for a little while to go disrupt this. And they're basically going to throw in everything the Japanese fleet has left in order to accomplish this goal. But before the plan can happen, there's this conflict that Toll talks about. And a General in the Army, Sato, who we mentioned earlier, basically turns to the Navy and says, how is it going to be worth the fuel that we're going to use for the Navy to conduct this operation, right? He says that there's a fleet of merchant ships that are carrying 60,000 tons of oil to Japan right now. And that the fleet would basically use all of that, whereas we could use that 60,000 tons of oil for a lot of things, for the civilians, for the other war effort areas. And it's funny that 60,000 tons of oil a couple of years ago was not even anywhere near this important, but we understand it's scarcity makes things valuable, all supply and demand and all that. But when the general says this to the Navy, he essentially disposes the fact that this is less about the Japanese Navy trying to make a war-winning difference to all, although they'd like to, than it is about making an honorable end. Toll says that their plan here boils down to like a naval version of one of those suicidal bonsai attacks the Japanese would be doing on land, with thousands of their soldiers will run into machine gun fire with bayonets. But that's Where we are in the story, one of the things that told anecdote deals with is the fact that these hard-hitting, old military guys who are in a room with their sister service, right? The Japanese Navy Army don't much tampering genders, so the one place you don't want to wear your emotions on your sleeve is in a room full of these kind of people, right? But everybody's crying. Toll writes, quote, and begins this anecdote right after the Japanese general says to the Navy, how are you going to be able to accomplish anything worth this fuel? The 60,000 tons of oil is more important than Toll writes, quote. The speech brought the entire room, including Sato, to the brink of tears. He had put Japan's predicament into stark relief. The honor of the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy now mattered less than 6 tankers and the oil that they carried. Even the general could see that the fleet's diminished status was a portent of doom. Quote, this was the saddest feeling I had ever experienced, end quote, Sato wrote. Told and points out that everybody's weeping. Quote, sobbing freely, Rear Admiral Tatsuku Nakazawa of the Naval General Staff replied on behalf of the Navy. He was grateful to the general for his kindness, but now, quote, and quoting the Admiral, now the combined fleet of the Empire of Japan wishes to be given a place to end her life, end quote. Told himself he'll talk about it being a last chance so that the fleet can have a glorious death, and then the Admiral points out that this is the Navy's earnest wish. Told him, after a choked silence, with tears streaming down his face, Sato agreed that the 60,000 tons of oil should be offered as a quote, end quote, parting present to the Navy, end quote. Told them, quote Sato writing that as he walked out of the meeting, to the sound of air raid sirens, he prayed for the heroic end of the combined fleet. This idea of a heroic death is one of the parts of this story, because if you read the account of this affair, it's interesting that the Japanese fleet, even though they know they're being sent on one of these things, it's probably a one-way mission. Do they rebel? How many fleets around the world in world history have just rebelled? Struck the colors, put up some red flags, say, we're not fighting. The Japanese sailors have a problem with it too, but for different reasons entirely. If they're going to go down in the blaze of glory, they want it to be glorious. They want to be fighting the best the United States has, so that if they do manage to land some lucky or divinely inspired punch, it could do some real damage. Put us against the U.S. carriers. They're mad that the plan calls for them to go after cargo ships, the supply vessels and oilers and stuff like that. The boring logistical side of war, right? The non-sexy side we've been talking about. That's going to be the target, so that the target recently landed troops are starved right on the beaches and almost hand food. But no sailor wants to lose his life trying to fight a cargo vessel, right? That's a known situation. If you win, there's no honor. If you lose, you're lost to a cargo vessel. And in Masanori Ito's classic book, The End of the Imperial Japanese Navy, he says the admiral, whose name is Kurita, was being bombarded with, and that's not usual in the Japanese Navy, from notes from average sailors to being stopped by his officers and asked about this. Ito quotes one of the notes that the admiral received from just a Japanese sailor. The note says, quote, we do not mind death, but we are very concerned for the honor of the Japanese Navy. If the final effort of our great Navy should be spent in engaging a group of empty cargo ships, surely Admirals Togo and Yamamoto would weep in their graves. End quote. And Ito says it prompts the admiral against his will, really, to call his underlings around him and he addresses them and to give them another one of these speeches, which just brings the tone that they get a sense of the mood here. And as Americans, we have no historical analogy, certainly not within living memory, to allow us to put ourselves in the emotional shoes, if you will, of someone losing end of a war that's not necessarily near over. You have to continue to fight after this decision has happened. How do you do that? Well, the admiral's got to rally his people. I know that many of you are strongly opposed to this assignment, but the war situation is far more heinous while our nation perishes. I believe that Imperial General Headquarters is giving us a glorious opportunity. Because I realize how very serious the war situation actually is, I'm willing to accept even this ultimate assignment to storm into Lazy Hill. We must all remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war in this decisive battle? We shall have the chance to meet our enemies. We should engage his task forces. I hope that you will not carry the responsibility lightly. I know that you will act faithfully and well. Well, I'm not going to say that I have misinforming his staff, but maybe really disingenuous, because the plan is to go after cargo ships and supply ships and those kinds of non-heroic targets. But there's an understanding, maybe a good way to put it, that if you're running into any American aircraft, you can tap in. So I think you would call that counterclause. The plan, by the way, is one similar to a naval plan the Japanese tried earlier in the war. Essentially, in order to get to these cargo ships and these orders and supply ships, the Japanese have to lure the warships that are protecting them away. So if you think about a defenseless block of ships, the Japanese plan would call for something to take, to try to attract the sheepdog and take them away from the flock. The Japanese divided into several separate flotillas coming from several different angles will house on the beachhead area. And each one of these separate flotillas has its own destiny, its own story in the giant battle of Lake Gulf. That's why it's really best on a predefined, separate naval battle, smaller. They all have their own names, by the way, but they're all the separate fleets and their destiny. Japanese flotilla that is designed based in this plan, using the very best sort of lure that you could have when trying to attract late 1944 admirals. Also happens to be the one ship you normally don't want to let the other side find under any conditions. It's the Japanese aircraft carriers. They're going to be the equivalent of the Matador's tank to attract the attention of the world. This will happen. Wow, it's the plan. The goal is charging up to the northeast area of Luzon, up far away from the beachhead. The other Japanese fleets are coming from multiple lands to destroy the American. Best case scenario, while they're actually landing, or even a couple of days afterwards, you can come across to a family. Big ships coming in, they're also no aircraft carriers. So that's the plan. Whatever chance is saving time is has been whittled away in the previous couple of weeks. As part of the softening up campaign that happened before the MacArthur landing, American carriers savaging the entire region. Certainly everything that floats on the ocean, but going far inland in the vicinity, especially the Japanese, taking out Japanese aircraft at an alarming pace. And if you can understand why, by the way, at this point in the war, all of the advantages that the Japanese pilots and planes had earlier in the war are just on the head. The Americans have all of the same things. They've got the Americans have a better machines now. So the kill ratios are remarkably one-sided. But I mean, in one air battle that goes on for several days in the airspace of Formosa, which is now Taiwan, in the days leading up to the MacArthur's return to the Philippines, the Japanese did something like 700 planes. That's a quarter of my collective in Macedonia, so three-quarters one admiral is saying, we lost 205 planes out right after we lost 345 planes with the truck. And you just get this sense of an intense level of grinding at this point in the war. The Japanese industry can't possibly keep up with these kind of levels. And forget about the machines that we're using for a minute. In most of these cases, you're using the pilots too. And the pilots that are going up in these air battles are often very, very good. And they're going up against American carrier pilots that are some of the best aviators the United States has ever produced. So when it comes to equipment, the Japanese are now very outclassed in the world. The one place they can actually put up a good fight is when it comes to their own people's willingness to fight to the death. And I mean, the land battle, even with Japanese equipment being inferior, with their logistics shattered, are still going to be horribly difficult opponents. And all the Bushido here in the world doesn't make your aircraft better, right? It was suffered terribly. And the Japanese police actions here in the Philippines was a long shot. Before you lose 700 planes that are supposed to play a very big role in this affair, how much more of a long shot is it after? Winston Churchill was considered something unrealistic. Clinton's Air Force was broken before the Battle of the Lake was joined. Speaking of that, this whole affair is part of the tri-cities operation that surrounds the Great MacArthur return to the Philippines, right? The giant news story that I talked about earlier. That happened on October 20th. The Americans launched this whole campaign early. MacArthur arrives early. The good news is it catches the Japanese wrong-footed, I guess you could say. The bad news is the Americans aren't exactly as prepared as they like to be either. Even with all the problems, they still managed this absolutely unbelievable task of landing more than 100,000 people by midnight on the first day. That's amazing. I've actually seen a couple of history take E+1, which would be accurate, but most of them say on the first day, preparing to trap that. Places like Arawa, which were a chaotic mess with far fewer people having to be landed. I should point out that much resistance on the beaches. The Japanese strategy is confront MacArthur more inland, where you're out of the range of all the Japanese firing on the beach ends of the plane. But there's some resistance. 100,000 guys by midnight on the first day, such a well-oiled machine at this point. And a great factory assembly line and the logistics supply chain, but all that boring stuff that the United States is so good at is corporate peacetime economy really becoming and that's why the MacArthur's total invasion force will number something like 175,000 to 200,000 men. And boy, what a difference a couple of years in Pacific War was. And this is no longer the little brothers of places like Europe, where the numbers are smaller. We're starting to creep up the numbers and they wouldn't see that unless the Japanese resistors, by the way, were spread out over a bunch of the different Philippine islands. They're estimated to be between 300 to 350,000. So a large battle. One thing that is worth pointing out is that there are really two kinds of island battles in this war. The kind that have relatively free area without a civilian population to worry about, and the kind that don't. Penalty, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, not a big civilian population to worry about. Saipan, Okinawa, the Philippines, just the opposite. And we had just talked in the last segment about the disaster, the humanitarian nightmare that Saipan was, the civilians jumping off the cliffs and getting caught in the crossfire, high-level civilian death. Well, Saipan is miniature compared to the 15 to 16 million people that live in the Philippines. And Okinawa is very popular too. So in the distance, you can see these areas that the human being lawnmowers going to just crisscross. And when we were given those numbers at the beginning of this segment, we were talking about every month in 1944, we said 200 to 250,000 civilian casualties or civilian casualties in Asia. This is in Asia. We get big numbers of time and for the Japanese and Americans are kind of urban centers in Manila, more people die. MacArthur, by the way, will show up himself on the first day, step stuff out of a landing craft and a trailer. I read in one account with press packing, aviator sunglasses, with completely non-regulation, and I don't know how he was doing it. Philippine Field Marshal Captain, he called it. Steps out of the craft. This is a pamphlet being found in a photo that is so good you can't believe it's not staged. And it looks like a poster. The camera people on the shore getting striding back on the Philippines soil a couple of years after he was on the ceremony of being thrown out of it. At some point they gave hands on a microphone and said, "People of the Philippines, I have returned. Rally to me." Along with the help of the Filipinos, throw the Japanese out of the Philippines. The first Japanese fleet is not divided and two submarines in the late night hours with considered as CPD spot one of these floating. And this is traditionally the battle of the naval battle. Put me in the category of those who think this is a highly overrated battle. Although people do. Francis Piper really did more sense to me. It doesn't get the attention some of its more vigorous proponents wish that it would, because the stakes aren't that high. They mentioned several other very famous naval battles throughout history. I talked about how the decision which way that battle went, one way or the other, had huge war-changing ramifications. As we said, I would suggest that the battle that I've been 45 minutes on is the Battle of Justice, which the little boxing match that ended in a no contest. I would say that counts as much more interesting to me, because if one side had an overwhelming victory, and that was possible, well, that would have been a huge war-changing sort of event. The best the Japanese can hope for here is to lengthen the war. If they lengthen the war, maybe get better peace terms. Anybody that is giving their life in this context is doing this in order to establish, well, in this case, keep the imperial system in the imperial policy of that class, because that's the sticking point. There are a lot of people who look at this battle as something more than an execution. And by that I mean, the Battle of Lutherville has a couple of things associated with it that sound really like a big deal. For example, it is the greatest naval battle of all time, or the largest naval battle of all time, which might be true. But what that kind of conceals is that the United States outnumbers the Japanese in warships 4 or 5 to 1. They outnumber them in aircraft 5 to 1. The Japanese have almost no aircraft capability. They certainly have all. I mean, this is a very one-sided affair from the get-go. The only reason, though, it has some drama, and it reminds me, I have to say, of one of those early Mike Tyson fights where he's knocking out guys in 45 seconds. But you bought the pay-per-view, so they always had to have a post-fight analysis segment where somebody would have to try to find a way that the other guy minus one, he tapped him on the chin at the 16-second mark, and if that had hurt Mike, he'd have had a whole different fight right here. And that's kind of how I for the Japanese. And the mistake happens at some point in the affair that allows one Japanese flotilla to get into the backfield, you would say, if this were football, begin tearing up some escort carriers. And if the escort carriers had all been torn up, could have broken into the landing area, which might have been vulnerable. I mean, there's a lot of mites and what ifs, and that is history, right? Especially in military history, but I think sometimes the idea that this would have been catastrophic and overplayed. This case being made that if all the worst things that happened in the Japanese fleet started tearing up the beachhead areas, that just would have made them stationary when the American planes eventually came back and found that, and it would have lost even more ships. The bottom line is, when the battle of Lutherville was over, the Japanese did 4 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and they said, like a light carrier, they take an escort carrier, and it's just a disaster. One of their fleets gets wiped out in one of the greatest ambush attacks in naval history, where karmic retribution, a bunch of the battleships were old World War I type battleships that were damaged at Pearl Harbor were raised, refloated, refitted, and were here and participating in the ambush. I did a lot of damage. I mean, from an American standpoint, you could look at it as a rah-rah moment because it really inflicts a defeat on the Japanese Navy that they never recover from. The Navy will be reduced to American air power just shredded Japanese naval assets. They never found it. A lesson that had already been learned several times before. That October 1944, one side has powerful naval air assets and the other doesn't. The way the battle was built pretty much at the time. So with the exception of the one fantastic night ambush with the American battleships from Pearl Harbor ended up crushing down one Japanese flotilla. The damage is pretty much done by American aircraft. Just like the Japanese admiral pursued. The Battle of Lake is famous for something else too. Considered to be the battle where suicide attacks and kamikaze attacks first happened. There may have been some early attacks earlier, and there were definitely suicide attacks with the Japanese all throughout the war. But it's an organized effort unleashing trained and tactically organized for maximum effect. Suicide squad, the first see this as you know. John Toland, in the 1970s, signed chronicles one of those early things. In fact, they're famous because the kamikaze came in was damaged. And I try to imagine Americans watching this as it unfolds, trying to figure out whether this is trying to come to grips with this guy. Would be trying to smash the U.S. and take their own lives? That happened in that one moment in time at the Battle of Lake Eagle. Say that the enemy flotilla getting to the backfield right there. They're fighting with these escort carriers, and you do have a rather interesting moment that the super battleship went on. It's the first time in the war, I believe, firing its guns in anger, shells the size of Volkswagen, and American carriers 18 or 19 miles away, escort carriers up the river. And then about an hour after the Japanese battleships inexplicably turn away, giving the escort carriers, after having lost a ship and other damage, they get free from the governor, and something else shows up, and the Poland runs forward. And by the way, I'm going to add the word escort carrier and kind of all the ships that are escort carriers. For over an hour, all was quiet. Then at 10:50, general quarters was again sounded on the 5 surviving G-10. 9 enemy planes were approaching at mass level, so low that radar had failed to pick them up. They climbed to several thousand feet as American fighters tried to intercept them. 5-0 fighters with bombs lashed to their wings emerged from the kneeling mass and slanted down toward the chiefs. They were led by a recently married lieutenant commander. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. 1-0, Poland right, headed for the bridge of the escort carrier Tikkun Bay, its machine guns winking. Onlookers expected it to pull up. Instead, it drove into the port catwalk, exploded, and tumbled on into the sea. 2 others roared straight at the escort carrier Fanshawe Bay, also with obvious intent to crash into her, only to disintegrate at the last moment. The final 2 veered off from the heavy fire thrown up by the escort carrier White Flame. One, trailing smoke, banked toward the escort carrier St. Lo in a right turn as if he was heading to land. But the pilot pushed the little plane over, slamming it into the flight deck. Fire spread throughout the hangar deck, setting off a chain of violent internal explosions. After having survived the running battle unscathed, St. Lo sank. I've been fascinated by this phenomenon of intelligence since I first landed on it as a kid, and I know many of you have been fascinated with it too. And like me, if you continue to read up on them, your views on them have probably changed 180 degrees too. When I was a kid, we were basically thought these were fanatic, Kool-Aid drinkers who would rip their lives up without even giving it a second thought to the emperor. Very non-complicated robots. And now we read their last letters and diary entries the whole time that they were training for these missions, but knowing that they were dead men walking or dead men flying or dead men piloting a human torpedo, whatever it might have been, the heartbreak to a lot of these kids. First of all, these are not your hard-hitting military men, which I found very interesting. When the program was first developed, they asked military men to volunteer. You know how many military men did? According to anthropologist Anito Tierney, who wrote the fabulous book Kamikaze, Cherry Blossoms and Nationalisms, the number of hard-hitting military men that said, yeah, I'll volunteer for that suicide mission, was none. She italicized the word none. The problem is to try to kickstart a brand new program which is different. And so apparently the military just decided to then focus at people and say, okay, you're volunteering, you're volunteering, you're volunteering. And one of them was this pilot, John Tolan, that used in his book. Portrayed as this willing, ready to die for the emperor guy. Turns out, not so willing. But that was not the thing. It was the propaganda at the time. Before he flies off to crash his plane, even in a ship, he does an interview with a reporter whose job it is to get the good stories from Japanese propaganda, and instead gets a whole bunch of stuff from this pilot that he can't release. He talks about it in a letter decades later, but the drink in effect the early kamikaze pilot backed this out to the reporter at the time. Quote, there is no more hope for Japan. If it has to kill such a skillful pilot like myself, I can get an aircraft carrier with an 1,102-pound bomb and return alive without having to make a suicidal plunge. At that time, Becky had been married for only 6 months to a woman with whom he was passionately in love. He explained to the reporter, quote, if it is an order, I will go, but I am not going to die for the emperor or for Imperial Japan. I am going for my beloved wife. If Japan loses, she might be raped by America. I am dying for someone I love most, to protect her. End quote. This mirrors what we read from a lot of these pilots. Although it should be noted there were thousands of them, and they run the gamut in terms of the differences in their background. Some of them do seem a little like the robotic figures who seem to have been brainwashed and just dying for the emperor and having to do. Some of those people fit that mold, but most of them don't. What's more, because they can't get the professionals to volunteer to do this, they go after like cadets and training pilots and students at the university. This is one of the really weird things about this program. You can see the Nazi Germany regime, for example, maybe picking up the derelicts off the street, or the people, the undesirable to be thrown into concentration camps, or those kind of people, the discredited people, and making them the suicide pilots. The Japanese instead make a lot of these suicide pilots come from their best and their brightest. The kids at the elite colleges, really, if you look at them and you read the accounts, they almost seem like the people that were picked on by all these macho, military types who, when they finally show up to be kamikaze, they're picked on even more. Treated like nerds, the four eyes, the brainiacs. I mean, it's interesting to read about people who were the A&W told his book, Twilight of the Dawn, has a quick write-out. He writes, quote, about half of the kamikaze pilots in 1945 had been drawn from the ranks of university students. Many were cosmopolitan intellectuals who had been exposed to foreign ideas and influences, including Western philosophy and literature. These traits had not endeared them to their officers and NCOs in military training camps. Many young scholars had been singled out for special abuse, including vicious beatings, leaving them with feelings of contempt and loathing for military authority, and for the tyrannical regime that held the nation's fate in its grip. In diaries and letters, many of these future kamikazes identified themselves as political liberals and Democrats. Some found much to admire in the American model of society and government. Others harbored radical, utopian, pacifist, or even Marxist views. End quote. On this tyranny runs down the background of a lot of these people. Most of them speak multiple languages. They're reading this with Shane, an English professor. This is I think when you look at it, the people who are going to have to rebuild Japan, right? And instead they're being thrown into the winter, reading the accounts from these people's documents. First of all, they all seem to be patriots, even if they disagree with the government. Some of them specifically are looking forward to helping the post-war Japan emerge. A lot of them think about themselves as helping the families back home and trying to make a difference because they don't end up bombed or occupied. Some of the pilots expressed all sorts of worry and remorse about the way their own army was treating captive populations. This is not what you expect. Think of how very different this is, right? How you couldn't expect any other major military in the Second World War to do something like this. But guys, do some research. I came across it. It was like a letter to the editor. Something like that. I personally identified themselves as a U.S. Marine who didn't say what era. All they had written, though, was if they had found themselves in a situation where their country was about to be occupied, where their government, where their military superiors said that they could reduce the chances of that happening if they were willing to sacrifice their lives, flying their plane into an enemy ship. First of all, I just fight you directly. He said he would be happy to do that. But I thought to myself, maybe that's an individual like everyone else, a little more so, right? I had to see where all these titles come. It just doesn't become revolutionary mode. Society is theoretical. The one part that really got to me the most, well, there were several. There was the one about the Christian pilots. You could get into the sizable Christian population in Japan. And you think of suicide as being prohibited by the religion, but there were Japanese kamikaze pilots who brought their Bibles into the cockpit with them, taped the photo of their mother to their chest. And when I was reading about this, one person said there was a suicide frowned upon by the church, and someone else explained that they just didn't see it as suicide. They look at it as the war bringing death to them rather than really seeking it out. Some of these other people were making very rational calculations because there's another historian pointed out they weren't making a choice between a suicide attack that killed them and a wonderful world of rainbows and unicorns. Right? That wasn't their other option. Their other option was probably dying somewhere else, maybe anonymously, your corpse left in the decaying jungle somewhere. Your family never knows what had happened to you, or you could die a hero. And I think I read, don't quote me on this, that they got the kamikaze pilots got an immediate increase in two military ranks. And if that's the case, well, now it's even a financial decision. Right? You can die in a jungle somewhere and you have one level of poverty, or you can increase the amount of money that the state pays to grieving families and widows for upkeep and all that sort of stuff. If you get your rank right, you start to see actual negative some decisions. And then one other thing that just really me was how they were supposed to be volunteers. Many historians would use the word volunteer with quotation marks. Because the circumstances these 20 to 24-year-old guys were put in were such that they were forced into moral quandaries. And the only people that passed the moral quandaries that became the kamikaze pilots, those were the only ones that this strategy worked on, were sort of the most moral amongst them. For example, a lot of these volunteer sessions were framed in a way that you understood that if you said no, that you wouldn't volunteer, that meant that your refusal was going to tie in some other person. And a lot of these people could handle that. But the part that worries me the most, because it's one of those things I wonder about. I wonder if they show you their execution that goes through your mind. The night before your own execution is similar. You wonder, hey, if you're a kamikaze pilot and you come to tomorrow's go time, what's your last night's like? And apparently, the last nights were not spent alone. You spent it with the other people that were going to go with you. And in Boniki Charity's book, she quotes the guy who wrote all this in a letter decades later to somebody else, whose job it was to cater to these pilots on their last night of life. And he writes what that was like. He is identified, by the way, as Kapuga Takeo, Kapuga Foot. At the hall where their farewell parties were held, the young student officers drank cold sake the night before their flight. Some gulped the sake in one swallow. Others kept gulping down a large amount. The whole place degenerated in chaos. Some broke hanging light bulbs with their swords. Some lifted chairs to break the windows and tore white tablecloths. A mixture of military songs and curses filled the air. While some shouted in rage, others cried on the faces of images. Lovers' faces and their smiles. A sad farewell to their fiancés. All went through their minds like a running horse lantern. Although they were supposedly ready to sacrifice their precious youth the next morning for Imperial Japan and for the Emperor, they were torn beyond what words can express. Some putting their heads on the table, some writing their wills, some folding their hands in meditation, some leaving the hall, and some dancing in frenzy while breaking flower vases. They all took off with the rising sun headband the next morning. But the scene of utter desperation has hardly been reported. I observed it with my own eyes. I took pictures in the night. So I don't know how much I can do that account. The kamikaze last night experiences I would imagine it was. And we should also point out that it was hardly just a pilot that the government could count on to reliably kill themselves or trying to kill the enemy. It wasn't just airplanes. We had something known as a human torpedo. They had bombs that they dropped. Rocket propelled bombs they dropped from aircraft that had the human pilots. They have motorboats that carry loaded explosives that are designed to be driven reeling the ship. There's a whole bunch of ingenious ways to utilize willingness to kill themselves for the cause. But it's regardless of their positions on the issues, and regardless of how much they might dislike the government or whatever it might be, there's a strain of patriotism. Love of country. I think not only the love of emperor or government or anything. Sometimes it's just the concept of or what Japan might be in the future after the war. But one kamikaze quoted me that he found our love of country to be a frightening intensity. I think that's a great frightening intensity. What happens when you take something that most countries have, and you take it on the part of the people, and turn it up to an above maximum level, turn it up to 11. That's what you embark on this program down there in late 1924. It's a sign of the best of times. You need to be reminded of that November 1944. The Japanese will be. The clock finally runs out on them. On the Marianas Islands, airfield construction timeline, see people working on airfields and using the conquered islands in the Marianas to send operational. The B-29 super fortresses, the new bombers that are saying they've not been used in Europe, not used in Europe, they will land on these islands as the bombing technology. Japan has been bombed before. They do little raids with more pinprick for morale purposes, but the B-29s were taken off from areas around China to get there, but just barely able to reach the anti-Japanese there. The raids are not enormous. In late November, the attack began, and the Japanese will find themselves bombing the capital by more than 100 times at a time. They're not known for particularly effective attacks going after airplanes. Sometimes they get lucky, but most of the time the bombing is inaccurate. But here's the thing, from a civilian standpoint, let's just acknowledge something. I don't think any of us, have been under a bombing attack before. And these kind of bombing attacks are in some ways scarier than what you might think. Now, it depends on whether you're the target or not, because these bombing attacks have a lot more flames and a lot less accuracy. And part of the reason you have so many more flames is because you are so much less accurate. Lots of planes and lots of bombs over a wide area to help you hit your target, which they don't often for all sorts of reasons. The jet stream and a bunch of other things included. But it doesn't mean the fact that if you're Japanese civilians who've had heavily filtered news reports about how the war is going, if you have bombs all of a sudden falling in your capital city, and most of the planes that drop those bombs are hitting away, that puts the credibility of the government's accounts on how the war is going in a rather stark relief, doesn't it? Concrete results, literally air war here. bombing of Japan, somewhat underwhelming comparison results. U.S. has been a precision bombing. It's the founder on the rocks of Japan's cloudy weather and high winds. There's all sorts of reasons that might be an issue, and in addition to that, there needs to be some other funding. So early on, a lot of pressure from the U.S. service to be effective because things are heating up as we transition to the year 1944 and a terrible year of passing in 1945. The monthly totals of which we led this segment off with, if you recall, because they were so awful. A lot of pressure on the air service to figure out a way to increase the pressure on the Japanese to put an end to something that's already over. They just haven't finished it yet. And the problem here is that even though it's almost over, it's getting worse. And this defies what's supposed to happen. The real enemy is for all intents and purposes. He's devoid of the natural resources they need. Starving troops. I mean, all over the place. You look at Japanese, they look like they've been battered from pillar to post. So this should be getting easier for the Allies fighting them, but it's not. The casualties are getting worse. The civilian casualties are starting to absolutely go through the roof. And if you wanted to think of what's about to happen during 1945, it's worth thinking about it as a whole instead of this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Because if you're waking up reading the morning paper in the middle of Iowa one day, and you're trying to get a handle on the world situation, you have updates on the front page from each of these places. Either something about the beginning and the preparations going on, or fighting continuing in this other spot, or mopping up operations in this other place. There's a bunch of things that are nothing happening at the same time, but drawing and competing for resources with each other. There will never be enough new assets. Arthur will be wanting to get where they would be wanting to make the circle. I mean, so all of this is happening at the same time. If you're the Japanese high command, you're being battered with incident after incident after incident, and it seems to be having no effect on the main leadership opinion on whether or not the war should continue, which is surprising. Start with MacArthur. At the beginning of 1945, MacArthur makes the leap to the island of Luzon, which is 11 miles west of the Philippines. MacArthur uses the French rule because he thinks as it appears to be right, I think, that there are POW camps on the Philippines that have had American and Filipino troops there, which they are viewing on frequency. The situation in the Netherlands becomes an unbelievable nightmare. The Japanese general, who was awesome, by the way, MacArthur is really up against a good job, but he decides not to defend the city. But there's a naval commander there who's got what we would call, if they were United States Marine, naval infantry, something like 15,000 of them. And he says, well, I'm staying. And he defends the old city, which is, sort of colonial, concrete, stone, rather than impregnable place. They just nailed down in there, and you will have the U.S. fighting house to house in urban combat, so they have not seen in this war at all, and will not see again. Other people still fighting as soon as expected, though, as they've gone into Japan in 1946, the whole island. Forget about the military side of this for a minute, because as expected, right, the U.S. is the Japanese will die almost at the last minute. Something like 100,000 Filipino civilians will die. When I first saw that number, I didn't think it was large. I thought they were talking about all the civilians that died in the Philippines during this time period. And I actually have seen the count of people from the city and that, but mostly they say fighting over the city of Manila, 100,000 Filipino civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it was. So the story are amongst some of the worst I've ever encountered. There's one that I'm fucking I have certain eyewitness stories and it seems to be participants regularly. I have to go back and reread them, but I have no idea why. There's one story, and I'll have to do a show on this one. So the mental health will allow me to do something like that. But there's a story involving an industrial and an eyewitness who was watching lots of Jewish events and minor and it involved a young woman and she says That's on the way to her death. She was there while pointing to herself. 24. 24 years old. That was true. That was a live one. But there's some scenes from the Philippines that just have a this is let's not the restricted food to the one we have. And then the ones that one can't imagine going on. The best way to describe it, and I don't mean this for I'm not trying to be gratuitous. It's important to understand what's going on though. And when we use that reason to be lawnmower, what that means in reality. Because this is, as we say, something that is remorseful, month to month, with a reliable tally of people. This is what those statistics boil down to on the ground. In the book Rampage, John and Scott tells the story. So I guess ultimately as a family, rounded up by the Japanese right as their troops are starting to torch the city of New York. And this is the sort of stuff my father was worried about, just when he was worried about the POWs that were coming out of it. So Scott starts with these men being rounded up, taken to this school, and eventually moved out to this canal at night. And the hands tied behind the back, and the Japanese has a flashlight. And they start cutting off the heads of the people in this group that's been taken to the canal by flashlight. And then when it was returned, this gentleman got hooked, identified as 25-year-old Ricardo San Juan. And they get to him, they chopped his head off, but not quite. They had a picture of him. A little showing years later. It clearly looks like somebody whose head was almost chopped off. That's what it looks like after it hit. So the plane's dead and he lays there and you think to yourself that it's lying around. A lot of them have to be people who live their lives just 1 second ago. This is what that means to ruin the rest of your life. But this is what you experience for a reason. Like I said, this is not like it's gratuitous. This is meant to put some context on enormous numbers like 100,000 civilians die a month. Well, I do not count these sorts of incidents as collateral damage at all. This is intentional on someone's part at some level of destruction. So Scott talks about everything that this poor guy goes through personally and says, quote, but the night's terror had only begun. The Japanese returned to the same spot with a second group of captives. On his belly in the brush, Ricardo San Juan counted 19 women and 27 children. Among them he saw his 25-year-old wife Virginia and a couple of 3 children. 4 months pregnant at the time, Virginia held the couple's youngest child in her arms, 1-year-old Jose. The Japanese had tied the adults together with a long strand of rope, looped around the upper left arm of each woman. Guards herded the woman into a circle around the children. The Japanese then formed a perimeter around them. To San Juan's horror, Scott writes, the soldiers began to bayonet the children, and even infants, including 2-month-old Celia Fajardo, wrapped in a gray flannel sleep suit. That's quoting the eyewitness quote. Some of the babies were grabbed from the arms of their mothers and were held by their 2 hands in midair by one of the Japanese soldiers. At that instant, they say, the executioner was stabbed in that position. Scott continues, quote, the orgy of violence escalated. Hidden in the dark thicket barely 8 feet away, San Juan, the soldier, plunged his bayonet into the chest of his 5-year-old son, Crescencio. He heard the boy cry out before he collapsed and died. The same soldier then snatched up his infant son, Jose. That baby of mine, San Juan recalls, was thrown into the air and then caught with the point of a bayonet. The author continues, quote, soldiers likewise killed his 3-year-old daughter, Corazon. Her name Spanish for heart, but San Juan did not see it. That was the only mercy he experienced that night. With the children littered on the ground dead, the Japanese pounced on the mothers with blood-soaked bayonets. The same soldier who had tried to cut off his head ran his blade through the belly of San Juan's pregnant wife. those guys back on the boat. For this part. And while I wish these were isolated examples, they're all too common, both in your history books and among the Japanese. Here's the thing. We were talking about something that happened in the biblical era, and you said that one army treated civilians in areas that had held captive, and other soldiers that fell into his hands this way. Hard to blame, but it's very unusual behavior in the mid-20th century, right? And your power. Now, what you can certainly find examples that are usually as off the charts as this with, say, the Germans, certainly, but in the Red Army, the Allies in certain circumstances, the non-Soviet Allies, but those are just that, they're outliers. The Japanese do this over and over and over again. In Scott's book, he has a section in the index, and under the heading of massacres and atrocities, he goes down a whole page in small print. And this is just mostly the number things. It's things like behind the Shell service station. There's a massacre behind the Shell service station. Against civilians suspected of guerrilla ties. In La Salle massacre. Fort Santiago steel dungeon. Mass starvation. German club massacre. Philippine General Hospital killing of men. POWs on Palawan. Red Cross massacre. Santo Domingo church massacre. Over and over and over again. It's fascinating to wonder about. There's a book called Embraces the Truth that is about Japan's coming to grips with losing the war right afterwards. 46, 47, 1947. And one of the things I found interesting in reading was that there was a big backlash in civilians to returning soldiers with these sorts of stories of this kind of behavior filtered down to the public after the war. Obviously, they were not finished this war. And there was a backlash that one might compare to the way some Vietnam veterans were treated over the whole, talking at the airport. They would arrive back in country for being baby children. MacArthur will find himself occupied and liberating the Philippines for the rest of the war. Now, he will declare at certain times that the fighting has ceased in order to basically say, I have liberated the Philippines. But when the war actually ends, there's tens of thousands, I think it's like 50,000 men, still under the same Japanese general who have to give up their arms and surrender. So I would say that the United States has but MacArthur will continue fighting there in hard slaughter for the rest of the war, as I said. So while that's going on, you now have the determination to take the island of Unity, and right afterwards, Okinawa. These places, if you look at the map, are the Japanese inheritors for urban people. Emperor looked at those areas as a moat. And the idea, of course, of the moat was to absorb the force of your enemy's charge and weaken them before they get to the castle wall. And Okinawa is like a southern area of the moat, and Fuji was like the eastern area of the moat. It was tiny little place. Little volcanic house, 8 square miles, and nothing to the place. But it can hold a couple of airfields. This is, as we said in the Cold War, airfields, fighting something. Having or not having an airfield is different. There's multiple strategic locations with vast distances in the Pacific. Americans want to take New York, and the Japanese are ready for it. So what happens in Honolulu, it used to be the new train. To have these places built up, and they've had more time, right? The outlying islands that hadn't had as much time for visiting to really get the defenses the way they hope to get them. In Honolulu, you had guns peeking out from behind steel doors. The New York takes it the next step higher than that. One of the most fortified places in the Second World War in terms of places that any of the Allies had to overcome. Iwo Jima is one of the most, if not the most famous battle that ever involved the U.S. Marines. But the reason for that is because it was so nightmare. That's how you make a reputation. You can go through something that is like walking through hell. And when you read the accounts of the survivors and veterans, it's interesting how often, and many of these people had been on other island fights before, so I have something to compare to how often they would say, at can't even describe it. They were like nothing I'd ever seen. In Patrick K. O'Donnell's fine book, Into the Rising Sun, Community Veteran, among a couple of them. Mike Greenwich from the Fifth Marine Division said, quote, I can't hardly even describe it to you. The misery and the difference between this and all the other island fighting I experienced. Coming to Ewell was a different kind of fight. And he has the remembrances of the last surviving person who was on the flag raising team on Mount Suribachi, famous, won all sorts of awards, maybe the most famous photograph taken with the award people on Mount Suribachi, Charles Lindbergh, of the island. Iwo Jima was a massacre. I never expected it would like that. People were dying left and right. Japanese were in caves and bunkers. You had to rout them out. In the quote. Being void of the 5th Marine Division said, quote, Iwo Jima was as close to hell as you could get. I can't even begin to describe it to you. It was always hot, active gunfire all the time, and explosions going on. People getting killed left and right. And we should remind ourselves that people have been in other places that are considered to be very bad fights as well. So when they're saying that Iwo Jima is on another level, clearly it is. The Japanese had 8 months to prepare for this. And he does go back, I mean, in many ways, everyone's critical of Japanese strategy during the war and many of the things, but they kind of did keep their eyes on the goal of making the Allies have to take these islands position to position to position and take each casualty doing it in the hopes that they get tired of it. After all, how many Americans even could find Iwo Jima on a map? How many American boys it would take a place like that, especially if the people back home aren't looking at many of the larger strategic implications. I mean, Iwo Jima is halfway between Saipan and Tokyo. Great place for an airfield. Lots of reasons you might want it. How many boys is it worth? And these are going to give more than they thought they would have to. That's partly why it becomes this great battle in their history of the Crucible. 800 positions, pillboxes, bunkers, gun emplacements. The tunnels on this island stretch for miles underground. Different accounts for 3 miles, 7 miles, 10 miles, 16 miles. I have no idea which of those is true, but some of them are big enough to drive a fully loaded truck into. The commander is at 75 feet, has electric lights, is completely protected from all those giant battlefield shells. And the plan is to let the Americans get on the beaches, which is going to be something like 70,000 plus men. And then when everything was crammed and crowded into what would become one of the most congested battlefields in world history, you look at the numbers, right? How many people are on an island 8 miles square? Then you start dropping giant mortar rounds on crowded beaches, which have been so fine and volcanic that no one can get in it, themselves a little shelter. You start tearing up the people on the beaches with something like 2,000 casualties right away. The Marines are going to suffer 8,000 casualties in the first week. Remember, casualties means wounded, missing, killed, prisoners, right? All of it. Here's the thing. It's easy to sort of forget the whole wounded thing until you start reading these accounts of these veterans. And you realize how long ago they're talking about when they talk about being wounded in placement in the Jima, and yet they're still blind, or they're still in a wheelchair, or whatever the injury back then is to them. They've lived with the rest of their lives. So whereas one might think about killing wounded at a very different level, and whereas wounded might mean anything from slightly wounded to grievously wounded, we should recall the toll that that takes on people's lives forever afterwards also. And in addition to that, it's needless to say, when you think about it for 2 seconds, but combat produces all sorts of injuries. McDonald's Little Rising Sun, to quote the regime of the Hitler division interest. He talks about some fighting that goes on and basically talks about the next day. The next day we were attacked again. Every 100 yards there was another cannon, and you had to dig the enemy out. One of our comrades was captured by the Japanese and pulled into a cave where they tortured him by slitting his finger webs up to his wrists. He was screaming uncontrollably. Our lieutenant got so angry he went in after him and was killed in the process. There was hardly any of us left in the entire company. For me, I was hit on March 14th. My hip joint was shot all to pieces. 4 Marines from the Marine Corps band were moving into the rear, and one of the men was killed in the process. Since the war, he says, I've been confined in a wheelchair and have tried to live a good life. However, I relive the war every day. That's an example of what is wounded in action. Boils down to North about the war. A war from 70 plus years ago. Every single day. Right. If you read a lot about these various styles and specific skills you have, I know, you begin to notice similarities and differences, and the differences begin to stand out and differentiate one battle from the other. It's interesting how many different people on both sides talk about how terrible the wounds are and how unlike many of these other island battles they were. And I've seen all sorts of reasons suggesting why that might be. A lot of mortars used, for example, the Japanese massive ones. I mean, a lot of times mortars are like 60 millimeter mortars, which are kind of light mortars. The Japanese are using ones that are like 12-inch mortars, 750 pounds projectiles that were flying ash cans is the way to describe it. Mini refrigerators going so slow as they arc up in the air, you can see them and watch them. And when they blow up, they were just shining holes in the ground. Whatever was in a nearby gone. And there's no place to hide on an island. Everything's in place. At no time does the commander allow, although there are some people who do it anyway, the suicidal charges that the Japanese have launched all throughout the world have used up so much of their manpower for no good reason. These people hiding, and their job is to kill Americans, not to get charged. They have to be methodically taken out by one Japanese survivor that said that he was watching people try to exterminate insects, which is methodical. If you ever watch film, it's a video film of this stuff. That's what it looks like. It looks like working a lot of the time. Sealing up caves, blowing up stuff, lots of flamethrowers and such. Which turned out to be very important for this because a lot of the time you couldn't get the Japanese out any other way. But the wounds caused by all this was terrible and were talked upon. Life magazine reporter Bob Sharon said, and he quoted the name of my sources, he had been told to add some context. In the first 5 days of the battle, the Marines suffered an average of more than 1,200 casualties per day. The beaches and the flat terrain around the airfield were strewn with dead. Shell craters left records of direct hits. Some contained the mashed up remains of 10 or 12 Marines. Exploring the terraces above Red Beach, Bob Sherrod observed, quote, nowhere in the Pacific War have I seen such badly mangled bodies. Many were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from anybody. In one spot on the sand, far from the nearest cluster of dead, I saw a string of guts 15 feet long. Another Sherrod narrative, or the same one later, I don't know, was picked up by Francis Pike Francis Pike's account, by the way, picks up after the Marines get off the beach on the first day and start moving in. And I think context of the first thing. Advancing towards Chidori Airport, the leading Marines were suddenly cut down by concealed underground positions. General Kurodayashi's death machine roared into action. It turned into a battle like no other in World War II. Japan's defenders had the advantage over attackers. Mobility, which characterized the advantage usually afforded the attacker in this situation, was entirely nullified in a fight that had to be won hole by hole, pillbox by pillbox, and cave by cave. By the end of the first day of fighting, 600 Americans lay dead, and a further 2,000 more had been wounded. Unusually, some of the highest casualties were engineers of the 133rd Seabees. The western beaches, he writes, were strewn with wrecked machines, body parts, and mangled bodies. At 5 p.m., a second chief wheeler told Robert Sherrod of Life magazine, quote, "There's more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of the war put together." The noise was almost unbearable, Sherrod noted. According to Sherrod, who was an eyewitness to this, quote, "As the shells burst, as they crashed and shrieked, one of the wounded rose from his stretcher. He rose slowly, bending at the waist. His head was bare, and his arms were straight and reaching at his sides. He sat, mouth open, and screamed, 'Oh my God! My God! Good God Almighty!' The corporal sobbed into the dirt." In the book of Clay, he quotes the Japanese veteran Omagari, who comments on the fact that the Marines named one part of Iwo Jima as one time. And he says that Omagari could easily understand why the Marines called it that, saying, quote, "Men didn't just die on Iwo Jima. They were ripped apart, torn to shreds and scattered. I saw torsos with no limbs, dismembered legs, arms, and hands, and internal organs splashed onto the rocks." And both the officers, Captain Craig and the Weather Major General campaign, the operations officer for the 28th Combat Team, he later summed it up best in his thing, quote, "Each day you learn new ways to die." Chaplain was a town. People were living so often like trotting about underground with virtually no water. The island has virtually no water. So they know they're going to die, are living amongst the dead, and are dealing with, every time they come out of the hole, just absolutely overwhelming firepower. But their job, we should recall, was always to die. And victory or defeat will be measured by how many Americans they're able to take with them. And they take enough Americans with them to influence public opinion back in the United States, which was a large part of their goal, right? To get the home front asking the questions of whether or not all this is worth it. Reminds me of the benefits of the Vietnam War. That wasn't intended as a stunning victory over South Vietnamese U.S. forces in the field. It was intended to influence public opinion back on the home front, to tell those people, if you've been told the war is almost over, well, you've been lied to. Otherwise, how could we do this still? The Japanese are kind of saying the same message back to the United States, and the Americans on the home front are hearing it loud and clear. The Americans take almost 29,000 casualties, and more than a month, make an island that's 4.5 miles long and wide. Most Americans don't even know where this is. The Japanese, of course, have this in a trademark now, and something that no one else does on a regular basis, we use almost everyone again. And between 21 and 22,000 guys on the island, slightly over 200 will be taken prisoner. And most of those, as usual, are Korean and Taiwanese workers who are generally impressed with the service and don't want to be inconvenienced. So here we are with the war seemingly in the end stages. Right, we're approaching Japan proper, and the fight is getting harder. People back home know that. And more answers. The wonderful photographical photos showing the world of American Margarito, right there. The Poland lies lost on Iwo Jima produced a strong reaction at home and weighed heavily on the minds of those who directed the war. On March 15th, in the midst of the battle, the Navy released an anguished letter it received from an unidentified woman pleading, quote, "Please, for God's sake, stop sending our finest youth to be murdered on places like Iwo Jima." She continued in the letter, quote, "It is too much for boys to stand," she wrote. "Too much for mothers and homes to take. It is driving some mothers crazy. Why can't objectives be taken in some other way? It is most inhuman and awful. Stop! Stop!" And interesting to me and written stats, isn't it? But according to these historians and others, a lot of it has to do with an effort to begin to burn to the public for what is to come. They are starting to almost celebrate in advance because the war in Europe against Nazi Germany is clearly winding up, right? I mean, the defeat is imminent over there. So the tendency is to think, yeah, victory's here, we can celebrate, we can stop all this rationing, the boys can come home, the killing can stop, and all that. Not so fast. The Japanese did inflicted 29,000 casualties for Chinese little volcanoes rocking in the middle of nowhere, and they're not showing any signs of immediate surrender. And the finger is being left for. And by the way, Forrestal was the Secretary of the Navy. Forrestal's willingness to publish the unidentified woman's letter and his acknowledgement that many others like it had been received suggests that he and his advisors recognized that they were reaching a critical moment in life. As letters made clear, a significant segment of the public was beginning to find the war's cost intolerable, just as American forces were drawing closer to Japan. Harder fighting lay ahead, and that reality had to be confronted directly, Forrestal to say. Towards that end, they write, the armed forces were aiding newsreel companies in producing more realistic reports of the fighting in Europe and the Pacific. During the battle for Iwo Jima, raw footage was dispatched back to the newsreel companies in New York and was ready for distribution within 2 weeks of the initial landing. The newsreels produced from the film displayed the horror of war with disturbing candor. Bosley Crowther, a writer for the New York Times, observed that, quote, the newsreels, thank heaven, are getting tougher. They're letting us have it right between the eyes. End quote. Story quote, of particular note, Crowther added, was Pacific Fury, the name of the film, a forthcoming film on the capture of Tel Aviv and nearby Anwar, that looked closely into the faces of the men who fought these battles and thus personalized the strain and suffering they endured. That was a long quote. I apologize for that. I wanted the historian to weigh in on this because trying to gauge what a public opinion might have been like at the time, I think is something that historians should consider reading. And, it's funny how the dovetail to the original Japanese concept back in down to the basic question who's going to win the war. It's going to be whoever was willing to suck up more casualties for a bunch of places that really didn't mean that much to America. It's not like we're talking about the Japanese conquering a U.S. state in North America, right? They're going to fight to death for that, but the Americans care about Iwo Jima that much because the Japanese care for it a lot, but it's a lot closer to them. Not only is it the American public, but it's starting to especially those who've lost people, or people who are going to lose people in the future if it continues. You're starting to see discourse being shown by some of the media outlets. San Francisco Examiner newspaper, that's owned by William Randolph Hearst, makes a predictable criticism here that it's bad leadership, right? From the bloody winning quarterbacking, where they're saying if Gardner was in charge of this would have happened. Right? He's a genius. He's known for saving his troops' lives. If he was here, in other words, sort of passing blame on this idea that the man should have been divided at all. And anybody but the doctor should have been in command now. We should point out the first of the guy who was probably glad to support Senators regardless of the Republican nomination for president in the next election. So this is maybe not all it appears to be on the surface, but it's a sign. The sign that people aren't happy. People are casualties. People are wondering whether it's untoward thing. If we're not fighting it right, I mean, we shouldn't be fighting it at all. This is a sign for a country about to be skyrocketing the amount of casualties that you have to have in this year to get this over with. Look at what the Russians are starting to take. The Soviets in their last push towards Berlin. It's horrifying. And what the Germans take is in the process as well. That's what those numbers we started off this segment were all about. It's a meat grinder, and they're getting it done in the European theater a couple of months before it's going to happen here in the Pacific. Is there a way out of hell here? Well, maybe. Because there are different views on ways that the war can be shortened, but because there's not enough data for one side or another to whip out there in support of their argument, that it becomes sort of a he said, she said war type situation. A group of people who believe that a weapon already exists that would make the great 1946 invasion of Japan scenario go up in a public smoke. A couple of instantly. You wouldn't have to have any more of those Iwo Jimas. It's the sort of weapon that the mother writing that we couldn't take any more of sending our flower of our youth to go die for these Iwo places. Well, what if you had a way around that problem? What would that be? Treated countries or treated allies. There are people who are proponents of the idea of bombing from the air and be decisive in war. In theory, can go either way. If they're proponents and opponents, but the best short enunciation of the hypothesis I've ever seen, I ran across blank diaries war. He quotes the British head of bomber command, Sir Arthur Harris, who said during the war, quote, there are a lot of people who say that bombing can never win a war. Well, my answer to that is that it has never been tried yet, and we shall see. And over the years, in multiple countries, both Axis and Allied, have been thinking about this sort of stuff for a while. Now, in Germany, you're starting to finally see bombing make a difference. It kind of looks at the statistics, and we are interested in them too. But the bombing was sort of something that was a pinprick for Germany for a long time, or that they could work around. And then all of a sudden, late 1944, early 1945, you reach like all this cat's-eyed moment where we're starting to be having a huge impact on things, which, what you say, that a lot of things happen with the German military, that also would have played into what turns out to be like a systemic failure at a certain point. But let's remember for contextual reasons what aerial weaponry is doing to Germany late in the war. And the choices of their fire and moral dimensions of World War II, historian Michael Bassler, quote, on February 3rd, 1945, the U.S. 8th Air Force sent 937 bombers and 613 escorting fighters over Berlin. They leveled large parts of the city and killed some 25,000 persons. On February 14th and 15th, 800 British and 400 American bombers flew in over Dresden, igniting a firestorm that burned for a week and killed at least 60,000 non-combatants. Now, I've seen a much lower casualty figures of Dresden than that, but even if it only took 25,000, only 25,000, and this in a country that has relatively sophisticated civil defense facilities, so that these people are mostly in bomb shelters when you get those kind of casualties. How horrible would they be if they were running out in the open? Germany's getting hit multiple times a week, and by the end of the war, I believe Heidelberg is the only major large-sized German city that is not decimated by the bomb damage or really completely wiped off the map. Those are shocking. You are not seeing those kinds of results in the Pacific Asia theater yet. This is is how total war turns things morally topsy-turvy, right? The people who are running B-29 super fortresses out of the Marianas Islands since 1944 bombing Japan, they're in trouble for not doing the sort of damage that we just mentioned in Europe. But today, people look on that as horrifying. But in the war, you had, I guarantee you, when the Allied population woke up in the newspaper and read about those bombing raids in Germany that I just quoted from Michael Besser's book, those are good things to them, not bad things. This is the difference between if it's in cold blood or in hot blood, with murders and crime. War is hot blood. Us today trying to make sense of the decision making in cold blood. It's a very different thing. The idea that the commanders of the American air assets and Marianas are in trouble for not doing more damage to Japan, not being more effective, is the idea of what the priorities are. In January 1945, they bring in new leadership to see if they can shake up the results here. And the guy who comes in to do that is one of the famous proponents of aerial bombing. He is a guy who is much of a caricature as MacArthur is, or General Patton. This is not like Patton. The kind of guy who has a sort of can-do, almost heartless toward the enemy, sorts of attitudes in wartime, and then when you go from hot blood to cold blood, they look horribly out of place. There are a couple of figures in the famous movie Dr. Strangelove where if you mash them together, you get one General Curtis LeMay. And that's who gets brought in to shake things up with the B-29 super fortresses. Oh, incidentally, the most expensive weapon the U.S. paid for this war. I mean, it's the most expensive weapons program you need a treaty contest on a line like that. But that puts a lot of pressure on the people that were out there risking their reputations to promote this thing. This is going to have a decisive impact on the war. Well, in a couple of months of bombing Japan, it hasn't done squat. LeMay said after he took over his air assets in Marianas, quote, "This outfit has been getting a lot of publicity without having really accomplished a hell of a lot in bombing results, and it changes strategies, adopts doctrines and ideas that have been percolating in the U.S. Air thinking like these have been for years now, all the way back to 1939, they were noticing that Japan might be extra vulnerable to setting fires from the air. They do experiments in 1942 where they built rock-up cities against German and Japanese cities so they can test them out. LeMay had spent some time in Indochina with another American air general named Chenault, who was a proponent of incendiaries, right? Mixing incendiaries in your bomb loads, which is a pretty common thing that most countries could do, by the way. And they burned down the Chinese city of Hangzhou in denying to the Japanese. And I learned quite a bit about how the Asian construction materials, like lots of wood, for example, how they could best be set on fire. So when LeMay gets to the Marianas and sees the user results and the high casualty rates that they've been suffering on these raids to Japan, it changes things up. He puts a bunch of different things in place. Some his own sorts of ideas, others that were grabbed from years of thinking about what the next American was this. And he launched a couple of preliminary raids using these methods and then just puts it together, looks at the data from those smaller raids, and then launches one in March. That is what my years It was called Operation March 9th, 1945. Area bomb load that it would take 1,017 flying soldiers every time the American bombers. It would take 1,000 of them to carry the bomb load of 230. And the bomb load has been tweaked. A lot more incendiaries added. Certain particular incendiaries, napalm, which is relatively new development, deployment, but it's killing gas behind it. Like so many of these incendiaries used by the major powers in the Second World War, it flashes on you to continue to burn. Phosphorus like that, you can't put it out. It's very difficult. So these cones are going to come in low, which represents everything we were designed to do. Fantastically high-level bombers, B-29, that offers protection and all kinds of other benefits to bring it in low to go against the design idea. But the winds over Japan are crazy. The cloud cover is almost constant, and it's a funny thing at 5,000 feet instead of 25,000 feet to avoid all the problems. The Americans have learned that it is suicidal to do that in a place like Germany with their air defenses, but when they get into Japan, especially at night, air defenses at night are significantly worse than they are in the daytime. The problem with going at night is you kind of expose the fallacy of the basic idea that Americans celebrate bombing doctrine. Americans are a precision bomber country. They have these great bombs like the optics and tactics that have been developed to try to hit the installations. In fact, in the way in our infrastructure, things that help the war effort, but not target civilians, not bomb indiscriminately over whole areas. But in the mid-20th century, precision bombing in the daytime is good for miss if it's part of the time. At night, you just get it yourself. You don't even try to parry at night. And it means incendiary area attack at night is to decide if you want to burn down a city. How do you measure the effectiveness? What's a good outcome for you if you launch a bomb and rail and the goal is burning it down? You can congratulate you can burn it down. And there's not a country in the war that would use their propaganda or their public statements the idea that they're deliberately trying to kill civilians. So everybody has sort of a rationale and logical insanity for why they do what they do and what they're targeting. The Americans never ever waver from the public pronouncement that they're going after military targets. And they can defend that in Japan because the military targets have all been decentralized. I mean, they had a lot of little workshops aiding the defense effort, and it's all over Tokyo. One author that I read called the bombing range target, a classic mixed target, infrastructure, industry, and civilians to homes and schools and hospitals all mixed together. But in a flammable city, if you can set it on fire and burn everything down, you'll get all those military targets. You get everything else too. The March 9th, which will continue into March 10th, almost 3-hour raid by more than 300 bombers, just out 16 square miles of Tokyo. Remember, this is an experiment of wondering how this is all going to work. And for all the manuals, you're going to get tons of planes shot down. And when the results come back, everyone's overjoyed. This is the most effective D-29 that we've ever had so far. I think in all the raids up till now, they've killed less than 2,000 people in Tokyo. But in this 3-hour, less than 3-hour raid, it's still 100,000. The U.S. Strategic Intelligence Service said that, quote, probably more persons lost their lives by fire in Tokyo in a 6-hour period than in any equivalent period of time in the history of man. The worst military attack ever, the most costly, the most damaging, and that 100,000 number is an estimate. Various degeneracies is closer to 120,000. No one knows the very records that might help shed some light on that, burned up in the very fire that took all their lives. The number of official injuries that people seeking help and documented was over 40,000. Many of the statistical surveys I was looking at triple that number. And if you look at photographs of the 16 square miles, something like 40% of Tokyo's main area is ash. I mean, that's brick and stone and metal buildings sprinkled here and there. And you can see the outlines of the roads and everything else is like the bottom of the barbecue. The people inside those buildings, by the way, did not find sanctuary. Those buildings turned into ovens. and the accounts that are available. It sounds like gratuitous stuff that you mentioned. I've always wondered about what I would like to call the worst places to be in the world at any given time, like just battlefields, like disaster site, whatever it might be. And I always darkly joke that the worst place to be is like a tie for 100 different incidents, but how is this not on? Recent biography, General Curtis, shows that gives you the rundown of how this goes, and the technical side of this, right? Because remember, the Americans are trying to figure out how to be effective with this weapon system. They're trying out different mixes of things, different tactics, strategies, altitudes, bomb loads, the composition thereof, and so that's like cool. Each plane would fly individually in 3 staggered lines between 5,000 and 7,000 feet. The first planes to take off would fly at slower speed in order for the later planes to catch up. It would be unlike anything yet seen in the war. 3 long lines of bombers coming in at very low altitude. The bombardier's job would be greatly simplified because a small group of planes coming from a different direction would drop incendiaries in the front and back of the target zone before the lines of bombers arrive, similar to lighting up both ends of a football field at night. The planes coming after them from another direction would see the fires that the lead bombers had set and then bomb the area in between. The plan, he writes, was brilliant in its simplicity. The human cost, he says, would be determined later. End quote, he continues, quote. LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters in cluster bombs in Mississippi, like bananas all clustered on a tree, and they would drop all the bananas would split off separately. So LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters that would explode at 2,000 feet above the ground. Each cluster would release 38 incendiary bombs of napalm and phosphorus, creating a rain of fire over the city. In all, 8,519 clusters would be dropped, releasing 496,000 individual cylinders weighing 6.2 pounds each, resulting in 1,665 tons of incendiary to be dropped on Tokyo that night. End quote. There's one thing that we've been learning about strategic bombing at this point in the war is that sometimes you get lucky or unlucky, depending on whose point of view we're looking at this from. Sometimes the climatic conditions are perfect. Sometimes you have some wind in the region. If everything were to conspire against the civilians in the city, and bombs mixed with the wind, mixed with the climate, and all that could create something called a firestorm. This happened in Germany several times. Dresden just mentioned Hamburg, the famous one. What that does is take the casualties from something that might be a 6,000 or 8,000 or 12,000 dead civilian night, which sounds horrible, and convert it into something, amplify it into something like a 25,000, 30, or 35,000 dead civilian night. This war, military historian David Dyer had said that if the British Bomber Command could reliably create these firestorms, whenever they wanted to, the war would be over in 6 months. That's not like a thing. But it's an interesting idea to be able to create these equivalents of a natural disaster, right? A global weather-oriented disaster, for example, a flood, a volcanic eruption, a tsunami, something like that, like a freeze, whatever it might be. To be able to do this as a weapon of war, well, it's interesting to speculate what that might mean for the war effort. And that's exactly what people need. How do you counter a raid that might kill 100,000 people? How does one live with themselves? The way to do it, though, is by telling yourself that you say you need more than that. Now, as an aside here, I've done more than 10 hours of talking about the logical insanity, the moral logic of strategic bombing as the proponents of that theory see it. And I would suggest that the jury is still out. Nothing has been decided yet on whether the people who suggest that a nasty is actually more merciful and humanitarian than a longer war that isn't. I think the idea of being throwing the monkey wrench into human being lawnmower, like it's anything that short circuits the ever-functioning conveyor belt of death here, is the greater good in the minds of people who can manage to sleep at night, ordering the deaths of that people. Well, May said over and over, as did a lot of the people who work here, this was going to shorten the war, and shortening the war was the most important thing. It's so hard to not judge this sort of action by the standards of now. But what I constantly try to remind myself is that 1945, by then, they're not operating by our standards anymore. They're 6 years into total war, a war of survival, extermination. There's the very highest possible mistakes and all sorts of terrible things done up until this point. I mean, how do you order to burn 100,000 people? Well, a little at a time. You work your way up to it. We shouldn't forget that besides the 3 bombs here were some of the early proponents of bombing. The Germans did it to Warsaw, they did it to Rotterdam, they did it to Britain for 9 solid, heavy months and killed more than 40,000 non-combatants in Britain. In 1945, they launched B-2 rockets at Britain, killing more than somewhere around 10,000 people. That is in one day worth of 10,000 people. So nothing to stop. The Japanese were bombing Chinese cities before the Second World War even started for most countries. They were dropping. I remember the war when you have eating foods with the plane by the plane facilities and then dropping back on Chinese cities from the air to see what happens. Well, some of the villages say you woke up to by 1945. The war is kind of an insane sort of level. But nobody feels that all of a sudden killing 100,000 people in Tokyo is tons worse than killing 60,000 in Hamburg or 35,000 in Dresden. See what happens when it gets insane? We're in crazy territory by 1945. Forget the numbers which are impossible to conceptualize with all real people human experiences on the ground, the sorts that are unimaginable. I just or what the historians have to say. Historian commerce, train, bombs, civilians writes about Operation Indian House on March 9th, and on Japan's quote. The selected zone of attack covered 6 important industrial targets and numerous smaller factories, railroad yards, home industries, and cable plants. But it also included one of the most densely populated areas in the world. End quote, he goes on to say, 135,000 people per square mile. Before Operation Meeting House was over, between 90,000 and 100,000 people had been killed. Most died horribly, as the intense heat from the firestorm consumed the oxygen, boiled water in canals, and sent liquid glass rolling down the streets. Thousands suffocated in shelters or parks. Panicked crowds crushed victims who had fallen in the streets as they surged towards waterways to escape the flames. Perhaps the most terrible incident, he writes, came when one B-29 dropped 7 tons of incendiaries on and around the crowded, I believe it was Coca-Cola Bridge. Hundreds of people were turned into fiery torches and, quote, splashed into the river below in sizzling issues, end quote. One writer, Frank says, described the fallen bodies as resembling 10 caterpillars that had been burned out of a tree. Tail gunners, Frank says, were sickened by the sight of hundreds of people burning to death in flaming napalm on the surface of the Sunita River. A doctor who observed the carnage there later said, quote, you couldn't even tell if the objects floating by were arms and legs or pieces of burnt wood. End quote. Frank says, quote, B-29 crews fought superheated updrafts that destroyed at least 10 aircraft and wore oxygen masks to avoid vomiting from the stench of burning flesh. By the time the attack had ended, almost 15 square miles of Tokyo were burned out, and over 1 million people were homeless. Glenn Dyer had quoted in my witness one of the fire storms in Germany, which said that the sound that you hear during was like an old church organ that was very loud and playing all the notes at once. As he said, generally the conditions have to contribute to create these sorts of firestorms, and there was already something like a 30 decimated 40 miles per hour wind in Tokyo when this happened, so that fire danger already. And Tokyo was known as a city prone to fires, and Japan had a problem with that. Tokyo had a very specific problem with that. That's why the U.S. had identified it years before as prone to incendiary areas, and it really burned. Creates its own weather, just like the firestorm you addressed. The wind starts turning into almost a tornado, and you count after count of people being swept away by an invisible hand of wind that just pulls them away. It gets so bad that you can't see anything because it's blowing pebbles and rocks into your face. The accounts from some of these German attacks talk about the asphalt melting, and that happens everywhere. So you try to run down the streets and you find yourself sitting on molten asphalt. They talk about the wind sucking all the oxygen out of things. You'll find these airline shelters in Germany where everybody is just suffocated. The temperature reaches 1,800 degrees in the center of some of this fire area, and people just start exploding with flames. Going over and over with nothing. They're just like matchsticks. Like a lot of people who found these their avenue just being cut off in every direction. Just sat down in the street. One of my sources said face the Imperial Palace and waited to die and were found there. The photographs there are not many, but the photographs, to be honest, the photographs of the bodies in Europe too are hard to handle. We're talking about large piles of bodies in the Tokyo area that they're all carbonized. In the rising sun, obviously on color farm, one person was the father of the 4 children, and his wife on day. Something that was hoped to protect them from the fire and take off trying to get away and pull them like a sword. They pushed their way across the bridge to escape the roaring blaze that was pursuing them, quote, end quote, like a wild animal. A strong wind sucked into the flames, swept a stinging storm of pebbles into their faces. They turned back to the gale and plodded slowly away from the conflagration, fascinated at the sight of oil drums, rocketing through the roof of a cable factory near the river and exploding into balls of fire 100 feet in the air. The center of Tokyo, he writes, was as incandescent as the sun. Billowing clouds of smoke surged up, illuminated below by orange flames. Thousands crouched terrified in their wooden shelters where they would be roasted alive. And off of it there, I absolutely reject under 1,000 publishers. I couldn't find anything. Alito, evidence. He wrote a book, The Night Tokyo Burned, many years ago. He took some eyewitness accounts and put them together of people who had visualized something different. I don't believe this was magic. It's both fascinating and repellent at the same time. We had one eyewitness encountered by a captain. The officers had just gone to the bridge to check out conditions there. Because people were running towards water wherever they could find it. The officers quote. And there they were stunned by the sight of countless dead bodies that lay everywhere around. They were in a forest of corpses. In every direction, bodies were crumpled so closely together that they must have been touching when they died. They lay there now, mute evidence of the fury of the American attack on Tokyo's civil population. The captain looked out over the Ichigo River and shook his head. What a pitiful situation it was. So appalling that it exceeded the imagination's ability to deal with it. What could rescuers do in a situation like this? There was no one to rescue. Touch one of the roasted bodies and the flesh would crumble in the hand. Humanity reduced to the essential, turned into carbon. To account continues, and this is not to be gratuitous. This is to give us an idea of exactly what mankind's capabilities, thus human capabilities, that finally achieved. What rebels now on damage we can do. This is the sort of thing we read about after a giant, act of God, natural disaster type thing. Something that's only targeted in some even talks about the captain looking at the bank of the river and seeing how the waves and the wind had pushed all of the corpses, tens of thousands of them, up against the beach and stacked them like cordwood. It was a real sight. To read the accounts of operations going out and the results out, it sounds like the American Secretary of War and the General of the Army, George Marshall, was both quite bothered by civilian casualties of fire in the War and the Pacific. What the team do amongst a very small group of people who are better than expected result. But Remain will turn the bombers around 2 days later and do it again. And turn around a couple days after that and do it again. And when you used to firebomb a Japanese city runs out against enemy area. Temporary bomb trying to get more to this point. They underestimated how many bombing runs the city was past after he had 15 times. But he's also very blunt about what war, especially modern war, mid-20th century war, boils down to. Again, I said earlier, caricature, but not a caricature like a cartoon caricature. A caricature like a two-dimensional figure that doesn't seem like a fully fleshed out caricature either, but the caricature said about the bombing would tell you a quote. Quote. We were going after military targets. No point in slaughtering civilians for the mere sake of slaughter. Of course, there's a pretty thin veneer in Japan, but the veneer was there. It was their system of dispersal of industry. All you had to do was visit one of those targets after we roasted it and see the ruins of a multitude of tiny houses with a drill press sticking up through the wreckage of every home. The entire population got into the act and worked to make those airplanes or munitions of war. Men, women, children. We knew we were going to kill a lot of women and kids when we burned that town. Oh. The 100 people that ordered those kind of things done. Sleep at night? Well, maybe if they have a problem sleeping at night, they don't figure out some way to end this whole thing by throwing a monkey wrench into the assembly line of death. War tells us biography for them. It describes a letter that LeMay described in his memoirs as sticking in his head something he thought about. And Kozak says, quote, in his memoirs, LeMay makes more than one reference to a letter that continually weighed on him. Now quoting the letter, quote, Dear General, this is the anniversary of my son Mickey being killed over Hamburg, Berlin, Tokyo. Who killed his general? I just wanted to remind you of it. I'm going to send you a letter each year on the same date, the anniversary of his death, to remind you. End quote. Kozak then says this, quote, LeMay's only way to stop these types of letters from coming was to end the war. He rationalized the potentially significant loss of Japanese life on the ground with the following logic. Marines were suffering horrendous casualties on Iwo Jima in a slow, agonizing fight. Evidence that the Japanese were becoming even more ferocious the closer Americans came to the home island. And unlike the U.S. or German industry, which was factory-centered, Japanese manufacturing was greatly decentralized. Individual parts for airplanes, tanks, and bombs were produced in homes and in backyards. Quote, this is what they talk about. No matter how you slice it, you're going to kill an awful lot of civilians. Thousands and thousands. But if you don't destroy Japan's capacity to wage war, we're going to have to invade Japan. And how many Americans will be killed in an invasion of Japan? 500,000 seems to be the lowest estimate. Some say 1 million. We're at war with Japan. We were attacked by Japan. End quote. In 1939, pretty much every major country in the Second World War decried the idea of bombing civilians. By 1945, none of those countries have a moral right to stand on anymore because either they've already done it themselves or they've done things you might even see called worse. Now, it's unfair to judge the moral sensibilities of a guy like Curtis LeMay in a vacuum without really trying to figure out where he was on the scale of his age today. How does the general public in the United States feel about this? They overwhelmingly supported it, just like the British public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaign, just like the German public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaign, just like the Japanese public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaigns. All of these populations, of course, are having their information constantly pruned and redacted and filtered so that they just get what the government wants them to see. And they're being heavily propagandized to feel a certain way and adopt a certain view. That's uniform. It's happening in every country. For example, the hundreds of newspapers in the United States that celebrate and tout this firebombing in Japan, they don't show mounds of charred-human corpses. They don't play that side of it up. They may not even know how many people died. It's all about how many structures were burned, how much damage was done to the war effort, and all those kind of, how many of our own planes got home safe. This is exactly how other countries would portray a similar situation involving their forces. What's more, you have to recall the amount of propaganda out there making sure that people were prepared for this level of commitment and nastiness. When they go bomb cities and civilians, Conrad Crane quotes a little bit of the dialogue from one of the movies they made in 1944. One of the partnerships between Hollywood and the government. Like these are propaganda films or films that have a message that alters up the home front. And it involves a film with Dana Andrews, who is playing a pilot, one of those pilots that symbolically bombed Japan back in 1942, got captured, was going to be executed, and so they put his words in his mouth just before they're leading him away to heaven, and with his head cut off. The film, by the way, is called The Purple Heart, and this is the kind of dialogue that preps one for an air campaign like this. Quote, it's true we Americans don't know very much about the Japanese, and never did. And now I realize you know even less about us. You can kill us, all of us, or part of us. But if you think that's going to put the fear of God into the United States of America and stop them from sending other flyers to bomb you, you're wrong. Again, wrong. They'll blacken your skies and burn down your cities to the ground and make you get down on your knees and beg for mercy. This is your war. You wanted it, you asked for it, and now you're going to get it. And it won't be finished until your dirty little empire is wiped off the face of the earth. Execute anyone to feel extra angry, and you're ready to go burn down some Japanese cities yourself. Those who actually had to do that, though, ought to be paid. There are a lot. You never get the stories of people who were turned just fine, never thought another day about it, and moved on, but you do get the stories of those who were traumatized by it. Lots of tales of people returning back to their base with their clothes smelling like burnt-eaten flesh. Pilots and crew members turning in after action reports with shaking hands. Matthew they were young, it was our father's song. One of the crew members said this, quote, "We had to kill in order to end the war. We heard about the thousands of people we killed, the Japanese wives, the children, and the elderly. That was war. But I know every B-29 air crewman for the next 2 or 3 years would wake up at night and start shaking. Yes, the raids were successful, but horribly so." And General LeMay and the Air Force position here is basically, if we are going to continue to do this to you, and you can't stop it, until you say you've had enough, you end the war. And yet, as crazy as it sounds, as bad as things already are for Japan, they're not going to who's going to be behind that? It's a making of modern Japan. Cool. 2 days after Emperor Hirohito's inspection of bomb damage in the capital, and the Tokyo firebombing, no less a person than retired former Minister Shibihara Kishiro, once the very symbol of cooperation with Britain and the United States, gave expression to a feeling that was widely held by Japan's ruling at this time, namely, Japan and resist surrender no matter what. Shibihara had earlier advised Foreign Minister people would gradually get used to being bombed daily. In time, unity and resolve would grow stronger, and it would allow the diplomats, quote, room to devise plans for saving the country. And this topic then goes on to quote a letter to the Foreign Minister 10 days after the Tokyo firebombing, which said, quote, "If we continue to fight back bravely, even if hundreds of thousands of non-combatants are killed, injured, or starved, even if millions of buildings are destroyed or burned." And then he finishes this off by saying there will be room to produce a more advantageous international situation for Japan. End quote. That's the same line we've been hearing for a long time now, isn't it? If we can just shift the momentum here, change our luck a little bit, get lucky, have one victory, you can go to the negotiating table then and not be without something to use to bargain with, right? But way back in February, some of the people who, it's very hard to divine who was really for peace and who wasn't. Some of the people that are often credited with being more of the peace faction had tried to sway the hardliners, knowing that the hardliners' biggest fear over any eventuality was communism, by saying, you're going to get the people overthrowing the government and the emperor and everything else, and that'll be worse for the allies if the U.S. surrender. And even with all that hanging over the heads of the Japanese leadership of the elite, like we said, Damocles, with more firebombing to continue, and on April 1st, Allied troops land on Japanese soil on the island of Okinawa. Not only the Americans are in on it this time, but elements of the British Navy, British Pacific Fleet are there now. I mean, Germany's almost had it. No reason to keep the fleet in the Mediterranean, Italy's out of the war. No reason to keep it in the North Sea or the Atlantic. Bring it here to the Pacific with those aircraft carriers, with the armored flight decks. That'll be useful against kamikaze attacks, and help us take the first of the Japanese home islands, although consider Okinawa one of the home islands. Some of the Okinawans wouldn't consider it one of the home islands, but it turns out to be a battle that acts as a preview, an encouraging miniature of what the Allies can expect as they continue to move towards Japan and islands like Kyushu, right? Okinawa has something similar to Japan also that the Allies will have to deal with. Lots and lots of non-combatants, civilians. And then not running off to some refugee camp. They're not going to another part of the country. They're stuck there on an island 60 miles long, but only about 10 to 12 miles wide in some spots. And you're talking hundreds of thousands of people. More than 100,000 Japanese soldiers, more than 100,000 American troops. Okinawa is going to produce the highest casualties in the war, some of the worst casualty rates in American military history. And by the end of the ordeal of Okinawa, both the Japanese and the U.S. military showing cracks in their psychological facade. At first, it goes better than anyone on the Allied side has a right to expect. The invasion, as it said, kicks off April 1st, and there is seemingly little to no resistance. We still have the big American bombardment of the beaches, the entire choreographed military ballet goes the way it has for several islands now. But the Japanese are in the interior, staying away from where the big guns can hurt you, and are planning to let the Americans come to them, and then they're going to take as many of them with them as they can. But for 4 or 5 days, the Americans are ready to go by and large. The Marines will sweep up toward the north of the island and take them to the smaller islands just offshore of Okinawa. The Army units, for the most part, will sweep south, and it's not until like the 4th or the 5th of April until they run into the prepared defenses on both ends of the island, especially the south. And around the time they do the Japanese suicide, air and naval suicide attacks was meant to be the answer, the response to this U.S. Okinawan invasion. A chance to see how things are going to be amplified as you get closer to the Japanese homeland, which is less than 400 miles away from Okinawa, by the way, and in what was a trickle, for example, of suicide planes. Earlier in the war, when they first showed up, there comes an absolute flood at Okinawa. And there's all kinds of suicide things right in Okinawa. The Americans find several hundred speedboats loaded with explosives before they even hit the Americans. The Japanese are using a guided bomb, where a person guides the bomb after they drop it from a giant aircraft in this encounter. But the main assault and damage is going to be carried out by your standard kamikaze planes. The new tactic is going to be, well, the tactic, I'm not sure how new it is, to mix kamikaze planes in with planes that are doing conventional attacks, normal bombers. So if you're an American anti-aircraft gunner, how do you know the difference in who you shoot at? It becomes confusing. And there's going to be, I think, 10 full-on kamikaze assaults during the whole Okinawan campaign. But in between the big assaults, you'll have a single kamikaze here or there, a couple of them attacking. In 140-day period, the U.S. troops have hit by some kamikaze attack every single day. You can't relax for 1 minute. And it's hard not to look at this as perhaps the first real test of what modern naval combat is going to look like. Because there hasn't been modern naval combat between two first-rate naval powers since the Second World War. The little bits that you've got that have shown how important missiles are going to be in naval combat. Well, haven't had a war where hundreds of naval missiles have been launched at fleets of ships. The closest comparison you can find is what's going on off the coast of Okinawa, when sometimes hundreds of kamikazes mixed in with hundreds of bombers will show up and attempt to hit through the American defensive screening and sink American ships. They have far more success setting them on fire than outright sinking them, but they begin to whittle down the American strength, and not in a way where you have the danger of the whole fleet being sunk or anything like that, but it's costing a lot of sailors' lives who are getting horribly burned, the ones who survive. It's taking out a lot of smaller ships, and a bunch of American carriers end up getting injured enough to go back for repairs. I read one observer who was comparing the fact that most countries have wooden ships, including the Japanese and the Americans, but the British, who we just mentioned, had shown up here reversely for the Pacific, and their aircraft carriers have armor like that, which cuts down, I guess, on the number of aircraft you can keep on board outside. But when the kamikaze hit, the river had said that if this happens to an American vessel, it's back and forth for 6 months of repaying. If it happens to an English or British vessel, we just call the sweeper squad. And someone just hose off right here. Send this kamikaze, what's left of this kamikaze plane right into the ocean. There's thousands upon thousands of aircraft in the Okinawan campaign. Just going by the encyclopedia military history, they claim somewhere north of 7,000, somewhere south of 8,000 aircraft shoot up in this campaign. But they also managed to sink 36 of the U.S. fleet ships and damage 368 more. That is not insignificant. You should recall that the Japanese are stockpiling all these kind of things on the home island for future assaults. There was a surface component that was supposed to work with you in a kamikaze attack, and the interesting aspect of that is that it involved super battleship Yamato, whose sister ship was sunk 3 battles ago at Musashi. And neither ship having done much in this war. Both ships had every right to use equipment at the scene between the war launched and commissioned. There was a technological wheel of fortune that passed them by, had over the course of several hours, the American aircraft, sometimes 100 at a time, did sink her just as it easily as they sunk her sister ship in Musashi. Lots of bombs, lots of torpedoes, but there was nothing to it. Aircraft, not just the Yamato, but the cruiser and the destroyer, which did nothing. Disparity between those 10 and 15 aircraft cost the United States in time, labor, resources, opportunity cost, everything else versus what the cost of Japanese. It's very valuable, not that long ago, and it's practically worthless now. April 12th, just as things are really starting to happen on Okinawa itself, the land combat, the American president that served more time on the president died in that office. Roosevelt was famously trying to get rid of his strength back in one spring of Georgia when he had his portrait painted and telling people General Hayes to come very quickly to the cerebral and have some strong type incidents. This was not a surprise to anyone who was around the man at all. Reading account after account after account for a good year before his death, that he looks like death is at his door. A lot of people thought he was responsible for the man to run for his fourth term in office, as he obviously was. What's more, if you're in the middle of a war, especially, and you're a world leader, and you know how sick you are, wouldn't you be really concerned with who your successor is? Part of the interesting political here. The president of the United States has only recently picked a new vice president, so that is in office for 4 terms. So long that most of the soldiers on the ground have no memory of any other president in their lives. He's got a new vice president as of January 25 days in April. I think like 42 or 53 days. He had this guy, and he got someone who's really those are so-called allied commanders in war, allied leaders. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. Only Stalin is still in power in this war. Churchill famously just he uses the election environment on those guys. For Harry Truman, who was said to cried on someone's shoulder saying he's not good enough for the job, but he didn't do his job. He's saying, Eleanor Roosevelt, Franklin, you know, is there anything I can do for you? She said, is there anything I can do for you? You're in trouble now. The whole world started under the spell of comedy. This is a guy who was in the 3 days as vice president of the United States, met alone with the president of the United States in the 2 times. And So yeah, that guy, the guy dying, when everyone knew he was dying, didn't even mention to the vice president that they were working on a secret weapon that he might now inherit. It's borderline negligence. And Truman didn't know Roosevelt. You're going to take over in wartime, and especially if you're going to take over at this kind of a critical moment in wartime, you'd like to think you have some really august thinking. And Truman's opponent, he didn't like it often called him a failed haberdasher. He's not someone who's going to be looking and think, okay, this is going to be one of the really powerful, august leaders of children. But it's going to be up to him on what to do for the rest of the war. There's going to be some pretty daunting decisions, as you can imagine. Actually, the end stages of the Second World War, not a good time to be one of the leaders in the Second World War on either side. You get Churchill loses an election, he's lost his power. Roosevelt dies. Mussolini will be executed by partisans on April 28th. Hitler will die in early May. Germany will surrender, by the way, early May. Yeah. So they're clearly winding down. But what this means is, in the middle of the Okinawan battle, Japan becomes the only one still fighting. Many major powers still on the active side fighting. And the fighting is getting more vicious all the time. The Japanese have several lines cut across the width of the island, and they're forcing the Americans to take them on head on. So we see the kind of combat that reminds one more of the First World War. In fact, I think it's even told to refer to Okinawa as a Pacific Gun. If you look at a picture of the Okinawan campaign, especially one taken over at the Shuri line in the south after the fighting has been going on for a while, you'd be hard pressed to say that wasn't the First World War battle. It just looks like giant piles of dirt with some roads cut through it. There's nothing green left anywhere, no trees, no stumps, no grass, no nothing. All over the ground where the troops are trying desperately to not be killed by mortars or artillery shells. And just like the First World War, because the situation is so dangerous that people can't go about their business, including things like going to the latrine in the rear area. Everything stays where it is. Excrement, trash, bodies, and that contributes to something which, well, in the First World War, it shattered the sensibilities of a lot of the people forced to live in those circumstances. And the old breed of Pellerin Okinawa, easy sledge, was at Okinawa and described just what it was like over on the Shuri line. And remember, sometimes in this conflict, the rain starts and makes everything worse. If you're already living in a latrine, what happens when you add water, right? That's my right quote. Everywhere lay Japanese corpses killed in the heavy fighting. Infantry equipment of every type, U.S. and Japanese, was scattered about. Helmets, rifles, EARs, hats, cartridge belts, anti shoes, ammo boxes, shell cases, machine gun ammo belts. All were strewn around us, up to and all over half moon. That's what battle is. He says, quote, the mud was knee-deep in some places, probably deeper in others if one dared venture there. For several feet around every corpse, maggots crawled about in the muck and then were washed away by the runoff of the rain. There wasn't a tree or bush left. All was open country. Shells had torn up the turf so completely, he writes, that ground cover was non-existent. The rain poured down on us as evening approached. The scene was nothing but mud, shell fire, flooded craters with their silent, pathetic, rotting occupants, knocked out tanks and Amtrak, and discarded with utter desolation. The stench of death, he writes, was overpowering. How does one deal with that? The sledge says, quote, I existed from moment to moment, sometimes thinking death would have been preferable. We were in this, the ultimate horror of war. During the fighting around Umeraldo Pocket on television, I had been depressed by the wastage of human lives. But in the mud and driving rain before surety, we were surrounded by maggots and decay. Men struggled and fought and bled in an environment so degrading, I believe we had been flung into hell's own necessity. But also described what happens when they're out there killing lots of Japanese, which they were, and then the shells come in and shoot up the bodies that were laying on the ground, which is the environment that the Marines and the Army troops have to actually live in. They're like cooks. The situation was bad enough, but when enemy artillery shells exploded in the area, the eruptions of soil and mud uncovered previously buried Japanese dead and scattered chunks of corpses. Like the area around our gun pit, the ridge was a stinking compost pile. If a Marine slipped and slid down the back slope of the muddy ridge, he was apt to reach the bottom vomiting. I saw more than one man lose his footing and slip and slide all the way to the bottom, only to stand up horror-stricken as he watched his disbelief while fat maggots tumbled out of his muddy jungly pockets, cartridge belts, leggings lacings, and the like. Then he and the bunny would shape or scrape them away with a piece of ammo box or a knife blade. We didn't talk about such things. They were too horrible to see, even for hardened veterans. The conditions taxed the toughest I knew almost to the point of screaming. Nor do authors normally write about such violence, unless they've seen it with their own eyes. It is too preposterous to think that men could actually live and fight for days and nights on end under such terrible conditions and not be driven insane. But I saw much of it there on Okinawa. Even war was insane. The actual fighting, trying to get people unchained to make their position, if you weren't actively involved in the kind of combat like we're just talking about, was a kind of horrific and extremely dangerous tedious test. And even that we told says, quote, it was slow, bloody, treacherous work, involving flamethrowers, grenades, satchel charges, small arms, bayonets, and even knives as they are handled. General Butler referred to these tactics as the blowtorch and corkscrew method, end quote. And we're going to talk about how unbelievably brave and tenacious both sides were in fighting for things like high ground positions, which would often change hands and change hands again and change hands again, sometimes 10, 12 times. All right, cool. Naval gunfire and air support were valuable on Okinawa, but they never superseded the bravery, initiative, and grit of individual infantry units. In the end, the soldiers and Marines had to beat their enemies out of the ground and kill them. There was no other way. Rarely could they gain an advantage through flanking maneuvers. On the constricted terrain around the Shuri ridges, each battalion was wedged into a densely populated section of the line. On average, 1,000 troops for every 600 yards. And the only way to hit the enemy was by frontal assault. They might briefly seize control of the top of a facing ridge, but then be driven back by heavy artillery fire from positions farther south, or by Japanese infantry counterattack in superior force. That was a recurring pattern on Okinawa. The high ground often changed hands in a succession of attacks and counterattacks, sometimes as many as a dozen times. American and Japanese dead, he writes, were splayed side by side on the battlefield. All foliage had been blasted or burned away from the once verdant landscape, and the zones between the opposing lines were scarred and wasteland. Artillery and mortar shells fell relentlessly, shaking the walls of the trenches and foxholes. Japanese infiltration attacks were a nightly horror. More than on any previous Pacific battlefield, infantrymen suffered psychotic breaks and had to be evacuated as quote-unquote psycho cases. The war correspondent John Lardner saw a soldier led away from the front line by two medical corpsmen. He was uninjured, but wide-eyed and shrieking. "You'll get every one of you! You'll get every one of you!" End quote. But it's not just the conditions that is driving crazy here. I mean, soldiers are put in the kind of positions that I remember, and I think I've mentioned before, the Vietnam class, which was all the rage when I was in college. They call them lot campuses, and we bring them in the Vietnam veterans to talk to us military teenagers, which was a tradition. And I'll never forget how often the problems happened when the soldiers were forced to deal with civilians, or people that did not fit the mold of what one is preparing themselves to fight in boot camp and all these other things, right? An enemy soldier, kill or be killed, it's different than the enemy soldier is 12 years old or a woman. And hundreds of thousands of civilians on Okinawa made it absolutely impossible to avoid hurting these people. I said earlier that there was nowhere to run if they had to evacuate. Actually, some had to evacuate. Some sort of like 8,000 to evacuate. There's been others moved to other parts of the island by the Japanese to continue to be safer, but several hundred thousand were still in the way. And in the caves and trying to stay away from the combat. Others had been drafted by the Japanese. And remember, as far as they're concerned, Okinawa's been under Japanese control for a generation, so they impressed people into the sort of the home guard. They have a calling it Hitler's youth is perhaps not right, but they have sort of a militant youth organization that has boys 14 to 17 years old in it. They get thrown into things. Girls 14 to 17-year-olds who are nurses, nursing students get thrown into this, and everybody's going to take casualties. In the battle for Okinawa, survivor and higher command official Colonel Hiromichi Yahara described running into some of these, and girls, young women, I don't know what you call somebody 14, 15, 16, running into them who are doing work in one of these caves. All of them very aware that they're probably on kind of a suicide mission here. And Colonel Yahara writes, quote, during this instruction, meaning one of these places, I often visited Sakata to encourage the workers. Young civilians, including many boys and girls, had been conscripted to work on the tunnel and the airfield. Deep in the tunnel on one of my visits, I found several girls repairing a water leak. When I praised their efforts, one girl stood and said sweetly, quote, we'll do our best until the end. End quote. I was deeply touched, he writes, by his devotion to beauty. The end, of course, when they all die. A lot of those people was ended up being killed by the crossfire, just like the soldiers, right? Dying from artillery or mortars. They will sometimes be trapped in caves with military people, and so everyone dies. Sometimes they get trapped in caves and too afraid. The civilian population is absolutely terrified, just like the people on Saipan War, the Americans have been fed this idea that they're going to be tortured and raped and killed in the most horrible ways. And so they're trying not to surrender to the Americans, but that means that when some American calls out into a cave and says, come on out with your hands up, and no one does, they throw grenades into the cave and keep going. A lot of people die that way. But the worst is civilians, sometimes the Japanese using shields, sometimes the Japanese dress up as civilians trying to generate a crowd of civilians. Usually at night, rush American lines, and the soldiers have orders not to let anybody do that for obvious reasons. You might be able to live with yourself for a long time, knowing that you killed an enemy soldier who was trying to kill you. It's a lot harder, as I said, about the Vietnam veterans, or someone not ready to everything that yourself having participated in. Nothing a lot about it's one of the things that creates extra tragedy. Patrick King and Donald Cook in the lives of Chinese talk about these incidents that they remember, and you can just see how the killing of civilians can sometimes get through the psychological defenses that these soldiers have that might have protected them if they've been able to say, you against the other soldier, their fight a little different than something like what happened to Joe McNamara. One night there was a bunch of firemen. They passed the word. Be alert, they're coming through the line. The next morning we found out it was the civilians that had tried to come through the line. And they were out in this open field, all killed. Jesus Christ, dead children children, women, old men. They said there were Japanese among them, forcing them to go. We were putting out pamphlets every day telling them, the Okinawan civilians, to stay on the main road and not to come through our lines. There were a lot of them killed. It was horrifying to see dead babies, dead children. We didn't have anything to do with it. Another group accidentally did it. Just the thought of all those people. We tried to get them, the civilians, out of the caves also. As we were advancing, we knew they were in there. We tried to get them out. But we couldn't. We didn't know if they were soldiers and tossed in hand grenades. In a cave, you don't know who's in there unless it's you. Homer mentioned the 16 incidents was also quoted similar situations. That they told the people from Okinawa, stay away from the lines, you're going to get hurt. That this is that the Japanese would put on civilian clothes and try to blend in with the crowd, was using a human shield, as he said. And he says, quote, things were quiet for a while, and all of a sudden just everything started. Machine guns, rifles, you could hear the screaming. I wasn't right next to it. I was in a foxhole 20 yards or so away. After everything quieted down, it was a solitary baby crying. Just a little tiny baby, no other sound. The baby was crying in the night. Everyone was dead except this poor little baby. Yeah, the mother was probably dead. Patrick Allman was also a citizen, and also remembered that same community. Now, something like that might pierce the normal psychological defenses that anyone who has to face another soldier in combat may have put up by never losing it through emotional armor. One thing Allman says, bloody and his life was just a child. The only thing I really vividly remember was this particular sniper. He was 3 or 4 of my men. We located him by the sound of the bolt on his rifle. They flushed him out with a grenade. He was a 12-year-old boy. His magazine spring was broken, so he was only able to slowly fire one shot at a time. He was a damn good shot. We're almost at his size now. The range was only 50 feet. The Japanese had left him there, and he did what they left him to do. We shot him right there. How does one deal with that? I was trying to figure out how I would deal with it, and while I was reading the soldiers' remembrances of the situation, I came across one who basically said he had to drink. He couldn't continue to exist like this and kill like this without something to numb his emotions. And the Mammoth Book of Eyewitness World War II, edited by John Lewis, quotes John Garcia, the 7th Division, U.S. Infantry Battalion soldier. By the way, he's talking about the Japanese general. They committed suicide for the time. He writes, quote, we buried General Ushijima and his men inside a cave. This was the worst part of the war, which I didn't like about Okinawa. They were hiding in caves all the time, women, children, soldiers. We'd get up on a cliff and lower down barrels of gasoline and then shoot at them. It would explode and just bury them to death. I personally shot one Japanese woman because she was coming across a field at night. We kept dropping leaflets not to cross the field at night because we couldn't tell if they were soldiers. We would set up a perimeter. Anything in front, we'd shoot at it. This one night, I shot, and when it came daylight, there was a woman there and a baby tied to her back. The bullet had gone through her and out the baby's back. That still bothers me. That helps me. I still feel I committed murder. You see a figure in the dark, it's scooped over. You don't know if it's a soldier or a civilian. I was drinking about a fifth and a half of whiskey every day. Sometimes homemade, sometimes what I could buy. It was the only way I could kill. I had friends who were Japanese, and I kept thinking every time I pulled the trigger on a man or pushed a flamethrower down into a hole, what is this person's family going to say when he doesn't come back? He's got a wife, he's got children, somebody. Oh, I still lose nights of sleep because of that woman I shot. I still lose a lot of sleep. I still dream about her. I dreamed about it perhaps 2 weeks ago. He let out a deep breath, something more turbulent than a sigh. No man under the riches of a man. He may have come home with no visible wounds on his body, but he's clearly carrying scars for the rest of his days. How many more of those people are you going to have? Just so I would maybe a better question to ask, although I'm not sure. What is an invasion of the home island going to do to the civilians? What is it on Okinawa? You stand back and the hair on the back of your neck stands up. We know somebody died, by the way. Okinawa got slightly less than half a million people during the time period, and there may have been as many as 150,000 of them killed. The low numbers are way down by 30,000, so that shows you the range here. But so many of them die in circumstances that absolutely break your heart. If you want to read a very disturbing book, in the early 1980s, when I was in the early 80s, an Okinawan newspaper went around and collected the stories of survivors, sort of piecing together little bits of the mosaic that is this whole affair on a memory-by-memory basis, and the results are horrific. And every story its own personal Reader's Digest survival or not story. The story of the nurses, 14, 15, 16 years old nursing students, and what they went through and how many of them died, and the horror of that. Of their own wounded, which was happening on a widespread basis, and again, maybe that's a little glimpse of the future here in the Japanese home island during the 80s. One of the survivors, one of these nurses quoted, talks about one of those incidents, and the book is this quote. The American artillery bombardment continued throughout April and May. So at the end of May, the naval units moved temporarily down south. There were many seriously wounded men in the shelter, and those who were unable to move by themselves were euthanized with potassium cyanide. At the start, it was mixed in with their food. The wounded just lay there, writhing in agony. After one of the group ate some of the food and died, none of the others would eat it. So the next method they tried was injection. Many men dying from what were passed off as injections for, quote, the good of your health, end quote. After watching one of the wounded men die from his injection, the other patients struggled violently and were held down by several staff while they were given their injection. Toshiko, who's one of the nurses who witnessed all this, talked about this as the most horrific of her war experiences. Quote, they died almost immediately after the injection. They just let out a little sigh or groan before both hands started to twitch and contort. End quote. This is happening all over the island, and in other circumstances, the soldiers are being recorded as being resigned to this fate. But the part that if you're looking at Okinawa as a preview of the Japanese home island, that takes your breath away, it's the group suicide. And I should point out that you can find examples of this. I mean, there's a lot of people in Germany killing themselves as the Red Army approaches their territory, and there's whole books on that. But the experience in the Pacific is different. Those are spontaneous things. In the Pacific, it's not always clear whether this is what the people who are killing themselves want to do, whether they feel compelled to voluntarily, whether they've been fed a bunch of propaganda that makes them think they have no choice. But one of the most horrific things I've ever read in my life involves one of these cases where these civilians are holed up. The Japanese soldiers give them all a bunch of grenades to kill themselves, but there's not enough grenades, and a bunch of the ones they take in are done. So they have to figure out a way, without any weapons, how they're all going to kill each other, and they're all related. They're family members. And just to make matters worse, by the way, as soon as the first grenades do go off and these people start committing suicide, Americans outside the cave think that they're being attacked, so they start shooting into the cave. So the civilians are caught between people blowing themselves up in one part of the cave, and Americans shooting into the cave thinking that they're being attacked. The man is by the way, is Kinjo, which having his memory, and he says that between the American shooting from one side and people blowing themselves up from the other, he was sort of in a state of shock. But then as his eyes clear, he notices a former official who had picked up a piece of wood and who had started bashing his wife and children with it, saying that the bizarre, suicidal environment in that cave had obviously turned that man into a madman. He would bash his own wife and children to death with a piece of wood. But then they all realize that they need something if they don't have a grenade to kill themselves and their loved ones with. And this is where it gets mind-boggling. Can you imagine having to kill your family members? Can you imagine having to do it by hand? Can you imagine how hard it would be if they just sat there, told you they loved you, and then waited patiently for you to do it? Quoting from the account that this ends with hell now, quote, those people who had not been able to take their own lives as a grenade were worried about being left alive. They had to find other ways to kill themselves. And the former ward chairman's behavior, the guy who backed his family, had set the example. Some used scythes and razor blades to slash themselves, while others strangled themselves with lengths of rope. As the mayhem unfolded, they found all sorts of ways to kill, including bashing others to death with rocks and sticks. Men bashed their wives, and parents bashed their children. Young people killed the elderly, and the strong killed the weak. What they all felt in common was the belief that they were doing this out of love and compassion. End quote. Then Kinjo and his brother have to do the same thing to their family members. Quote, Kinjo and his elder brother also had to fulfill their role. Everything that was happening around them made them understand that they had to carry out their duty as well. Kinjo said, quote, I think it was our mother we hit first, end quote. As he and his brother began bashing her in the head, Kinjo screamed out until she became a blur through the tears flowing from his own eyes. For the first time in his life, he wept uncontrollably. Quote, I've never wailed like that since, end quote. The account then says, quote, the brothers used sticks to rain blow after blow on their mother, watching her from behind as their pounding sent her step by step towards her death is still a vivid image in Kinjo's mind. However, it says he has no recollection of what he did to his sister and brother after that. End quote. Imagine finding yourself in a situation like that. And now think about how many more people are going to find themselves in that situation. Are we to believe that this is going to somehow end on Okinawa? Or is this a Nostradamus-like view of what's still to come for everyone? I was fascinated by some comments during Yahara's book, The Battle for Okinawa. He was a colonel, and in the book started to ask real angry questions about Japan's leadership and how they can let this happen. And all throughout the series, we've been talking about that too, this idea of the leadership is just keying in sometimes to the suffering of their own people, their own soldiers. Yahara talks about how this idea of the Japanese not surrendering but killing themselves instead developed. And then said by the Second World War, the Great East War, they call it, this was sort of ingrained in order to not be taken prisoner. So he's asking what the point is. He writes, quote, Japan had never lost a war. It had also never waged a war in which large forces were isolated from mainland support. Thus, not to be taken prisoner became a fixed principle, part of our military education. Since the middle of the Greater East Asia War, most Japanese garrisons in the Pacific Islands adhered to this supreme Japanese principle: never surrender to the enemy. Officers and men usually committed suicide as a last resort to avoid the ultimate shame of capture. Our 32nd Army is now facing this situation. Must 100,000 soldiers die because of tradition? From this point on, he writes, it was but a battle to kill the remaining Japanese soldiers for nothing. We could cause the enemy little damage. They could walk free freely on the field of battle. The war of attrition was over, and we would simply be asking the enemy to use his formidable power to kill us all. Indeed, he writes, it is a high idea to fight to the end to maintain national morale. But were our leaders worth the sacrifice of an entire people? With the end of the war in sight, they shouted us, millions of people must die for our nation. Why? Are they really aware of the entire war situation? It was foolish, he writes, to force everyone to die, simply because Japan had never before lost a war. And he says the decision to surrender should have been made as quickly as possible. He says at least before Okinawa was lost. Colonel Guevara also mentions the American propaganda efforts attempts to get Okinawans and Japanese to surrender, to convince them that the Americans are not the terrible monsters they've been told to be, and everyone will be saved. They were calling that this was done on Saipan, and they stepped up here, and have been told that more than on any other previous Pacific battlefield, the Americans are trying to swing their enemies to give up the fight. They dropped tons of people, 30,000 in one day alone, that they will mount loudspeakers on jeeps, trucks, patrol boats. They'll drop loudspeakers with parachutes, hoping that the broadcast before it hits the ground will reach people in Canada. It says that they're using American Japanese citizens to create a good translation of their cultural sensitivities to realize how the word surrender might be sort of a trigger, might be a modern term for it. They don't use the word surrender. That could be harmed by this court. American propaganda was transmitted from small craft offshore. There were daily broadcasts in fluent Japanese, they recorded broadcasts. Okinawan civilians, we will guarantee your lives. We will give you food and medicine. Please move toward Minnesota before it is too late. Alternatively, Japanese soldiers, you fought well and proudly for the cause of Japan. But now the issue of victory or defeat has been decided. To continue the battle is meaningless. We will guarantee your lives. Please come down to the beach and swim out to us. End quote. Yahara continues by saying, thus the enemy struck not only with broadcasts and shells, but also with countless propaganda leaflets dropped from the sky. None of it shows the viciousness so typical of propaganda. They said candidly that Japan's defeat was inevitable. They spoke of Japan's leaders and their indifference to the lives of subordinates. And perhaps one could argue that Okinawa is working outstanding for Japanese success. For the first time, we're going to see a decent number of Japanese soldiers surrender time as human. This is unheard of in the Pacific War. I think it's something like 11,000 or so Japanese surrender. As usual, a nice proportion of those are really Korean highwaymen, laborers, oppressed in the service. But it's like 7,000 Japanese soldiers, which is significant. And you want to say that this is a sign. As we pointed out, the Japanese are like everyone else. More so, it took them longer to get to the point of morale collapse, but here it is. But other historians will point out that maybe that's the backward way of looking at it, rather than noticing how many managed to surrender, look how many didn't. The Japanese suffered something like 110,000 casualties in Okinawa. And 100,000 of those are people that either fought to the death or took their own lives at the end. It's terrifying trying to extrapolate data on what is invented in Japan's casualty rate might look like. Yourself. If you don't care what the enemy's casualty rate is, well, what about the civilians? The numbers of Okinawans who died range anywhere from 30,000 to 150,000 numbers thrown out there. Extrapolate that out for Japanese civilians, and maybe you say, well, listen, once again, this is the living side. I'm not going to worry too much about other people. Okay, what about your people? I don't know how many non-Americans were participating in the convention in Japan, but the American casualties on Okinawa are frightful. The worst in the Pacific War so far. 50,000 casualties, basically. Almost 13,000 dead. 5,000 sailors dead. The Richardson Franklin said that the Navy and Marine losses at Okinawa by themselves constituted about 17% of all the casualties sustained by the Navy and the Marines for the whole war. So there's an idea of how nasty things are. Oh yeah, another sign maybe of war fatigue. As you can see, the casualties, psychological casualties on the U.S. side spike. I don't know, sort of possible relations. Some saying that the battlefield, now that sometimes feel like a First World War battlefield, you're starting to see a lot of the same sort of combat fatigue, battle fatigue, psychological casualties that we saw in the First World War. I see that we've played a lot of replacement soldiers and terrible casualties necessitated, and the soldiers are legendary about how quickly those people tend to die when they arrive in battle the first time. They haven't acquired the skills necessary to survive. There's remind me reading the story of those sea turtles that have to hatch on the shore and then run the gauntlet of predators and questions to do the safety of the sea. But those replacement soldiers are things that can last a little bit in combat, will develop the skills necessary to survive. The combat is so unforgiving that some of them get wiped out very quickly. And the old soldiers don't ever want to know them very well because they die so fast. But it's not just in the military sense at all that you're starting to see the psychological tension mounting. Earlier in the quoted the letter from the mother that the Secretary of Foresight released to the public, which it cuts right through the notion of a personal letter, like it cuts right through and all the different narratives, and somehow reestablishes a little bit of the emotional connection to the story. And the Implacable Foes, the story of Walden Henricks and Mark Miller, did the same thing. A letter as part of trying to make sense of how done with this the American people are. Okinawa comes after Eugene, which comes after Palomar. I mean, these are body blows in terms of the war that was never into a pandemic and just ready to take the mask off and go back to normal and not have a lot of deaths. That's how Americans felt with the people in the rest of the world by 1945. And like the writing is, by the way, while the Okinawan battle is still going on, right? The battle for Okinawa dragged on. As the casualties mounted, so did the questioning of American strategy. Mid-May, following one of the Daily War Journal broadcasts, radio commentator Martin at Ronski received an angry letter from a Mrs. C.J.H., the mother of a soldier on Okinawa, asking why the Army, War Department, and American leaders generally were not being held accountable for, quote, all this slaughter of American boys, end quote. An anguished string of questions followed, quoting the question, quote, why haven't reinforcements reached those boys on Okinawa? Why must the same troops fight for 45 days? Why only 6 divisions in the first place? Why must every battle in the Pacific be bloody? It was bloody Tarawa, bloody Saipan, bloody Peleliu, bloody Lacey, bloody Iwo Jima, bloody Okinawa, bloody Mindanao, all of 3 divisions there, she writes. Bloody Luzon, not finished, and it will be bloody Borneo. Doesn't it ever enter anyone's mind that we are paying a needless, too high a price of human blood in the Pacific? End quote. Question for the strategy, which we should be in charge. Go after General Buckner and his decision to go head on into the defenses of the Japanese in Okinawa rather than try and get the assault around the flanks. But Buckner cannot not really respond to that because he becomes the highest American general in the war to die in combat and killed in an artillery attack. And of course, the Japanese generals died too. They all killed Okinawa, and even the brand new American president, been on the job for less than 2 months at this point. He is a speech to the tell and seems uncomfortable at this point still with scripted announcements and cameras. And as we recalled earlier, when he was the first American president without the initials FDR that anyone's experienced in a dozen years. He's a warning to Japan, the Japanese people, in fact the entire world. So if you don't want to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Germany, give up now. There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed. With the same completeness as was the power of the European dictators. To do that, we are now engaged in the process of deploying millions of our armed forces against Japan in a mass movement of troops and supplies and weapons over 14,000 miles. A military and naval feat unequaled in all history. Substantial portions of Japan's key industrial centers have been leveled to the ground in a series of record incendiary raids. What has already happened to Tokyo will happen to every Japanese city whose industries face the Japanese war machine. If the Japanese insist on continuing resistance beyond the point of reason, their country will suffer the same destruction as Germany. Our blows will destroy their whole modern industrial plant and organization, which they have built up during the past century, and which they are now devoting to a hopeless cause. We have no desire or intention to destroy or enslave the Japanese people, but only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin which they have seen come to Germany as a result of continued useless resistance. The whole situation in Germany is creating all sorts of very interesting societal and economic problems around the world, especially in the United States. I mean, when you have a war in Europe with millions of men under arms there, what happens to them? Do some fight the Japanese? Do some get demobilized? And what happens to all the domestic political concerns and labor and management issues and all these things that have been put on hold as part of the unifying efforts that the country and many countries did the same thing, put together for the war effort? A lot of this stuff is starting to rise up to the surface again before the Americans have reached the war's finish line here, right? It's because Germany didn't invade Japan in. And as we said earlier, the Americans really have to brace themselves for what's to come because the plans to invade Japan are harrowing. Raids that started in late 1945 moved to the more important islands of places like Tokyo are by 1946. And the casualty estimates are horrific. I'm not sure what the proper estimate is when the high numbers begin to look like a million dead casualties. Worth pointing out, though, that even today we argue over what the casualty numbers will be. No one to two. What's more, the tendency in the Pacific on the Allies' part has been to underestimate the casualties that they suffer, so no one knows. The basic plan for the disease that is around boils down to two main ideas. Some people want to blockade the country, which is already under a naval blockade to some degree. The tight mass has shifted everything from coming in. Food, medicine, food, everything. Starving gas. And then keep bombing them the way you're bombing them. This may sound, by the way, like a merciful strategy. Blockades often do sound like the aggressor to evil, but actually one of the military ones, when you start denying food and medicine to people, you have a horrific circumstance without any bombs exploding. Then the blockade and bombing scenario, you're still going to have Japanese cities burned out. The other idea is to bomb them the way you're bombing them and then invade. Both of those ideas have huge downsides. The Navy certainly understands after Okinawa that they're going to be facing constant and withering attacks from kamikazes when they invade the home islands. It's 3 straight days and one thing on Okinawa. That's going to be something that whittles down strength and kills a lot of sailors over a long period of time. But an invasion with ground troops, this is a terrifying concept. No one knows how many people might die or something like that. In July 1945, a bunch of things happened that changed the situation. Someone clarified somewhat. Two things overlap, by the way, because there was a conference in Potsdam outside of Berlin, Germany, in Rome, Germany, where the leaders of the Allied camp Stalin, Truman now in his first one of these things, and Churchill in his last one, actually used the election during it and be replaced by his successor midway through the conference. They had this conference that's mostly about what we do in Europe, what's the post-war situation look like. Oh yeah, and what about the Japanese who are still fighting? So the conference is ongoing. Something happens back in the United States that changes the whole equation. Churchill has to be informed about this. The Manhattan Project proves to be successful. An atomic bomb test in New Mexico goes off without a hitch. And the world enters into a nuclear era with very, very few human beings on the planet Earth realizing it. Churchill finds out afterwards that the test, which no one knew how it was going to turn out, how it went. He wrote about it through the Second World War. And said this, quote, the president, Truman, invited me to confer with him forthwith. He had with him General Marshall and Admiral Leahy. Up to this moment, we had shaped our ideas towards an assault upon the homeland of Japan by terrific air bombing and by the invasion of very large armies. We had contemplated the desperate resistance of the Japanese fighting to the death with samurai devotion, not only in pitched battle, but in every cave and dugout. I had in my mind, he writes, the spectacle of Okinawa Island, where many thousands of Japanese, rather than surrender, had drawn up in line and destroyed themselves by hand grenades, after their leaders had solemnly performed the rite of suicide. To quell the Japanese resistance man by man and conquer the country yard by yard might well require the loss of 1 million American lives, and half that number of British, or more if we could get them there, but we were resolved to share the agony. Now all this nightmare picture has vanished. In its place was the vision, fair and bright indeed it seemed, of the end of the whole war in one or two violent shocks. I thought immediately myself of how the Japanese people, whose courage I had always admired, might find in the apparition of this almost supernatural weapon an excuse which would save their honor and release them from their obligation of being killed to the last fighting man. I have a hard time here in the 21st century squaring the moral circle between the idea of a fair and bright vision that Churchill terms it, and atomic bombs on people, but perhaps this should be taken into account that I'm not living in a world where cities are being bombed and incinerated multiple times a week, and Churchill and the Allies would be making decisions are. Once again, like seeing an incremental step up in nastiness to us seems like something that should never, ever be done. Someone might say we're reacting emotionally in a time period where they're operating with logic. I think it's a human lawnmower logic, isn't it? The idea that we can put the halt to the conveyor belt of death and say, who's the greater moral good? There's got to be some really there. I mean, look how it perverts the entire goals of this atomic bomb. I mean, in a way, if the goal here, and it is to shock a stubborn Japanese leadership into finally seeing the light because they've lost the war. It wasn't like slapping a hysterical patient, to get them to calm down enough to take in reality. You want this bomb to be as horrible and terrible as possible. The worse it is, the more likely it is that it's going to do its job of being the most wrench in the gears of this conveyor belt of death. It's really weird. I just think the logical thinking can get you to arrive at it. It's we call it logical insanity in the shows that we do on this evolution of the logic of things like strategic bombing. But this is a lot bigger than that. This goes to the human experience on some level. And Glenn Dyer, the war, said what's being done with things like atomic bombings and fire bombings. But this is just the natural extension of what human beings have always done. The weapons are just a lot more horrific than they used to be. But I can't stop thinking about personal experience. All these people making decisions and doing so from a theoretical background. As far as I know, none of them have ever went through a firebombing or, God forbid, an atomic attack. What if they had? Would they still feel like this was the right decision to make? Would they still feel like this was the right thing for their vision?
The original title was Seeking Forward, but then for
Emotion rather than logic. Look at where logic has gotten us. Emotional reaction to something like an atomic bombing even today. They're the ones figured out saying the logical decision is crazy. Destroying Michael Beck and his choices of their fire meals and reminds us not to forget the equivalent of eating on the ground rather than making us to intellectual discussions right home. Sometimes as we engage in the intellectual exercise of trying to understand the complexities of the war, we can become inured to the underlying reality. This psychological distancing from our subject no doubt reflects, in a small way, the manner in which the wartime leaders themselves gradually became callous to the dreadful acts that were being perpetrated all around them, and that they themselves were perpetrating. As we analyze the wartime decisions, we catch ourselves, to our shock, tossing around numbers of dead human beings, 10,000 here, 100,000 there, almost as unfeelingly as the participants themselves. This tendency towards psychological numbing is understandable, and perhaps avoidable, but we need to resist it as vigorously as we can. We must keep reminding ourselves what it really is. In practice, to speak the words firestorm or Hiroshima, forgiving the neat abstraction of the words grown customary from heavy use, lie the unimaginable cruelty and madness of what actually happened. Told in his book, Twilight of the Gods, is one of the better overall descriptions of this. When on August 6, 1945, the first atomic bombing attack in human history occurred in the Great Coast. Little boy, the rain bomb from Hiroshima. Little boy exploded at 8:16 a.m., 1,870 feet above the ground, only 550 feet wide at its ending point. The nuclear chain reaction it triggered created a core temperature of about 1 million degrees Celsius, igniting the air around it to a diameter of nearly a kilometer. The fireball engulfed the center of the city, vaporizing about 20,000 people on the ground. Thermal and ionizing radiation killed virtually all people within a kilometer of the surface of the fireball, burning them to death or rupturing their internal organs. Farther out, in successive concentric circles around the epicenter, people were exposed to gamma rays, neutron radiation, the blast wave, and firestorm. The initial shock wave, light, raced away from the epicenter at greater than the speed of sound, some 984 miles per hour. Streetcars were lifted from their tracks and scattered like toys. Clothing was torn from bodies. Nearly all wooden buildings within 2.3 kilometers completely leveled, and about half of all such buildings to a radius of 3.2 kilometers. Later, investigators found the shadows of people caught within the inner radius around the hypocenter. They had been vaporized, but their bodies had left faint silhouettes on the pavement or on nearby walls. End quote. Basically, the atomic attack combined the bad side of the firestorms, because the fires from the superheating everything exploded very quickly, with horrific concussive blasting because he had major bombings, and then added just a sprinkling of extra specials on top, horrible dispersion of radioactivity. The stories all sound like people who are living through it. natural disaster, but now when you treat it the equivalent of natural disasters, the effects of the bomb managed to take out most of the first responders, the hospitals, the doctors, the firefighters, everyone who might actually go out and improve the situation, which leaves the people in a horrific situation for weeks afterwards as they die from radiation. And the heartbreaking stories, this is what I mean about it, you can take these people who saw this as such a wonderful, logical way to get the Japanese to end the war, if you could have put Churchill on the ground there, and let him watch the scene going on as people trapped in burning buildings with their loved ones trying to get them out had to be abandoned because the flames were coming. One of the most horrific stories from the Hiroshima bombing involves kids who were caught in the rubble as the fires approach, and the parents don't even risk it. There's the theoretical understanding what it means to drop a bomb on a city, and then there's the reality of something like this. The coffee shop, survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is just remembrance of Black people. One of these survivors, Shigeru talks about the bomb exploding. And says, quote, just then a brilliant flash like lightning appeared, and the thunderous roar of an explosion reverberated around us. In a moment, our house collapsed, and we found ourselves buried in its rubble. As my husband and I worked frantically to free ourselves, I heard a cry for help from the woman next door. I called back to her, if we get out before you, we'll come and help you. When we did finally pull ourselves free, we saw the city of Hiroshima in ruins around us. Nowhere was a building left intact, and in several places tongues of fire had begun licking houses. Suddenly panic-stricken and completely forgetting about our neighbors, I began searching for my children. She continued. As I was calling their names, a voice emerged from a spot 2 or 3 meters away. Help, Mommy, help! It was my 6-year-old daughter, Kazuko. Hurrying to the spot, I found her tightly wedged from the chest down by fallen plaster and timber. I screamed to my husband to come quickly and do something. He, however, could hardly move, being badly bruised and bleeding from the shoulder. He had no strength left. It was all he could do to walk. Once again, I imagine Winston Churchill and all the other decision makers standing to the side, watching this unfold. Bert, I can't move. Hurry and get me out. I tugged at her but could not move her. No matter how desperately I tried, I just could not free her. The fires were moving closer and closer. We would not be able to stay there much longer. Finally, when the flames began to lap around us and were stirred to moving, no longer able to stand the intense heat, I realized I was afraid to die. I could not let myself be burned alive. Tears streaming from my eyes, I placed my hands together as if in prayer and asked my God, please forgive me. You don't want to die either, I know. Mommy isn't brave enough to stay here and die with you. I'm afraid of the fire, cousin. Forgive me, forgive me. Then I chose an area that seemed to be safe from fire and fled towards it, pulling my husband along by the hand. I kept looking back at the window of our house as if I were being dragged by the hair from behind. There had been no time to rescue our other child. The rest of the holidays for the children and that's not the time. This is one of many I would describe it as a mosaic, right? Everybody's individual story having this human power version of a natural disaster. When you put it together with a mosaic into the picture, it's a lot of individual stories, but look at the stories and imagine the emotion for the story. Rather than watching, but once again, to what end? To allow a blockade to happen, to starve people, to allow an invasion to happen where the citizens of Japan are killed in house-to-house fighting. What you're really getting here, if we want to go through this through the long-term lens, is a vision of a future to be unfolded. Single coffee shop. Akira Nagasaka's quote. He tries to go back home and find the house of his relatives after the bombing. He describes what is not that hard to imagine Our future looking like if everything goes poorly, the right foot. The area around Murakami Cathedral was completely burned out, and the heat prevented me from approaching. It was not until early the next morning that I made my way to what appeared to be the ruins of our house. The whole area was a fire-blackened desolation. There was not even a charred remnant of a huge camphor tree that had stood behind our house. All around me were strewn skeletons, scattered bones, and torsos of ebony ash. I sank down exhausted. When I'd recovered somewhat, I began looking for my mother, or rather, her bones. All I had to go by was the fact that she had gold teeth. I held skull after skull in my hands and peered into the jaw area. I wonder how many people's skulls I picked up during my search. I continued searching frantically. There were times when, squatting, I even raised fire-blackened heads to look at the teeth. I spent that whole day intent, picking up skulls and putting them down again. End quote. It is absolutely obvious that it is impossible for us to conceptualize what this is like. Movies about it people have, you can read survivor accounts. I've read a ton of those, and yet there's this distance between what they experience and what you can right. But when you read the accounts of survivors, they'll often refer to that one way or another, but there's no way for you to sit here in a peaceful room to understand what I'm saying. This is why I think I'm so attracted to the idea of the visual aspects I can use weapons, and I'd like to add to the group who is on the Japanese side more resistant to surrendering when it's clearly over in this war. I'd like to bring in too the Ebenezer Scrooge-like Ghost Christmas Past, Present, or Future Observer Tour, allow them to see what we're talking about here. And I remember reading Michael Bessie's from the Choices Under Fire. But even with all this stuff that I read, even with the hours we talk about these questions, that there's always something you even think about, but to mention about the other things that are destroyed when the bomb goes off and it's just cool. At the same instant when the bomb went off, birds ignited in midair, mosquitoes and flies, squirrels, family pets crackled and were gone. Obvious, but I think about all the insect life things being wiped out. It's a crazy kind of weapon, isn't it? And while there's burning corpses in the foreground, it is absolutely understandable that you miss the things in the background that you might have lost, but those are considerable. And when somebody starts rattling off what you use in an attack like this, a nuclear explosion, well, one history professor who was on the ground at the election, I just marveled at the fact that the city was just gone. He said it was atomic bomb, that such a weapon has the power to make everything into nothing. Well, what's everything? Richard Rhodes quoted by best, if we hadn't studied it, where he said, tried to sum up some of the things besides the obvious things that burning corpses in the foreground. Destroyed, that is, for not only men and women and thousands of children, but also restaurants and inns, laundry, theater groups, sports clubs, sewing clubs, boys clubs, girls clubs, love affairs, trees and gardens, grass, gates, gravestones, temples and shrines, family heirlooms, radios, classmates, books, courts of law, pets, groceries and markets, telephones, personal letters, automobiles, bicycles, horses, 120 war horses, musical instruments, medicines and medical equipment, life savings, eyeglasses, city records, sidewalks, family scrapbooks, monuments, engagements, marriages, employees, clocks and watches, public transportation, street signs, parents, works of art, and such a weapon has the power to make everything into nothing, and still does, by the way. It used to be a gamma field that hangs over our heads. Now, starting then, is perhaps something, even after this ferocious attack at Hiroshima, the Japanese government still isn't ready to surrender. before they can even come up with some decent conversation about the matter, they get hit with another hammer blow 2 days later when the Soviet Union declares war on Japan. It's just extra nasty because the Japanese hardliners were living in this fantasy world where they thought they could use the Soviets as a way to get a better deal from the Allies. But when the Soviets declare war on you, well, aren't you denied that that deal's now dead? And then the day after that, well, the Japanese government is still figuring out how to respond to these. The atomic bomb dropped in the 2 years later, the Soviet Union declares war on us, and then on August 9th, another atomic bomb attack at Nagasaki. 100,000, 100,000 people killed in Hiroshima. Remember that Nagasaki are lower because the terrain is like that. Some other things. It's about 45 to 65,000. They're not even suggesting numbers to say. And even after Nagasaki, we can't get the army ministers on board to surrender unless they can have 4 conditions, and all 4 conditions are unacceptable to the Allies. And you think, like, we can't occupy Japan, we'll try our own war criminals, all kinds of everything. It wasn't going to happen. But they're not going to surrender till it does, and the U.S. and the Allies are not going to stop attacking until they do. In fact, there are bombing raids launched on Japan after the 2 atomic bombs are dropped, because nothing is going to stop until the surrender happens. And finally, famously, and in a way it's hard to figure out what really happened, because the Cold War made it in the interest of certain countries like the United States to maybe hide some of the emperor's decisions in the Second World War, but the emperor steps in and famously says we have to endure the unendurable and breaks the tie between the officials and says we're going to surrender. The moment the emperor steps in before those times, a lot of people are focused on Emerson, understandably, because it brings up all sorts of questions. First one is if the emperor had this kind of power all along, why did he wait till now to use it? Did things ever get this bad before he exercised it? The Japanese system, as we said all along, and everyone says, the government is opaque by design. Decision making is very sort of secret, gauzy land. Isn't always following the Western idea of written down rules for everything. Sometimes there's some divide to it, really, to protocol, such as the Japanese cultural tradition. The part where I'm trying to grasp, and there's also the hardcore realpolitik Machiavelli, things like the emperor does something that we don't like. Those are the people that not that first. It was the same government that not long ago was referred to as a government by assassination. So Japanese higher government officials right now blatantly disagree with the emperor who carried bullets in their bodies from being attempted assassination victims for policy positions that were not nationalistic or right-wing enough, not patriotic enough. One of the people who's key to this whole thing, one of the people who's involved in the standoff, is a general named Anami. And he says, Francis Spicer, he was for, he's contemplating maybe the alternate reality from surrender. And he says, quote, would it not be wondrous for the whole nation to be destroyed like a beautiful flower? End of quote. That's like a samurai romance poem ending there, right? We all died beautiful. Beautiful Hiroshima with the descriptions there, or Nagasaki or Tokyo. That's the kind of cultural blinders you're working with here on a certain segment of the military community of Japan, and they have a veto power over policy. That's kind of tragedy. How it turns out. Almost a sense of resignation that when the emperor decides that we're going to finally get to surrender, the coup is attested by the same mid-level military guys who had an inordinate amount of impact over policies all along, right? We talked about that. Lieutenant Colonel, the mid-level guys who actually bully and spare their superiors, decide we're not going to stand for this. They try to attempt a coup. pointed their hands on the emperor's message to the public announcing that they're going to surrender before it can be broadcast. People will die. The true fathers will eventually realize they failed. They'll try to take over a radio station just so they won't be able to explain their motives. It's denied. They'll kill themselves. Some people commit suicide. But these are the last gasp of these people trying to make a play for things to prevent this surrender, which they've had a large hand in delaying to this point. And there are generals you should point out on the mainland who can beat it, the Chinese, who are going to look at this idea that they have to surrender as training. We're going to have to go over and surrender to the people who fucking don't think so. Don't forget, Italy, Onoda, and a ton of other Japanese troops on these Pacific Islands aren't going to go anywhere for decades, no matter what the emperor does here. No other army has phenomenon. There's no thousands of them fighting for years and years after the war is over. Such true believers and born to surrender regardless of what the situation happens to be. They were such true believers that they refused to believe the truth of the situation was true. The Second World War, it's rare to see a war ever. Relic of the Japanese period, which ends on the war does September 2nd, 1945. Interestingly enough, it coincides with the of the next age of history, and most of the time these eras in history aren't easily pinned down when they happen. Most people are going through whether it's the agricultural revolution or the age of discovery or the industrial era, and yet they are exactly when it began or where they are in the historical moment. The nuclear age, for everyone paying attention, because that's exactly when it started, and everyone figured it out at exactly the same time. Because of what Japanese people went through Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the doors opened to a third world war, which will civilization as Albert Einstein posters said. We know before weapons, World War III would be fought. The World War IV, he said, would be fought with sticks and stones. By the time that the war grinds to a halt in 1945, the death totals are some of the worst in recorded history. If you just take the Asia Pacific theater alone, between 25 and 30 million Allied civilians are dead. The Second World War was one of those war wars where civilian casualties vastly outnumbered military casualties. The First World War wasn't that way at all. The military casualties were significant. I think that the Allies lose 4 million Allied dead. A lot of those Chinese, the Chinese play a role in the Asia Pacific theater that the Soviets play in the European war.
So the truth at this point why you might be more pathetic concept or anything that man for life. But not just that, or just that he's gonna fuck up the world. He has to take the pay. He has to take the pay. Fine. Oh, cat, man. Huh? You don't understand it. Oh man, I'm gonna kick. Really? Doesn't this work sound gangster? Huh?
Once you suck up the majority of the damage, you keep the money occupied. Those forces, 2.5 million Japanese military deaths, approximately, and a million civilians. These are the kind of deaths that we will stick with you for a while. It's hard for them not to notice that we haven't had a great war between the great powers in the 75 years since the Second World War ended. Personally, like another reason to explore that, and I can't help but notice that we haven't used nuclear weapons on communities since either the Canadian War does not stay quiet for long because the death and destruction will pick up in the wake of the Second World War, in large part because of the structures and changes that were created by the Second World War. When the Japanese are thrown out of places like Korea, what moves into that vacuum? Or do the Koreans just take over? The next 15 to 25 years are going to be all of these areas having independent movements, nationalist movements, communist insurgencies, and all kinds of things that can be tied directly to them having a soft or not so soft landing from their colonial eras. And a lot of historians can draw direct connections between the Japanese throwing out the colonial overlords when they initially took over those areas and the amplification and acceleration of trends towards independence that were already underway in most of these places. And if they weren't, they were by the time the Allies tried to retake control of them from the Japanese at the end of the war. I mean, the Indians were going to get independence pretty soon no matter what. They were well on their way. It's only a couple of years after the Second World War that they get independence. But you're going to have things like Korea and Malaysia and Vietnam and the rest of China. This is all going to be shaking out this contributing to the epic destruction of the human beings who may have dealt with death, the subsidiary Second World War version for decades to come. Here's the part, though, that I try to reconcile, and I never have, which is if the end result is something that people celebrate, right? If a nation's independence from outsiders, for example, is depending on all these terrible things happening to the USA, and lives and destruction on political or national independence, the answer differs depending on who you ask. What it does to raise all sorts of questions of huge moral quagmire after quagmire. You start with the idea that inadvertently or by design, there's this thing that the Japanese propaganda that portrays their armies in pan-Asian terms, Asian co-prosperity theater in terms. Does that mean that their army actually was the military tip of the spear of the non-white world? Playing its role, none of these colonial oppressed societies could do militarily against the colonial overlords. That's the truth to that. Then there is, how does that change the morality of the overall situation, right? You say that from time of national and political independence, what if you're the Chinese and it costs you 20 million civilians? It's yours. And the people that kill those people are the Japanese. Are you thankful to them for that? It'll tie you up even more. How about another one for you? Why is that for you? By taking the first step and wondering if the Japanese would take the spears from all these other people. Or could you make the argument that the Allies are the equivalent of the democratic tip of the spear doing the same thing for the Japanese people that they were doing for other Asian peoples elsewhere? And you free them from an oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian, pseudo-fascist state. Doing John Dower looks at the post-war situation, and one of the elements he focuses on is how some Japanese view it that way. Usually the people who have been most oppressed are the old regime, artists, free thinkers, liberals, communists, socialists, leftists of all kinds, people who have been imprisoned or tortured or censured, or watched the secret police in the state. They often, in Dower's look like people who believe themselves as having been fooled by an alliance of other countries, which is the way the United States will often portray the defense activities after the Second World War. Right? You know, the problem people just like if the government's not free, we're going to come in there to keep their military, people and put them in the position now before, let them run their own country. Japan. Revolution as it is was the way some portrayed it. It's so dour and printed cartoons of Japanese cartoonists, Suho, where he portrays the Japanese as an individual in the foreground with pieces of art. The human being whose hand has been tied behind his back, and then he has had the bonds severed by a giant pair of scissors that put over his head in a piece of artwork, and the scissors are sort of clothed in the stars and stripes carved. The idea that the scissors represent the United States. The Japanese perfectly thin bondage represents Japan. And then you just keep running away to see the crime. You can see the two figures. One is dressed as a military high-level knuckle, representing militarists. The other looks like Mr. Monopoly from the Monopoly game. He represents the fat cat, WikiLeaks, who are the puppet masters in the society, and now the outside powers, like the United States in this case, that frees the Japanese people and hand democracy back to them. I mean, it's interesting to contemplate because a lot of societies evolve politically through bloodshed. How many countries did it get from other countries through bloodshed? How many get independent from their own oppressive government by political revolution, like the American Revolution, the French Revolution? What do you compare? It's just a different time. It's there when it's people from outside your country wondering, moral question. How about the number one question that also comes up this time period? The morality of the talking to the Taliban. I am on the record saying that I think this is one of the most implicit ethical sorts of circumstances. One can ask themselves about something that kind of potential future humanity rests on, and it becomes clear anytime the issue actually raises its ugly head, like in the middle of the financial crisis, everyone instantly understood the import of this moral issue known as nuclear weapons, and this almost Shakespearean question of to atomic bomb or to not atomic bomb. Then not helpful, useful, satisfying, or in any way instructive for the next time we might consider using such a weapon. So take it out of the context of time. Because you end up creating a moral choice together really existed for the people who had to make it, and then judging them on that. Because then you have a plan A, drop atomic weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or plan B, don't drop atomic weapons on them, and they can live happily ever after. But that was never plan B. Plan B is the one that makes plan A something that people would consider. Plan B is not to drop the atomic bomb, but to continue with the firebombing, which continued after the atomic bombs had dropped as well, historically. Continue with the firebombing, tighten the blockade on Japan, and they're already dropping sea mines from the air on Japan harbors. So they get to a point where millions are dying for starvation or lack of medicine, and you have the inevitable invasion against a bunch of civilians who are trained with Japanese spears in 1945. That was the ethical choice, and it becomes a lot more murky when those are planning choices. What should be pointed out though sometimes is that our views on these things have been colored by the interview history, and when you read historical participants on the Allied side saw these weapons like sometimes you might compare them to Excalibur, a super weapon that was falling in the hands of people who see themselves as King Arthur, and a weapon like Excalibur in the hands of an individual like King Arthur is a potentially awesome force for good. We have versus becoming more on this is the ethical dilemma of Sauron's ring, right? The Lord of the Rings. California once again, somehow, without a cynical nature, who a silver lining to the dark cloud that is the atomic bombings of Japan, and it's a similar silver lining to what I see in the Holocaust. I think that after the Holocaust, the fact that there was a Holocaust saved a lot of lives. Those who died in concentration camps probably created such an international historical shock on the last, certainly lasted pretty strong since, that created an international moral line in the sand that has been violated many times since, and we could go on to, for example, but that has created a situation where it is radioactive to commit genocide on people. Believers notwithstanding the ground. I think the genocides that would have the Holocaust not happened haven't happened, and therefore I think the Holocaust takes them down. Well, the same way about the atomic bomb, right? I don't know if humanity ever collectively learns lessons, but we can't do it. I often think it comes into the equivalent of us touching history's hot stones. In 1945, maybe the hot stone was an atomic nuclear one that had we not had an example of what these weapons do to people and to our society, things that we build, and the power of that one historian said to turn everything into nothing. That's a theoretical power to be seen and seen the shock, and the shock of it being that prevents us maybe from thinking we ever had to try to use these weapons again. I mean, think about the weapons being delayed and they're going to use it. And the war ended before nuclear weapons were ever used. Do you think, given what you know about how we are, that you wouldn't have used them in the interim just to see what they do? We were tempted many times. It was always Hiroshima and Nagasaki's example that created not a feeling on the parts of the military or the political leaders, maybe as strongly as we want, certainly a feeling on the part of global humanitarian public opinion and the pressures exerted by them. I mean, images that were certainly, for example, cascading through President Kennedy's brain as he contemplated the decisions he was making in the 1952 Cuban Missile Crisis. And he was looking at 600 or 700 million people dying in 30 days. Is it possible the Normandy and the Japanese specifically suffered 150,000, 200,000, 250,000 deaths from a couple of 10 kiloton atomic bombs on Nagasaki case? The future not to use dozens or hundreds of 30 megaton ones. I mean, if that's the case, is this atomic age could be nightmarish that it doesn't end that way someday? So that we don't have to have the war after the next war occur with our very best technological capabilities and those being sticks and stones. Hi everyone, Dan here, just a couple of quick words. The first one is if you were interested enough in the ideas surrounding strategic bombing or the early history of development theories trying to come to grips with the potential destructive power of atomic and nuclear weapons, you have past shows on both of those subjects. One is still in the free feed as of this recording anyway, and that is the destroyer of the world, but 6 hours before it's a hard drive. But we also have in the pay for archive on our website, logical insanity, the title of which we referenced twice, and also logical insanity extra to the stuff that is the logical insanity. Those are available on the website. That sounds interesting. Once again, I want to thank you for being part of the audience of our planet. We appreciate your help. Also, another announcement for those of you who need to see and want to see our first World War, the most experienced exhibit, War Remains. Just want to let you know that it is now part of the National War Memorial in Missouri. This is the full set, by the way. We're talking, there's a home version of it. It doesn't have the actual set. It doesn't have the giant speakers the sound like shells vibrate through the spinal column. There's a whole bunch of things that the actual you can combine like virtual reality in a haunted house. You can reach out and touch things, and they're there. Right? Barbed wire, rats, everything. NWM, Skywalker sound. They are themselves. If you have the home edition, that's pretty cool, but there's nothing like standing on those speakers and having on your socks. So if you find yourself in Kansas City, Missouri, and you'd like to experience it, head over to the National World War I Memorial. And check it out. We'll just a couple of extensions. Support us with Patreon by going to patreon.com/Dan Carlin, or go to our donate page at dancarlin.com/UC-donate. The following is a conversation with Dan Carlin, host of Hardcore History and Common Sense podcast. The name Hardcore History is one of, if not the greatest podcast ever made. Dan and Joe Rogan are probably the two main people who got me to fall in love with the medium of podcasting as a fan and eventually as a podcaster myself. Meeting Dan was surreal. To me, he was not just a mere human like the rest of us. His voice has been a guide through some of the darkest moments of human history for me. Meeting him was like meeting Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, and all of the most powerful leaders in history all at once in a crappy hotel room in the middle of Oregon. It turns out that he was in fact just a human, and truly one of the good ones. This was a pleasure and an honor for me. Quick mention of the sponsor. I would like to start the latest PM service. First is the Fred Green, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Second is everything. A home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Third is Magic Spoon. Low carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get discounts and to support this podcast. As a side note, in this video, I think we're living through one of the most challenging moments in American history. To me, the way out is through reason and love. Both require a deep understanding of human nature and of human history. This conversation is about both. I am, perhaps hopelessly, optimistic about our future. But if indeed we stand at the precipice of the good filter, watching our world consumed by fire, think of this little podcast conversation as the appetizer for the final meal before the apocalypse. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review of the 5 Star Apple Podcast, follow on Spotify, support our Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at likeforlike. And now, finally, here's my conversation with the great Dan Carlin. Let's start with the highest philosophical question. Do you think human beings are fundamentally good, or are all of us capable of both good and evil? And it's the environment that determines how we, the trajectory that we take through life. How do we define literacy? Evil seems to be a situational eye of the beholder type of question. So if we define evil, maybe I can get a better idea of and that could be a whole show. Defining evil. But when we think evil, what do we mean? That's for everyone, but I think there's some ways in which your existence, your presence in the world leads to pain and suffering and destruction for many others in the rest of the world. So you steal the resources and you use them to create more suffering than there was before in the world. So I suppose it's somehow interconnected to this other slippery word, which is suffering. If you create suffering in the world, you bring suffering to the world. But here's the problem, I think, is I fully see where you're going with that, and I understand. The problem is the question of the reason for inflicting suffering. So sometimes one might inflict suffering upon one group of individuals in order to maximize a lack of suffering with another group of individuals, or one who might not be considered evil at all might make the rational, seemingly rational choice of inflicting pain and suffering on a smaller group of people in order to maximize the opposite of that for a larger group of people. Yeah, that's one of the dark things about, I've spoken and read the work of Stephen Constantine. I'm not sure if you're familiar, who's a historian, and he's basically a scholar, a Jeffrey Stalin scholar. And one of the things I realized, I'm not sure where to put Hitler, but with Stalin, it really seems that he was sane and he thought he was doing good for the world. I really believe from everything I've read about Stalin that he believed that communism is good for the world. And if you have to kill people along the way, it's like you said, the small groups, if you have to remove the people that stand in the way of this utopian system of communism, then that's actually good for the world. And it didn't seem to me that he could even consider the possibility that he was evil. movie because he's one of the most short definition of evil. He seems to have brought more evil onto this world than almost any human in history. And I don't know what to do with that. Well, I'm fascinated with the concept, so fascinated by it that the very first hardcore history show we ever did, which is a full 15 or 16 minutes, was called Alexander versus Hitler. And the entire question about it was the motivation, right? So if you go to a court of law because you killed somebody, one of the things they're going to consider is why did you kill them, right? And if you killed somebody, for example, in self-defense, you're going to be treated differently than if you malicious killed somebody maliciously to take their wallet, right? And in the show, we wondered, because, I don't really make pronouncements, but we wondered about if you believe Hitler's writing, for example, Mein Kampf, which, is written by a guy who's a political figure who wants to get on. I mean, it's about as believable as any other political track he did. But in his mind, the things that he said that he had to do were designed for the betterment of the German people, right? Whereas Alexander the Great, once again, was somebody from the 2000 years ago, so that did lots of propaganda in the years. But one of the views of Alexander the Great is that the reason he did what he did was to, for lack of a better word, write his name in a more permanent graffiti on the pages of history, right? In other words, to glorify himself. And if that's the case, because that makes Alexander a worse person than Hitler because Hitler thought he was doing good, whereas Alexander, if he believes the interpretation, was simply trying to absolve Alexander. So the motivations of the people doing these things, it seems to me, matter. I don't think you can just sit there and go, the only thing that matters is the end result, because that might have been an unintentional byproduct, in which case that person, had you been able to show them the future, might have changed what they were doing. So were they evil, or misguided, or wrong, or maybe what, so, and I hate to do that because there's people like Hitler that I don't feel deserve the benefit of the doubt. At the same time, if you're fascinated by the concept of evil and delve into it deeply enough, you're going to want to understand why these evil people did what they did. And sometimes it can confuse the hell out of you. Who wants to sit there and try to see things from Hitler's point of view? Get a better understanding of what he is directly. So, but I'm fascinated, obviously, first history show, I'm fascinated with how should be possible if we put ourselves in the mindset of some of the people that have created so much suffering in the world, that all of them had their motivations were had good intentions underlying them. I don't know. There's so many. There's a law of averages would suggest that that's not true. I guess it's a pure evil possible. Maybe again, it's slippery, but the suffering is the goal. Right? Intentional suffering. Yeah.
That's the Richard Knight guy. Oh, what's that?
Already rental places, but they're looking around Southern California and shopping for tourists. And then like here,
With that cap off, you could start. What's up? That doesn't explain anything. Yeah,
help it survive and body that can look sometimes to win. Basically, the enable us to survive our own intelligence. Instead of stripping us of our intelligence, which is our most powerful tool, instead it fills us with this delusion that there's an infinite spiritual realm out there in which we will live forever. Across the bridge, which is very almost who I want to be spiritually
Especially with them marrying each other, you get Chinese people and black people. I think over good time, it might have something to do with why they're saying that they would adapt to their climate. And that's what I don't think they all have a problem. I think now that it's survival there, God is made of one. I don't know why it bothers me to believe, but I think it is serious. That's what wars are based on. That's what that it matters. But if there is a God, I'm in a lot of trouble. I guess if we take the story together, all right. And what what? What the? So actually, interview with senior budget. So actually, interview with senior budget. So actually, and for you, so actually, for you, I get it. Everyone knows the motherfucker was the bus driver. Motherfucker here. Anybody can do it. Anybody can come and do it. I'm screaming it. Everybody be like, yo, fuck. What about the next one? And it's also the same.
traveling around the president. While sometimes the mayor's why. First, no one forget about suffering. And the cause of suffering is desire. Stop desiring. Stop suffering. Throughout history, countless people proclaim themselves to be God, Savior, China, Avatar. There are a half dozen Jewish avatars in the election. One self-proclaimed God who died in 1969 was Mr. Obama. His followers gather at the every year on the anniversary of his death. To do websites.
Yeah, okay. Such a shit. I got tough. You got tough. Yeah, I'm gonna put that tough. This motherfucker got tough. Yeah. You go ahead. was like split there. I like to look like stuff in the internet.
We've got a salad, we've got a bucket, the water temperature, and also the water depth. You think that we could feel to someone who's grown up on an iPhone or someone who's driving a Tesla? Absolutely. We want to make sure that as we open this space, that this space will feel good. People that feel comfortable, people that bring new to it. By making space, all you do there is all of the that you're operating is focus on the market. You're simply better than baseball, the TV, on the downstairs here. We're not the problem situation. How long is the car? How do you get out of the water on a car? You think in terms of you can find you want people to be able to use their boat exactly how they want to use it for a full day. Probably at the end of the day, and wake up the next morning with their boat that is ready to go to the water again. You practice that consistently 3 to 5 hours of active sleep time. That is a much better experience than what you gas owners deal with today. Lugging gas down to a dock and filling it up into it, having to go 20 minutes away from the nearest boathead to pay $10 a gallon or any of the other creative solutions you can come up with. Are those readily accessible? Absolutely. This boat uses what's known as a PPF one server. It's the same style of server that you use for any electric cars on the road today. And another awesome part about electric boats is that they tend to have easier access to power. When you look across the marina today, most of those marinas actually are equipped with what is known as shore power. Because even gas boats use electricity to power refrigerators, fuel pumps, and other accessories on the boat. You could just plug straight into that, plug it into your boat, and then wake up the next morning with the power boat. Stop and use it for a while. We've got the ARC-1 only. People are using it out in the world. They're learning a lot of data from that, and they're now building the non-largest electric boat. What's to expect from that? It won't go within the market, because mass market is for boats. We'll have to share about that soon. But as with a lot of new technology, the goal is to push the technology development time. Make the technology more accessible to more people. Our goal is to make sure that every boat on the water is electric. It is from a customer perspective, product perspective, and driver perspective. We want to make it happen. We want to make it happen quickly. How much are we talking for this boat, to buy it from, have it, and also the upcoming miles? This boat was just $1,200,000. With a all-in price of the trailer delivery and construction cost payment. It might sound like a lot, but gas boats today is a good size. If we're selling for that amount of money, those could tend to be more expensive than automotive. Having said that, our goal is to go after most of these boats over time. Performance-wise, we were doing some test curves, and it was pretty wild. It still goes very fast. It has a lot of maneuverability. It has a lot of control of its boat. Are those advantages of the electric system? Yeah. So one of the things that we have not into this boat is the ability to put it from 0 up to top speed. We also do a lot of support at this. We need to pull a way more to the water speed out of the water. And the update is just quite fun. So we were out there for another full time. The throttle down, let the boat software take over and accelerate that to up to top speed. And then turn that into action so you can wheel left and right. And so that what's the really experiencing how the boat gets those too. We are not taking away from any part of their experience. This is absolutely better than what you're experiencing today on that boat. Initially, one of the founders of ARC, both pilots and learn more about the company. Go to arcboats.com. And if you're going to play out on the open water, if you want to link to that, I'll put on my website, withonx.tv. Or if I'm getting your way, give us a call. Give me a call. The number is 888-101. My name is Rabbi. You are listening to this content on KFI 640. I'm now
Get up. Go over there. Look at this. He didn't even have a second. Because he was so athletic. He just knew based, based on athleticism alone. Based on athleticism alone. And intuition, I would also say intuition. I'd have to grant him that. It wouldn't just be like, yeah, it's a 9, I have to grant it. Yeah, okay. Based on an athleticism, can you say athleticism? No. What time is that game? What time is that game? That is over. Still on. What time is it? Still on Senate. What's the game called? Yeah, okay. Well, there's two, dog. West side. You're gonna have to unbelieve them. You're the ultimate football fan. Like, that's how you know you made it. Like, you're the ultimate college football fan. You know, the ultimate college football season. When you go to, even when you go to jail, it's not really about it. You know, he had to go out like the way that he wanted. He's brutal. But there's
A place to reunite with your actual family of 5. Chosen family of 105,213.
United States Military Academy. You're on the for day one. What is that?
Are the number one priority and winning matters.
That's in a skull. That's a habit. Each time you become all the way.
Are you ready to learn how to
What? What? On this.
CBS Tuesday and down under for NCIS Sydney. The violation.
Have you ever watched the Army movie game? Nope. Never.
On the planet, NCIS Sydney. This series Tuesday at 7 Central on CBS.
Mine
No misfits in this baby. For sure.
is super boring.
Maybe up here.
So you can fumble. I'm pretty good to fumble. Yeah. What? Huh?
Built down to Jersey. We are here in second down and 7. Great stop the middle. Power close to the first down. It's that it. So I think that's what this indicate has to establish. Can they find Alex Smith? When he runs the ball effectively, they do well. They've got to establish that feedback. He has 5 plus 30-yard rushes. Now, he's not really a fullback. He's more like the speed feedback. But he has to get it out there. Over 700-yard rushes and a 75-yard touchdown in a game against Memphis. And here they are on third down and short. Almost they have worked. That's that on making. The guilty party with a jump right there on the left guard. Penalty problem for sure. Part of the thing there was, okay, you had like different quarterbacks, so it was 3.5 minutes. But that was not a 3.5 minutes of the quarterback. Exactly. Not third down and 6. That's a situation they're not crazy about. They will keep it on the ground. They're not going to get it. Got about a yard, that's it.
And everyone where I see it so well.
Coming off the edge, I'll tell you what, just to have a nose for the ball. Now, they do put him in a position to make
He likes onion maybe more.
what they can do.
Maybe.
It's one thing to put him in
Try to bring the onion.
That's right.
So really?
Happy in the defense. Fourth and
So I've been to what Division 1A sports have you? So what Division 1A sports have you done? University. And the institute.
There you go.
Bowling.
Well, that's your business.
Yeah, great.
Time out. We'll be right back. AFC cares. At AFC, we're more than just the smiling faces of the country. We're people out in the community with our families just like you. When we understand the importance of being able to give back to our communities, AFC cares is our way to support and give back to those who do so much for us. We strive to help support and interact with those around us to help better our communities. AFC cares about you, your family, and your community. Make sure your appliances can keep up this holiday season and save big during Cohen's holiday sale with their price match guaranteed on all LG appliances. From making holiday goodies to getting the stains out of sweaters, all free next Black and Airy. Think outside the big box stores. Think Cohen. Started overnight. First team all-Ace, Hunter, Riley, Richmond with the kick. And they're caught just inside the 31 by ViralRabbi. Well, we got a moment here, but that's your knowledge with reflector replay. They're the third time on the games been played outside of the Mid-Atlantic region. Where and when did the first two games take place?
In the work, comfortable in the work.
The next question we had, Jenny got. So we're doing pretty good on Friday. So, all fun and games on Friday. We get to real on Saturday. First down for the third. Empty backfield. And it's a quarterback. Keeper all the way. Pick up about 4 for Bailey. Before Colin Reynolds closed in on it. Most by an Army quarterback since 2010. That's 7 touchdown passes. Their last drive. Got him to go back. In the backfield. They'll try to follow who that is. Oh, wow. They're down at 3. See if they do all on third down. Looks like it's will be. Electronic. They're down at 8. Now let's see if it's right to say we throw it again. Deep down the sideline, jump ball thrown out. Back and forth on that one. And B.D. Williams drove it out. Which is then at the Reynolds again. Throw the ball up. Let's see what happens. Little push a little bit. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I actually think Reynolds pushed more than the defender, so I think that's a good no call. There's a shove, and then there's in your face. Hold it up. Nice job. That's right. Yeah, you think the first shove, the first couple of Reynolds. Good job to be staying there with the one. So first part of the day for Army. For Allen was looking. And Amin Hassan back for Navy. Trying to track it down and get out of the way. It's the Navy foul. Army 7-0. This Sonic Garden Butter Bacon Cheeseburger is back for today. If you're wondering why, let us clarify. Garden Butter Bacon. Garlic butter, baby, garlic butter. Garlic butter baby cheeseburgers. I'm a high school hero, class of '89, baby. And I'm about to relive my glory days. I've been invited off the campus. I can't stand around this. Protect your portable electronics from holiday mayhem with a Walmart Protective Plan by Allstate. Army with a touchdown lead here in the second quarter in Blacksboro. The Home Depot Foundation is proud to provide mortgage-free, accessible homes to our nation's combat-wounded veterans through its Smart Home program. And today, this Project Smart will take a closer look at the story of U.S. Army veteran Maggie Billion. I've never been up to the military. I was reported I would be deported to Afghanistan. We're walking our way to the compound, suicide bomber popped out and detonated his friend.
Watch it, bitch.
I was looking on one of the
That sounds good.
and that's where it had his head. I don't know if I was, for the first time, I didn't know how hard it was to get around getting here. And then I found out I was in a smart home. But it was the last just from being able to throughout the entire house. The partnership with the Home Depot Foundation and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, that really does make a difference. Corn, changing lives for wounded soldiers, and to come back to freedom. The freedom that they fought. The Home Depot Foundation
That's a lunch song.
dollars invested in veteran causes will prevent measures. All of our veterans are wherever you are for your service. Interception for only one play.